Hello and welcome to the inaugural Actual Tech Media Enterprise IT Virtual Summit. My name is David Davis and I'm the moderator for today's event. Today's event is put on by Actual Tech Media. Before we jump into it, there's a few things I want to tell you about. I'm obligated to tell you about, specifically about prizes. To win one of today's valuable prizes, we've got over $18,000 in prizes. You have to be present on the live event, on the virtual summit, to be eligible to win, because we'll do the drawings based on those who are live on the event. Also, winners have the option to make a donation to a selected charity. We love to give prize value money away to charity, so if you win a prize, it would be great if you gave it away to charity. Grand prize winners must submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media. That's a requirement by the IRS. If you have questions about prizes during the event, please direct those via email to prizes@actualtechmedia.com. We try to use the Q&A on the event for questions for our presenters, technical questions about the products and the solutions. So we encourage you to do that and direct those prize questions to prizes@actualtechmedia.com. For full prize terms and conditions, please visit actualtechmedia.com/MC-prize-terms-conditions. So that's what you need to know about the prizes we're giving away today. And we're about to start what we call the unkeynote. It's very different from the traditional keynote. Besides Scott Lowe, CEO of Actual Tech Media, on the unkeynote, you'll see Wes Higbee, who's a consultant for Full City Technology, Jim Noble, who's a CEO of Cybersecurity Integrators, Stu Miniman, who's a senior analyst at SiliconANGLE, and Ethan Banks, who's a co-founder at Packet Pushers. So look for all those speakers on the unkeynote. I think you'll find it to be very cool and very unique. And without further delay, let's kick it off. Thanks for being on the Actual Tech Media Enterprise Tech Summit.
Hello and welcome to the inaugural 2017 Actual Tech Media Enterprise IT Virtual Summit. My name is David Davis. I'm a partner at Actual Tech Media, and I'll be the moderator for today's event. On today's IT Virtual Summit, you'll gain unique insight into the state of enterprise computing through our two different keynotes. You'll have a chance to win valuable prizes, and you'll hear exciting presentations from some of the most innovative companies in the enterprise technology space today, including Pure Storage, Scale Computing, Tintree, Unitrends, Nutanix, Zerto, Cohesity, Tagile, Clear Sky Data, Veeam, and Nimble. Thank you to our sponsors, and especially thank you to everyone out there in the audience for taking time out of your busy day to join the Enterprise IT Virtual Summit today. Now, we at Actual Tech Media created the Enterprise IT Virtual Summit because we know from firsthand experience that working in IT is tough. You wear many different hats. You constantly deal with challenge and change, and you've got to find ways to keep up to date on the latest and greatest technology solutions to help you and your company. We created the IT Summit to do just that. We hope that you learn a lot, that you find solutions to your greatest IT challenges, and have fun in the process. Now, before we get started, there's a few things that you need to know about today's event. First, we want this to be a very educational event, so please use the questions option on your console to ask all the questions you want of the presenters. We'll do our best to answer all the questions that you can ask. Second, we want to give away some very valuable prizes to thank you for attending today's event. We'll be giving away over $18,000 in prizes, including 5 Microsoft Surface laptops, 4 MakerBot Replicator Mini Plus 3D printers, and 11 Amazon $500 gift cards. Wow, that's a lot of prizes. We'll be doing the drawing for the eligible attendees during the event and then announce the winners verbally, as well as through the Q&A box and even on Twitter. Third, during the event, we'll be asking you, our audience, to answer a number of poll questions. We appreciate your help in answering those questions to help us learn more about the challenges that you and your company face so that we can better shape future events to your needs. Fourth, you should make sure that you resize your console window to view the presentations, demos, and videos from our presenters. Go ahead, maximize your screen now. Fifth, Social media. We encourage you to promote the event via Twitter, and you can do that directly from your console viewer using the Twitter icon. The hashtag for the event is ATM Summit. You should note that it will ask you for your Twitter username and password to send the tweet, and those will be kept just between you and Twitter. You can also email the event to friends or colleagues from the console as well using the email icon. And finally, we recommend that you check out the resources from today's sponsors in the resource list section of your event console. Now, let's kick off our inaugural 2017 IT Virtual Summit with our first ever one-of-a-kind keynote, the Unkeynote. Enjoy the summit.
Hi there, I'm Scott Lowe. Thank you for joining us today for this Unkeynote. We're driving through a rainy day in Central Park in New York City, where I'm joined by Wes Higby, who's going to talk to us a little bit about containers. We're going to chat about the world of application development, enterprise IT, what's happening in the world in 2017. Wes, thanks for being here today.
Hey, thanks for having me, Scott. My pleasure.
So as you look at what's happening, especially in the realm of application architecture and stuff like that, we've got a lot of new opportunities that are out there these days. I mean, with containers and cloud and all this other stuff. What's sort of your take of the lay of the land on all of this?
So one thing I think a lot of people run into lately is this container versus VM mentality, perhaps. I don't really like the mentality because I think it's limiting. It misses out perhaps on a big opportunity that's coming down the road here, and is actually kind of here already. But we've had VMs traditionally where you run multiple apps. We basically just took a traditional operating system and threw it in virtualized hardware, and we just did the exact same thing. Multiple processes, treated as like a regular computer. Containers come along, kind of change that perspective when we start to think about maybe one application or a couple of related applications running together inside of a container. And insofar as much as it's a good idea to compare a container to a VM, it's a little bit different shift than to run one thing inside of a container as opposed to multiple apps in a VM. And that's led to some really interesting and neat benefits. What I see coming is the container itself really isn't all that important. It's the things that we've learned and the things that we've designed with regards to containers. One of the big benefits, for example, is because we're running one app inside of a container, we built an entire ecosystem of tools to help us easily distribute the file system for just that one application.
How do you think this is impacting organizations? What they can do? How is it impacting people's careers? How is it impacting IT as an entity?
And maybe to summarize that up, at the end of the day, I see a separation between the runtime for an application. Sometimes I like to refer to it as a node with clustering software on it, for example. I see a difference between managing infrastructure and running an application. And we've always had that difference. It's even easier today for an app development team to focus on what does their application need to do, not what do I need to run that application?
I agree with that completely. I think hybrid cloud is the future. I mean, we've seen it. We're seeing it already.
Yeah.
And there's just some things you just can't move off site for compliance or data locality reasons or whatever. But there's also this idea that we're starting to pull back from the cloud a little bit. For people who went all in are starting to realize that it's more expensive and can be more complex than on-premises infrastructure.
Yeah.
Are you seeing some of that in some of your own consulting work?
Yeah, I think it's constantly a trade-off to decide, does it make sense for us to do this? Is it our area of expertise, or does it make sense for somebody else to do it? But even just, what's interesting to me is this focus on like on-prem versus the cloud is like one of the main things that we look at. And it's almost like some people will say, if you haven't moved to the cloud yet, you're behind. But I don't see that at all. In fact, I think that that's a limiting perspective as well. Just like saying, if you haven't moved to containers yet, you're behind. That's not true. No. In fact, I think we need to take what we've benefited from in the cloud and try and bring it back to other environments.
You said something that was really interesting, which was, and I agree with you wholeheartedly, that we hear that if you're not in the cloud, you're behind. If you're not doing containers, you're behind. And nothing can be further from the truth. It's if you're not doing the right thing for your business, you're behind.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's one thing that I really wish people would focus on so much more is, we've had a lot of discussions about technology, and I love it because that's what I help my customers with. But that's what I help my customers with. I think a lot of organizations need to stop thinking so much about how they use technology to help themselves. Start thinking more about how they use technology to help their customers.
Yeah.
It's a big shift in mentality. So me as a consultant that helps people with technology, it should be my focus to know a lot of these things. But an organization that, I don't know, produces fitness bands, for example, it's not their focus. They shouldn't need to know all of that stuff, and they should defer to other people in the same way that they hope that other people defer to them for health benefits, right? So we need to start looking more outward and less inward, and stop worrying so much about, are we using the right technology, and just ask, are we being successful? Are we helping our customers? And you do a lot more at the end of the day if you focus on your customers instead of focusing on yourself.
When you think about 5 years from now, what's the biggest enterprise IT problem that you want to see solved?
Yeah, I'd love to see people just give up on the best practices a little bit more. I'd like to see people stop using the word best practice, actually. And it doesn't mean that we don't have practices, but it means that we have practices and not best practices. And when we take the word best out of there, then we can no longer say we should be in the cloud, but we're not. We have to explain why.
If I'm a CIO that's in an organization where I have to keep the lights on, my budget's strapped, and my people are having a hard time keeping up, let alone getting ahead, where do I start? I mean, how do I get going with rethinking the way that I run IT and that I manage my business and that I try to undertake the phrase is overused, but just these digital transformation efforts?
Yeah, so I think the first step you can make is just to realize it's very easy to get caught up in the implementation, and that's okay, not to beat yourself up, because that's not going to help at all. You almost have to have compassion for who you are now if you want to become somebody else different in the future, because you're going to constantly slip back into who you are now. It's comfortable, it's familiar. When things are bad, that's what you're going to fall back on. But know that if you continually start to try and shift your focus to more outcomes, or how does this impact the customer, in time that can happen. And if you're compassionate for when you slip back into the other mentality and you say, hey, you know what, here I am making a decision again for an implementation decision. If you can identify it and just put it out there and be open, at least to yourself, maybe to other people about it, then you can almost put the car in park and figure out where you should be going, and turn the car around and go the direction you need to go at that point in time.
I'm here today with Jim Noble, who is the CEO of the Advisory Council International. Jim, thanks for being in the car today.
Good to meet you, Scott, and thanks for the interview.
The CIO profession is, always undergoing radical change, it seems like, and who you talk to, who knows what the direction is going to be. But let's talk about some sort of actionable things, what's happening in enterprise IT. So when you think about the changing face of the data center, what's happening as far as, things like cloud and things like, hyper-converged infrastructure and some of the new storage opportunities that are out there. When you think about those kinds of architectures, what comes to mind as far as strategy for an organization?
Well, there are two ways of approaching that problem, Scott. One way is from the geek or nerd perspective. And, I can talk about solid state storage and so on. But my advice to anybody would be always approach it from the business outcome perspective. So let me give you a few instances to show that just being a generic data center architect and having massively virtual machine capacity and massively storage capacity, that's not the answer to the question. The answer to the question really should be, what are you trying to achieve with that data center? So for example, I was CIO at Merrill Lynch, and we were trying to complete trades 1 or 2 milliseconds before our competitors. Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, Fidelity, and so on. And so we had a private data center rather than a third party, and we co-located it with the stock exchange. The concept is called colo, and our purpose there was to make sure that the latency was absolutely the minimum it could be.
One of the things we've started to see with cloud is what a lot of people are terming cloud sobriety. And what that entails is people sort of drank a little bit too much of cloud because they thought they could save a lot of money, and they went into it because for cost reasons, which I agree with you, is not necessarily, you're it's too myopic a view of how you can leverage IT if you're just looking to drain costs out of the equation.
Right.
But they're bringing stuff back into the data center, even these same organizations that are looking at it very much from a cost perspective, because they're actually finding the cloud is more expensive at a certain point. And so they want to do IT as cheaply as possible. Again, not necessarily the best strategic option, but we're seeing people start to exit cloud and come back to on-premises environments as well. Do you see some of that in your own consulting practice as well?
Yes, we do, but it's all a matter of degree, Scott. So I don't know of any business that is 100% either extreme of that spectrum. Everything is in the cloud, bar none, or everything is on-prem and managed by their own staff. It's almost inescapable that you have a hybrid architecture. Inescapable because you want to use some SaaS solutions, and by definition you can't have that on-prem.
Right.
You want to use bursting, and you can't afford to scale up with your own equipment. You want to use web services, maybe a service-oriented architecture where you assemble the ingredients quickly and you just glue them together. And so hybrid is almost inescapable. But again, it depends on what your imperative is. So if you're into high availability, for example, then you may not be able to rely on a cloud service provider because there might be outages.
So what are some of your thoughts on some of the challenges that CIOs face or should be facing in their organizations when it comes to overall data security, infrastructure security, and really risk management?
And Scott, you've hit on my favorite topic of all, because firstly, I think all IT people are inherently intellectually curious. And there aren't all that many problems that can exercise their grey matter the way security can exercise their grey matter. So it's a really intriguing intellectual challenge. And until recently, I wouldn't have credited members of a board of directors with that intellectual curiosity. I'm damning with faint praise there, you can tell that. But more recently, the board of directors has woken up because their fundamental duty is called the duty of care to the shareholders. And they have a duty of care not to lose all the R&D investment that maybe that pharma company has put into new drugs, not to lose extremely sensitive data, not to allow people to see what bid they're making to do an acquisition or a disposal. There's so much sensitive information now that the board of directors has woken up to their duty of care.
I'm here today with Stu Miniman, who is a senior analyst for Wikibon and co-host of theCUBE. Stu, thanks for riding along today.
It's great to have you in my neck of the woods, Scott.
It's been great to be up here. I mean, what are some of the big things you see happening in enterprise IT that are really things that CIOs and IT practitioners have to watch out for today?
Yeah, first, what I'll point out there is, we that kind of watch and, Scott, you've been a CIO, you don't go out there and say, what I need today is I need composable infrastructure.
No.
I said I've yet to find a CIO that says that he had a convergence problem. What we have today is that rate of change. That's one of the biggest things affecting business today. Everybody is worried about, oh gosh, am I going to be Uberized? Can I keep up with the requirements of the business? So agility is what I need, and the way I need to get that is I need to really modernize, what I'm doing inside. So whether that is, okay, I need to take my old infrastructure, which was really slow to be able to deploy. I mean, we remember the time where it's like, okay, I decide what I want, I go through the whole process, I buy it, and hopefully 6 months later, I'm up and running. And that just means that the underlying infrastructure is there, let alone my application on top of it. That whole purchase, deploy, sandbox, and then fully rolling things out, we need to go a lot faster. So public cloud helps that. The solutions like hyper-converged infrastructure, which make my environment look like a pool of resources rather than discrete pieces that I have to buy, integrate, migrate. All of these things drive simplicity and drive agility.
This idea of things being additive is so true. I mean, you go into organizations and rarely do they just tear things out. They are always adding new things and still having to maintain the old. I think that's actually maybe starting to change a little bit, but as people start to realize that the more of this stuff that we add, the more complex this gets.
Hey, Scott, I mean, you remember when virtualization from VMware first rolled out, some of the real business values were, number one is, it was great that I could take 20 servers and collapse them down to a few. And there was that immediate cost savings by doing that. But the real value was that time to deployment. It was, wait, I need to buy another, DL380. How long is it going to take for me to get that? Instead, wait, I can just spin up another VM.
Right.
It was, what was the bottleneck in allowing me to deploy something faster? Great, I could spin up another operating system, I could get that deployed, start out in test dev, put it through production, and that life cycle shortened, but oh wait, the networking didn't quite work, or the storage had some other pieces, so we're moving, how can we move faster? And a lot of that reminds me of, containerization today. I
worked for Hamilton College in upstate New York, way back in the late 90s. And the gentleman that I worked for, he's actually retired this year after 42 or 43 years at the college, running IT. He said that our job is to put ourselves out of business. So he was very forward thinking in that our job is to continually innovate to a point where we're constantly meeting the needs of the organization and they think they don't need us. And also, so that we're not creating little fiefdoms for ourselves, because that happens in IT too, where people basically create their own job. And we don't want that either, because that's not necessarily good for the business, and we want to make sure that the stuff that we're doing in IT is relatively value add. And I think one of the challenges from a career perspective for decision makers, leaders, and IT staff in general is this constant need to reinvent, because the stuff that we've done that we've felt provided value to the business is not value add anymore. It's a drain. Because a service provider in a lot of cases can do this stuff way less expensively. And I kind of see that when you get to a point where you're saying, how cheap can we do this? It's commodity, which it is, and some of the things that we're doing. And we have to, as in IT, continually say, what are we doing to help us propel the business forward? Not, what are we doing to be as cheap as we can to the business? And I think that's a huge paradigm shift for a lot of people. I mean, Scott, I'm full agreement. Love that. Our friends, the Geek Whisperers, who do their podcast, always talk about that kind of career progression and what are you doing. Something I've always tried to do with people I manage, and even for myself, is at least once a quarter, look at what are you doing that is repetitive, or the things that you're not adding value back. And can you automate that? Can you shift that? Is there some way that you can be adding more business? Because, when I go speak in certain areas, people are, oh gosh, they're going to take my job away. And, there's the rhetorical question, Scott, okay, hey folks in IT, next year, do you expect to have, more or less budget, overall? It's like, okay, less. And do you think you're going to have more people, or, you're going to be kind of flat on headcount? Okay, we're going to be flat. And wait, are you going to have more things thrown at you, more storage, more everything? So if you can't be more efficient at what you're doing, and a lot of it is there's only so much efficiency you can crank out of some of the processes you're doing. You need to get out of some of the things you're doing. We're here today in the beautiful state of New Hampshire, where it's raining less, and I am joined today by Ethan Banks, who is the co-founder of Packet Pushers. Ethan, thanks for riding along today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
When do you think about enterprise IT? I know you do a lot of focus on networking and stuff like that, but enterprise IT in general, where do you see some of the really major things changing over the last few years, and where do you think we're headed?
So, okay, that is a huge question. I mean, that is a really big question. But if you want to look at trends, one trend that is genuinely affecting enterprise IT more than just a buzzword now, of course, is cloud, and that means a lot of different things. One thing I'll focus on is infrastructure, because I'm an infrastructure guy. I grew up in my IT career building things, building data centers, building servers, building networks, putting security infrastructures in place. And that's changing a lot because a lot of companies are looking at their physical infrastructures, their data centers, their little computer rooms, if it would be too grandiose to call them a data center, and going, do I keep this thing? Should I keep buying servers? And networking gear is expensive, and maybe I should just put all of these workloads up in the cloud. Maybe I should take all these virtual machines that I've got and host them on Amazon instead. You know, what's that cost model look like? It's not like every enterprise is just saying, I'm going to take everything I've got and we're moving to cloud this year. This is the year, and they're just going to, they've got some massive project in which everything is going to get moved up to Amazon or Azure or whatever all of a sudden. And the reason for that is there's not everything, every process, every application that a company's got internally seems to make a lot of sense in the cloud necessarily. The cost model may not be right. Maybe, in other words, it may be too expensive to run it in the cloud, right. Or they lose some element of control, or there's a compliance issue because of the nature of the data that they have to deal with for a particular application. So they got to leave things internally. And there's a lot of other reasons why they might want to leave them in-house. And so it's not as if it's a wholesale, we're dropping all our local stuff, we're no longer going to use our own servers, we're going to go and just move everything to cloud.
As we look at this public cloud, multi-cloud strategy, that has some real implications on the network side of things. What are some of the general themes around, from a network perspective, what people have to start thinking about when they start thinking about public cloud and multi-cloud and stuff like that?
Yeah, a couple of things to be thinking about that come immediately to mind is latency and security. So let's talk about latency first. So latency means depending on where your data is and where you need it to be processed and how quickly you need an answer on that data, you have to remember that getting data from wherever it's being created, maybe somewhere local to you, and then pushing it up into the cloud so that it can be processed, and then getting an answer back is going to take longer, simply from the standpoint of you're going from sub-millisecond latency, where your network is very close by on a LAN, and going to many milliseconds of latency, depending on exactly where you've moved that workload to in the public cloud.
So one of the things, obviously cloud is a thing. I mean, it's not going away.
Nope.
And as you talk to organizations, do you see them moving more for cost reasons, more for business enablement reasons, or equal combination of both?
I believe business enablement is the bigger driver of those two. I think a lot of folks have actually pulled back from cloud because it's proving to be a bit more expensive than they had anticipated. Now, an example of, so let's just talk about cost for a minute here. And a reason that we know cost is a thing. It's not cheaper to stand up. It's an OpEx cost. You're trading a CapEx cost. I'm going to buy servers and infrastructure, and then I'm going to power and so on. You're trading that CapEx with some sort of a smaller OpEx cost to less CapEx or almost no CapEx and a very high OpEx cost instead, because you're paying those monthly fees to your cloud provider. And as people have begun to do the math, as they've gotten more serious about this, we're finding it's actually pretty pricey to run things in the cloud. It can be pretty pricey depending on what you're trying to get done on the cloud.
I'm excited to introduce our first presenter on the Enterprise IT Virtual Summit. That is Matt Kixmoller, Vice President of Products at Pure Storage.
All right, thank you, David. Happy to be here today. And the title of our session is The Data Platform for the Cloud Era. We're going to talk a little bit about how data is core to digital business and how all-flash architectures can really help get the most out of your cloud platform. So today, you probably have an environment that looks something like this. You have your kind of legacy client server environment. You probably spent the last decade virtualizing everything, but increasingly your developers are starting to build new applications in kind of web scale frameworks for the cloud. And I think in general, as an industry, there's a lot of talk about if things are moving to the cloud, if they're staying on-prem. And from my point of view, that kind of misses the point. The more interesting discussion is how the application architecture itself is changing. And if you look at this new generation of web scale applications, it turns out that they're quite different from the world before it. Virtualizing was kind of easy. It didn't really change the architecture much. But when we move to web scale frameworks, applications are really disaggregated into lots and lots of tiny microservices that all basically just expect to work and interact with a set of block, file, and object storage services. And as developers build these new applications, they just expect those storage services to work, to be simple, to be endlessly scalable. And so that puts a whole new bar on infrastructure and storage teams to deliver a data platform that can feed this new generation of cloud applications. If you think about this transition to the cloud era, it's really changing all the expectations of you as an IT folk. So, the first is it's supposed to be simple, right? People don't want to have to call IT to ask for storage anymore. It just should work. It just should be there on demand. And the kind of philosophy is, I want to start developing and I just want to consume. The kind of layout and structure is all about elasticity, where oftentimes we experiment and we start things slow, but you want to build in a way that you kind of have the confidence that your data platform can grow and support anything that's there. And then finally, there's just an expectation of continuous innovation. So I build to a data platform as a developer. I know, or I should know, that it's going to keep improving over time as technology advances, as Flash advances, et cetera. And so really, if you think about developers going to the public cloud, these are exactly the things that are driving them to want to develop applications in the public cloud. These characteristics are delivered. And so, as we looked at delivering a data platform for the enterprise, we basically believe that one doesn't have to sacrifice these cloud era characteristics. You can basically deploy your cloud on-prem. It can have that same simplicity, elasticity, and kind of access to continuous innovation. Now, your on-prem environment and your cloud environment have slightly different characteristics. The on-prem environment has the opportunity to be higher availability, lower cost, deliver higher performance in a private and secure environment. And then, of course, the cloud has other advantages where it can provide global scale, simple burst, and no commitment, where you can flex up and flex down easily. And increasingly, what customers are asking for is not one or the other, but both, and a desire to really take advantage of both together through hybrid linkages where they can deploy on-prem, but then leverage the public cloud as necessary. And so at Pure, this is our goal to deliver the data platform for the cloud era, where we deliver an end-to-end suite of solutions that help deliver that cloud era storage experience. It's designed to run your applications, your classic business applications, test dev, big data, as well as your modern web scale apps. And just like you experience in the cloud, you have a software-defined set of storage services and APIs, scalable block, file, object, and VM storage, all controlled programmatically through REST APIs. At Pure, we deliver this data platform with our storage systems, as well as our core software, the Purity operating environment, that provides all the data services for data reduction, assurance, and protection that you need. And increasingly in our most recent releases, this software knows how to talk directly to the Flash for the highest level of performance and efficiency. Our platform is managed by Pure One, which provides cloud-based management for super simple operations, as well as using our new Pure One Meta engine to provide AI to help kind of find problems and solve issues before they start. Now, as we graduate to kind of this generation, we're also seeing a pretty big change to how people think about all flash arrays. And we call this at Pure the cloud era flash recipe, where the first generation of all flash arrays were great to bring flash into enterprise, but this new generation of applications requires higher levels of performance and scale. And so we think about this new recipe in kind of 5 key areas. Number one is the platform's got to be simple and open. Cloud applications are designed to integrate directly with storage, and so all the APIs and automation necessary to deliver that. As we said earlier, elastic scale, and so the ability to easily grow capacity and performance and share the Flash platform along its workloads. New levels of big and fast. We used to think a petabyte was big, but these new environments are multi-petabytes in scale and tens of gigabytes of bandwidth, all delivered at microsecond latency. And then finally, within our recipe, we see a real opportunity to do more integration between the software and the flash. So flash native integration, as well as a design end-to-end for fast networks, 25, 50, and 100 gigabit Ethernet, as well as brand new flash networking technologies like NVMe and NVMe over Fabric. In our product portfolio, we deliver on Cloudera Flash with our hardware platforms that are powered by Purity. And so FlashArray//M is our classic all-flash storage for application and VM level consolidation. We recently released a new version that we call FlashArray//X, which brings 100% NVMe storage to the FlashArray family for the highest levels of performance. FlashBlade is our product for big data analytics. It delivers fast data to very, very large data sets to go after large-scale simulation and analytic environments. And then finally, FlashStack is our all-flash converged infrastructure product jointly with Cisco networking and UCS servers to deliver this turnkey cloud. Our data platform overall is in adoption by over 3,000 customers globally that use it to power their private and public cloud environments. And so across a wide range of industries, customers have adopted all flash and found that it fundamentally can change their transition to digital business. And at Pure, when we think about innovation, we think about it across three different areas. Our core engineering effort is around delivering software-driven solutions powered by Purity, as I mentioned earlier. But we've invested a lot in leveraging the cloud to drive ease and simplicity. And then we custom engineer our hardware platforms to make the most of our software. And so this gets interesting when you see the overlap between these segments, where our software and cloud connected can come together to deliver the very simplest management possible, literally manage the platforms from a mobile device. When our hardware platform gets connected to the cloud, we become an IoT company as well. And our Pure One Meta AI environment allows us to take advantage of big data from our devices to be able to analyze, predict trends, and help drive more autonomous management. And then finally, Direct Flash is our direct integration between our Purity software and our hardware to allow the software to talk directly to Flash within our systems. Pure has been proud to lead the all-flash array industry since our inception, and since the inception of the Gartner Magic Quadrant, we've been placed in the upper right-hand leaders quadrant, and continue to showcase broad leadership in the market. And probably the one metric we're most proud of at Pure is our overall customer satisfaction. And so Satmetrics, who's the leader in Net Promoter, does an annual survey of Pure customers, and we've been found to have one of the highest NPS scores in the industry, literally the top 1% of all B2B companies in terms of customer satisfaction. So just to summarize, at Pure, our data platform is designed to help you put your data to work to drive innovation. And when we think about that, there's really three outcomes this can bring your business. The first is speed. We want to help you basically be fast everywhere. In this modern digital environment, there aren't applications you deliver anymore that can be slowed down to the latency of disk. And so our cost-effective all-flash solutions through our data platform help you bring the power of flash to every application. The second is to gain intelligence from data at scale. We want to help you basically analyze your data in a very broad sense and not have to worry about slow batch analytics anymore. And so moving flash to analytics at large scale, and particularly analyzing it in real time, helps you take data insights to the next level. And then finally, agility, giving you the power to be able to embrace the public cloud, run your own cloud on-prem, but have extensions to the public cloud and provide a bridge between these worlds is a key feature of a modern data platform. All right, so that's a brief introduction to Cloudera Flash. Our belief is that an end-to-end all-flash data platform is key to powering what your application developers need for the next generation of web-scale applications. Thank you very much.
Great presentation, Matt. Matt, are you there for some Q&A?
I am. Thank you very much.
Excellent, excellent. So while we do the Q&A, I'm going to go ahead and pop up a poll question for the audience and just leave that on the screen. That is an easy question. How many people work at your IT department in the operations group? So Matt, related to Pure Storage, one of the questions that came in here from the audience was about orchestration. Dennis, he was asking, how can Pure Storage, cloud solutions be tied into an orchestration tool? Can I somehow orchestrate bringing up infrastructure and servers and storage all at the same time?
Yeah, I think one of the most exciting things over the last couple of years is to see how broadly people have embraced orchestration tools. And, this really started with some of the larger cloud providers, but we're seeing it across a wide range of customers that run private clouds as well as more of the public cloud providers. So, at Pure, from day one, we've taken a philosophy of API first, and, the REST interface to our arrays is kind of the core way to manage the arrays. And on top of REST, our CLI and our GUI actually speak through the REST API. So it's kind of a first-class citizen within our management strategy. And so, the baseline thing to do if you want to orchestrate our array, it's super simple. You just kind of tie in the REST API with your orchestration framework, and you're up and going. We've also created a bunch of different libraries for different automation toolkits that are out there. And probably the one that gets the most widespread use is VMware's vRealize suite. And particularly within our VMware-centric customers who use VMware as the core of their cloud, vRealize has really seen a lot of adoption over the last couple of years. And we provide a toolkit that basically makes automation within vRealize quite easy. And that helps with both automation and monitoring.
Excellent, excellent. So lots of different ways to perform orchestration and automation with Pure. Another question here came in from Krishnan. They're asking about what about security for the data? What sort of security features do you have for data at rest or as it moves to the cloud?
Yeah, absolutely. So, one of our beliefs is that in this day and age, all data at rest should really be encrypted. And so from day one at Pure, we've always built encryption right into to our products. And so, both FlashArray and FlashBlade, encrypt data at rest. And we leverage our own software encryption to do that. And that allows you to be somewhat or completely independent of what a given SSD or flash module might provide. So if you look at some of our storage competitors, they just rely on encryption that happens within an SSD module. But the problem with that is that as that changes over time, that doesn't allow you to have the ultimate flexibility in different types of flash usage. So we went down the software encryption route. And one of the other folks here at Pure, by the way, alerted me that I should also mention automation through our PowerShell toolkit. If you look at how probably the broadest ecosystem of folks drive automation, PowerShell is key, especially in Windows environments. So we also have a pretty wide range of libraries to help automate the array through PowerShell.
Okay, excellent. And then about, you talked about Pure Storage and cloud infrastructures. Someone here is asking about, latency concerns with that. Can you kind of tell us how Pure Storage relates to the public cloud?
At the end of the day, I'm not sure I completely grokked the question, but if you look at one of the reasons why people tend to build their on-prem clouds as well as leveraging public cloud is that building your own on-prem cloud environment allows you to deliver higher performance levels, lower latency, and actually at a better cost profile than the public cloud. So I think, if you look a couple of years ago, there was this almost panaceic view that going to the public cloud was this way to save money. And I think most customers that have gotten into the journey have now realized that the public cloud has many advantages in terms of agility and a great playground to be able to spin up things that you may not want to commit to and try things out. But once you are ready to run things permanently, you can do so at a cost profile, a performance profile, and a reliability profile much, much higher in your own owned infrastructure than the public cloud. And so, our goal at Pure is to enable people to cost effectively run their own private cloud infrastructure on all flash, and to do so at very attractive performance and cost points.
Excellent, excellent. Another question here, Sean is asking about, is there any sort of native Veeam backup integration?
Yeah, Veeam was actually a sponsor of our Pure Accelerate show last week, and one of the things we announced at that show was the planned integration between Veeam and Pure Storage in the next major release of Veeam. So, definitely if you're a Veeam customer, feel free to reach out to your Veeam counterparts and ask them about specific timelines. But, Veeam's a great partner of Pure and one that we're excited to support.
Excellent, excellent. And then another question here, they're asking about, kind of what's the entry point for getting started with Pure and with flash storage in general? I'm sure a lot of smaller businesses, they're kind of concerned with the cost of flash, like can they afford it?
Yeah. I think one of the things that's been exciting to us is to actually see how how wide-ranging customer sizes are that are able to take advantage of flash. And counterintuitively, we've actually seen more of our mid-market, small to medium enterprise type customers be most aggressive in moving to all-flash data centers. And the reason for that, I think, is fairly simple. If you're a customer that maybe only has one or two arrays, you can easily move to all-flash, and not only do you get this amazing performance benefit, but that tends to be an IT environment where there's only a few admins, and they don't want to spend their time managing storage. And so the move to flash not only helps basically improve performance, but it really makes the environment simpler. And so if you look at our solutions, our flash array solution, for example, the entry-level version of that is called the FlashArray M10, and that starts well under $100,000, and then that solution, because of our evergreen architecture, can scale up to very large deployments. And so we see a lot of our customers start very small and then scale up from there.
Okay. And then what about using, they're asking here, what are the advantages of using flash for, say, a private cloud deployment over a traditional spinning disk storage?
Yeah, I think there's a couple. First, if you look at the whole mindset of cloud, it's one of multi-workload consolidation on shared infrastructure. And so, this was one of the big changes in architecture that helped flash really rise. When you consolidate applications, you have a lot of random I/O, and flash is kind of the perfect storage medium to be able to handle that. I think the other thing that's important about a cloud infrastructure is that, part of the whole design is that you no longer are in the world where you can design storage for every individual application. And so, as a cloud architect, you just have to design a set of storage services that can work with a wide range of applications, no matter what your customers or tenants decide to do or whatever your developers decide to do tomorrow. And so, deploying your cloud on flash really protects you and prepares you for a wide range of use cases and whatever the tenants might do. And I'd also highlight, I think one of the things that really helped make flash, kind of break in to the cloud environment was work Pure did to really pioneer the idea of data reduction with flash, and being able to bring inline data reduction, deduplication, and compression helped really drive down the cost of flash to the point where it could be very widespread in its adoption in cloud environments.
Awesome. Well, Matt, I think that's all the time we have for questions, but thanks so much for your presentation, and thanks for being on the ATM Enterprise Summit today.
Thank you all. We enjoyed it.
Awesome. For more information from Pure Storage, check out the resource there on your console. It's an IDC report about primary flash moving to next generation architectures. And with that, hopefully everyone has answered the poll question that's currently on your screen. I'm going to share the results. And as you can see, there's roughly 29% out there who are small shops. And moving on up, there's 14% who are 11 to 25 people in their IT group, and 8% have more than 500 people in their IT operations group. So a wide range of companies on the ATM Enterprise Summit today. And with that, we're on to our next presenter, and I'm excited to introduce Mr. Jeff Reddy. He is the CEO and founder of Scale Computing. Are you there, Jeff?
I am, yep.
Awesome. Thanks for being on. Take it away.
All right, excellent. Thanks everybody for joining us today. I'm going to take you through a little bit about scale computing. We are in the world of hyperconvergence, specifically, as you can see on the screen here, as an alternative to VMware. So everything I'm going to show you today, and I will do a little demo, you'll see it is a hyperconverged infrastructure. It's really designed to be a platform to run your applications, so the server, the storage, and the virtualization technology is all built in, as well as the backup, the DR, the high availability. All these sorts of things are built into the architecture. So just to give you some foreshadowing of what I'm going to talk about very briefly, what scale. The majority of what we'll do is I'll show you the product demo, take you through a couple of example customer use cases, talk very briefly about technology and architecture, and then share with you some of the pricing. So Scale is a company I founded about 9 years ago, actually. We launched our hyperconverged product called HC3 in late 2012. Today we've shipped over 6,000 systems worldwide to companies small and large. So some of you that may have heard of Scale in the past may know that we started with a focus on mid-market type deployments since then, and we still do a lot of those, but we also have extended into over 50 publicly traded companies and enterprises all around the world. So we've won lots of awards and things, but hopefully mostly you like what you see here. So I'm going to jump into the demo, and these are just some of the things I think to look for. So the simplicity is a major reason why people adopt hyperconvergence generally and Scale specifically. You'll see me demonstrate the high availability in the DR. I'll talk a bit about performance in the architecture side, especially as it relates to the next gen of storage hardware like NVMe and 3D XPoint and so forth. And I'll touch a bit on the hybrid cloud. So I'm going to share my screen. This will take just a second. And here it's coming up. Okay. There we go. So my screen should be showing right now. What you're looking at here is the Scale UI. So this is my demo cluster in our headquarters here, Indianapolis office. The first thing I will point out is that the Scale environment is designed to look and feel like a single server. That's kind of the paradigm that I founded the company around. So across the top on my little demo cluster, you see I've got 36 cores, 377 gig of RAM, 13 terabytes of storage. That's the cluster as a whole. So it doesn't matter whether I have a single node system or whether I have 5 nodes or 8 nodes or whatever. You just continue to add nodes. If I need more RAM, I could add a new node into the cluster. It would automatically join the cluster, and you would see these little gas gauges move up and down depending on the resources I've got available. The squares you see here look like post-it notes or the actual applications that are running. So what I'm going to do very quickly is step through the process of deploying a new workload. We're going to set up disaster recovery live. I'll show you how the failover works. And then I'll talk a little bit about some of the data tiering and architecture stuff. So I'll just hit the plus button here, and we'll call this ATM demo. Anything that will run in on the back end, we're using KVM as the hypervisor. Of course, all the control management that you see is in the Scale UI. So I'm going to deploy a Windows server, and anything that will run under KVM will work here. So we'll add a couple of virtual disks and hit the create button, and that's all it takes. So you see that VM starting up here. As soon as that's ready to go, I will power it on. What's going to happen is the system will load balance. So at the top, I'm actually looking, this is a 3-node cluster, and this is the RAM view of that cluster. So if you were looking very closely, you saw this workload just popped up on the 3rd VM in the cluster. And if I open the console, you'll see it is the exciting world of installing Windows. Now, normally you would just clone off of a master image and so forth. Wouldn't have to go through some of the steps I did there. But just to show you that this is actually live and working. So from the instant that VM is created, it's already highly available, meaning that if something were to happen, I said it physically spun up on the third node in the cluster, but every block of data that exists in a scale system, both the VMs themselves as well as the underlying storage exist in at least one other location within the cluster. Meaning that if something were to happen in this node, let's say somebody accidentally turned it off at a bad time, everything would fail over to the other nodes in the cluster, and you would continue to be up and running. We use the same technology for that failover to handle live rolling updates. So if I had an update to the system to apply, I would not need to take a maintenance window. If the system had to reboot in order to apply an update, maybe it was an underlying kernel patch or something like that, the system would automatically live migrate the workloads from the system it was on, upgrade that system, and move them back and continue throughout the day. So it's extraordinarily easy to do. Let me show you here the process of deploying DR. So for this VM, you see there's a button there that says Set Up Replication. When I click that, I get a simple drop-down box of any other cluster which I currently have access to. So let's say that this was, the Indianapolis office. I had, maybe a small remote office. I had another primary office. So I'm going to pick that one and hit Replicate. And that's all it really takes. So what's going to happen now is it takes a snapshot of that local VM, compresses it, and is going to send that over the WAN to the remote site. Then on whatever schedule I have selected, it will continue to take snapshots, calculate differentials, and send those over to that remote location. So if I bring up that remote cluster here, you'll see here is the container right now for the workload, which I just set up DR for. And if I click this, you'll see that it's currently replicating. Now it'll take just a few minutes for that to complete, but just to illustrate what would happen in the event of an actual disaster. So let's say that the Indianapolis office went away, something happened and I had to fail over. So here's one that I set up earlier. So I simply hit the clone button. I could clone off of any snapshot. Choosing the button I did there will give me the most recent snapshot. But for example, if you got hit with ransomware, you would probably not want the most recent snapshot, something further back. So you can see it created that clone. I would spin that up, point my DNS over to it, and I'm back up and running. Now, one of the key elements of the way that we do disaster recovery is handling the very real-world scenario of failing back. So the way that we do that is, let's say the India office came back online. I would then come in here and say, okay, let's send this VM back to the Indianapolis office, which is that one right there. Hit replicate. What it will do, it's going to check the India office, which is now alive again, find the snapshot that most closely matches this data set and only calculate the differentials and send those over. Meaning if I were offline for 45 minutes, I would only have 45 minutes worth of data changes to send back to the office. And everything will continue to run in the meantime, not until everything is synced up that we fail the DNS back over to that Indianapolis office. So again, extraordinarily easy to do all this, and you can see there things are still up and running here. So one of the things I'd also like to show you is the way that we do data tiering. So this particular cluster is a mix of spinning disks and SSDs. We do support all flash. We also support all spinning disk, and I'll talk a little bit about some of the use cases there. But in this case, it's a pretty typical deployment, which is a hybrid between SAS and SSD. One of the things about scale is that when we're using SSD, we don't just use that as a caching mechanism. We treat it as a full tier of storage. So what I've brought up here for this particular, let me back up and show that again. So here is one of the virtual disks, which I created when I deployed, actually use the one that's live, when I deployed this workload. So I'm going to hit edit, and it gives me a slider bar, and that slider bar has a number of settings, and this is setting, as you can see, the relative flash priority. So what it's asking me to do here is say, okay, for this particular virtual disk, how important is it relative to my other virtual disks? The way that the system works is that we are tracking all of the block of data access patterns for every block of data in the cluster. And we will take the hot blocks and we will elevate those to the fastest tier of storage, in this case SSD, and we will take cold blocks that are sitting on SSD and destage those down to the slower tiers of storage, in this case the spinning disk. And that happens live in real time. Normally, I would not have to change any of these settings because the system will naturally figure out, here are the hot blocks, move those to flash. In practice, we find that most workloads, about 8 to 10% of the data represents 99% of the I/O, meaning that if you have a cluster with, say, 10 or 15% flash, you will get all flash performance out of that cluster. That said, of course, your mileage may vary, but I can simply set this to say, okay, this workload needs more access to the flash. I can change that in real time while the workload is running, and I should be able to watch the IOPS increase, and if I'm now giving it more flash priority. But there are two special settings. So you can set this from 1 to 10, and we are IT geeks at heart, so we have things like hyperspeed and ludicrous speed here. But there's two special settings. One special setting is what we call turn it to 11, Spinal Tap reference for those of you keeping track. Turn it to 11 means go all flash all the time. Is this setting 0, which means skip the flash tier entirely. So let's say that this were again, I had a database that was maybe front-ending MRI images at a hospital, and I'm not going to get any real benefit reading large sequential files from flash, especially if I'm only storing part of the data on flash. And so in that case, let's go straight to spinning disk and not suck up a whole bunch of that flash tier with the data that won't do us any good there. So you can change this again on the fly, extremely easy to do. All of the data all the storage rather, is pooled together. So if I needed more flash in my cluster, I could do, one of a couple things. I could remove traditional spinning media and add SSDs. That's fine. I could add a node that had all flash or a lot of flash in it, and that would be pooled together with everything else. Or if I just needed bulk storage, I could do the opposite and add nodes that had just storage. One of the other things I'll show you here on this cluster, you'll note that this node here shows that it has no VMs running on it. That's because this is a storage-only node. So I have two nodes here capable of running VMs. But I have one node here which is just housing additional storage. So with the scale system, you can scale your storage independent of your compute. It's one of the knocks that I've heard against hyperconvergence. We don't have that problem, so you can mix and match to your heart's content. So very simple. Another thing that we can do is you can do single node systems. So this Robo cluster is a single node solution. Happens to be running all spinning disk and SATA in this case. So we do see a lot of our customers in the enterprise space that have remote offices, or maybe they're just running file and print services, or in retail environments. You won't get the high availability of having mirrored within a cluster, but you do get the UI. You can avoid paying VMware tax for running your workloads, and all this can be managed very easily and remotely. So let me jump back over to our slides. Stop the screen share there. Okay, so we'll talk a little bit about some of the real-world use cases as soon as this continues. There we go. All right, and here we go. So very quickly, here's just 3 example customer use cases, and I won't spend a whole lot of time talking through each one, but let me just pick the one in the middle, Unity Point Health. So Unity Point Health is the 9th largest healthcare network in the United States. And what's interesting about healthcare network when you think about it is that you have large university hospitals. In this case, they have 18 of those. Those tend to work a lot like traditional enterprises. They are often connected into regional community type hospitals, which look a lot like mid-sized companies. And then surrounding those hospitals are clinics and labs and physicians groups and so forth, which look a lot like SMB type accounts, even though it's all being managed within one large environment. So in this case, We've deployed large clusters at the university hospitals, smaller clusters at the community hospitals, and oftentimes at the clinics and physicians groups where they have no IT people at all on site. We're deploying single node or just 3-node systems and having all of that interoperate together. So again, lots of flexibility there. As an example here, Farm Bureau Insurance, one of our customers, and this sort of somewhat ugly slide is some data that they sent us. But the point is, in comparison to their VMware environment, they estimate their savings to be about 56% over 3 years by switching to Scale. And this is pretty typical. In fact, here's a customer that's been with us for more than 3 years, Safran Aerospace. Safran is a 65,000 person defense contractor based in Paris, one of the largest companies in the world. They have moved, are moving a large tranches of their VMware environment over to Scale. The first was a group called Goodrich Engineering, that some of you may be familiar with, was a U.S. company for a long time before acquired by Safran. In their case, as you can see, they went from full-time staff managing the infrastructure to less than 15 minutes a day, and their cost savings, again, was right in that mid-50 to 60% range in terms of this is their actual savings versus the 3 years prior to running Scale. Another thing I will briefly talk about, because we don't have a whole lot of time, is NVMe. So if you are familiar with hyperconvergence, you'll often see hyperconverged solutions using what's called a VSA or virtual SAN appliance. Basically, instead of a physical SAN with a physical controller card, vendors emulate that controller card as a VM, which can take up a lot of resources. In the Scale environment, there is no VSA, there is no emulation of a SAN. What we have on the back end is a software-defined storage technology that exists outside of the hypervisor. That's extremely important as we start looking at this next generation of storage technology. Like NVMe, which is a controllerless architecture, meaning the CPU can talk directly to the storage. As you can see here on this screenshot of my NVMe cluster, I've got a system right now with pushing, and this is actually just a 2-node cluster with 4 NVMe drives front-ending a series of SSDs. And I'm doing 1.1 million IOPS with just 111 microseconds of latency, so a tenth of a millisecond of latency. And by eliminating a VM in the data path, by eliminating intermediary file systems, we're able to attain this extreme high level of performance. And that's something that's unattainable by other architectures. In fact, you can see I grabbed a couple other screens of these gauges. In many cases, we're doing less than 100 microseconds of latency, and that is latency delivered to the application as measured inside the guest. You do not need, with the Scale system, to configure your applications to take advantage of any of this. We can simply migrate your workloads from VMware or from a physical environment into Scale. They don't need to be NVMe aware. They simply will get the benefit of NVMe right there. So last thing, why Scale? As I mentioned, no VMware expenses. You'll save a ton of money there. The HA is built in, the DR is built in, dedupe and compression. Hybrid cloud is built in as well, so whether a public cloud or a private cloud, we're actually able to have a virtual instance running on those cloud environments that will connect into your existing cluster with a local LAN IP address such that the resources of that cloud provider will show up as part of your cluster like a local on-site environment. Rolling upgrades, industry-leading support. You can see some logos and things there. Sumitomo, one of the largest companies in the world. Orange County, California, Auburn University, et cetera. So we have lots of customers deploying lots and lots of different workloads. And I'm certain for those of you listening in, if you're interested, we can put you in touch with customers running nearly identical environments to what you have. To talk about pricing, I'm going to take you through 2 quick slides, and then we'll open it up for questions. The thing about scale, again, is you can start with a single node, and you can mix and match. So what you're looking at here on the screen is per node pricing. So for example, that Robo cluster which I showed you was a single node 1100. That's about $7,800, and that's all in. So when you look at this price, that is the hardware, the software, the licensing, and the first year of support services and upgrades, all included. After year 1, it's 12% a year after that. If you needed a 3-node cluster, you would just multiply by 3 or add different models. So there's 2 models there, and we scale up so you can go all the way to the HC 5150s, for example, which can hold a lot more storage and a lot more compute power. So again, just an example 1, HC 1100, $7,800, great for those remote sites, retail environments, etc. If you went big on the 5150s, you could put a whole bunch of those together and obviously build something that were, hundreds, 500-600 terabytes pretty easily with a system like that at, just over 31K a piece. So with that, let me open it up for questions, and happy to address.
Yeah, great presentation there, Jeff. We do have a lot of questions for you from the audience. While we bring up those questions, I'm going to go ahead and pop up our next poll question on the screen and just leave that up there. So first question from the audience. Stephen is asking, you mentioned high availability. What other sort of availability options do you offer? Does it do any sort of fault tolerance or server mirroring capability?
Yeah, so the system itself is not fault tolerant, and that this is not the nodes aren't necessarily in sync. Like I said, there's at least one mirrored copy of the data within the cluster, and that mirrored copy is live. So it's active, and you can do more. You could do 3-way mirroring, 4-way mirroring, etc. As far as how we would recommend things to be set up, if you were running an application which the application itself also supported HA, so a lot of Windows apps, for example, you can run multiple VMs. We can easily pin those VMs to different physical nodes in the cluster, so you would have that software layer of HA as well. So we're providing HA on the hardware side. The software can provide it on the application side as well.
Excellent, excellent. Mike out there says turn it to 11. That's one piece of feedback you got.
Good.
Another question here is Rob is asking, do you have migration tools available, or what do you recommend for migrating from Hyper-V to scale computing?
Yeah, so we have tools which we can provide, and as an aside, the same tools that we give you to migrate to scale also work to move from scale to another environment. So we don't lock you down only to ingest into scale and never to get back out should you choose. But we've got those tools. We can also provide that as a service, which we often do. As you might imagine, in most cases, our customers are moving from either VMware or Hyper-V onto scale. So we can show you how to do it. We can do it for you. We've got lots of different options there.
Excellent. Excellent. David is asking, do I need a separate backup solution, or what do you recommend for backup and recovery with scale computing?
No, you certainly can, and we have a lot of customers that love their existing backup, and they can continue to use that. One of the things about the way that we do snapshots is that you can mount those snapshots. You can do file-level recovery from those snapshots. They don't really work like VMware snapshots at all. And in fact, I sometimes hesitate to even call them snapshots because that conjures up a certain type of technology, which these are not. So you can use those snaps as actual backups. You can clone from any snap and mount those things and so forth and spin those up. In addition, we do see a lot of customers that will deploy, for example, a large single node system alongside their cluster and use that single node system or a smaller cluster with big fat disks as a local backup target. So you've got that as well. And then we have, tons of customers running anything from, Commvault to Barracuda to Acronis to all the different backup, stuff that's out there.
Okay, cool. Someone here is asking, what are the scalability limits? How high does scale computing scale up to?
So, again, you can push this to, in a single cluster, close to 700 terabytes of storage in one cluster, but I didn't show here, but there's also a separate UI for managing basically clusters of clusters. So, at the extreme example, of customers that are running, thousands of clusters and thousands of nodes all together. So there's really no limit in that way. We will often help our customers architect what the best system is, because in some cases you may want lots of smaller nodes. In most cases, you're better off having a smaller number of nodes but using the bigger ones. But again, there's a ton of flexibility here, and we'd be happy to help you guys, think through that.
Excellent. Another question here is about, is there a common management interface for all the scale computing instances across multiple sites, or how does that work?
Yeah, so I touched on that a little bit, that if you had lots of sites, you could centrally manage all of those things. What I was showing you here was just sort of a one-site management console. If I were a smaller environment and only managing, one or maybe half a dozen locations, it's as easy as just having 6, tabs in your browser and managing them that way. Certainly that won't work if I've got 300 locations, right? So there's a separate UI which you access, still web-based, to see what's going on with all those different locations, see centralized alerting, if there are any issues, all that sort of stuff is again built in. Okay.
Can you do application level snapshots like on Exchange or SQL servers?
Yes. Yep, we can.
Excellent. And what do you see as the starting point or entry point for hyperconvergence for most of your companies who make the jump to scale?
Yeah, so this is, and I think, because our roots are more, we did start with just the smaller nodes and dealing with more mid-sized companies. Our primary use case, has been server virtualization. So I know that, and we certainly have a lot of customers that do run virtual desktops on scale. But for us, 90% of my customers are using us as server virtualization first, and maybe half of those are also doing desktops on us. So we can, however, run right alongside an existing environment, whether that's VMware or otherwise. If you have a traditional SAN or NAS system, you can still connect into those things just like you always did, and the applications can still access it. So I would love for everyone on the phone to after the webinar today to quickly switch their entire environment to scale. That'd be fantastic, and I'll throw you all a party for that. But I recognize that in most cases, people will deploy us as maybe a point solution, maybe sweeping up a few applications that for one reason or another were orphaned from the other environment, or oftentimes in remote office, branch office environments where there's not great IT resources on site, as in the kind of the healthcare example I gave you, and so forth. So it's over time we would love to take over more of the workloads, but usually we run alongside VMware Hyper-V for a while. Sometimes folks will run us at the DR site and VMware at primary, or vice versa. We have tools to do replication between those types of disparate environments. So there's lots of different ways to get started. Sometimes we start just as test dev, right? It's so easy to spin VMs up, as I showed you, that it's a good environment for developers as well.
All right. Excellent. I think that's all the time we have for the live Q&A. There's a number of questions for you there still in the queue if you don't mind checking those out. Thanks for being on the summit today.
Absolutely, and I'll jump in there and get at some of those other questions. Thank you very much for having us.
Awesome. Thanks very much, Jeff, and thanks Scale Computing for being on. For more information about Scale Computing, check out the resource there in your console, How HC3 Lowers the Total Cost of Infrastructure. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and share the results of this poll. And the question was, how many people work at your company? If we scroll down, there's 19% who have more than 10,000 employees, 18% who have between 100 and 500 employees. So real good range of folks on the event today. And now it's time to announce our prizes. And I apologize for not announcing the first prize winner. We did post that in the Q&A as well as on Twitter. But just to clarify, the first prize winner of an Amazon $500 gift card was Jim Palumbo from Virginia. Congratulations, Jim. The winner of our second gift card is Grant Garber from Ohio. Congratulations to Grant. Thanks for joining us today. And then our first grand prize. So this is for one of the Microsoft Surface laptops. These are totally awesome, very cool, very valuable. That's going to Jeff Lykos from California. Congratulations to Jeff. And best of luck to everyone else. We have tons of more prizes to give away on the event today. And at this point, it is time for our 5-minute break for everyone to go take a restroom break, get a cup of coffee, whatever you need. We are going to break now for 5 minutes. You'll just hear silence, and you'll see this slide that's on your screen right now. But make sure you come back because we got a lot more great presentations, a lot more prizes to give away as well. All right, we are back. The ATM Enterprise Summit is kicking off once again. Break time is over, and it's time for our next presenter on today's Enterprise Summit. Here we go with Tintri.
Up next on the Enterprise IT Virtual Summit, Chuck Dubuque, Vice President of Products and Solutions at Tintri.
Okay, thank you everybody for joining us today. My name is Chuck Dubuque. I'm Vice President of Products and Solutions at Tintri. And today I'm going to talk to you about how to crush 3 obstacles to enterprise cloud. Now, one of the things we talk about at Tintri, we're an enterprise storage company. We're focused on providing storage solutions for highly virtualized and cloud organizations. And one of the things we really excel at is providing that same kind of agility that customers get inside of a public cloud like AWS or Azure, but doing it on premises within your data center. And there's a lot of reasons that organizations might be looking at that. A lot of companies, from the CEO to the CIO, have stated publicly that they want to have or already do have a cloud-first strategy. And again, when you think cloud, you're thinking about most of the values of public cloud. But there's still a growing and increasingly important place for on-premises infrastructure as well. You know, certainly traditional IT is where most enterprises start. This is your data center that's on premises. Sometimes it's also hosted off-prem, but most of the control lies with your core IT organization. And if you're looking at the benefits and disadvantages of this, you'll obviously first, talk about on-premises control. So having control from end to end over the user experience, the application experience is a key advantage to having your infrastructure on site. But there's a lot of disadvantages too. It's, again, your data center might be one rack or several racks, but you have some limits in terms of how much you can scale. Typically, you're being run from a central core IT organization that can be very siloed or separate from the application owners. It can be manual, and a lot of that translates into a high expense from an operational standpoint. So public cloud, which we're already well into the second decade of public cloud, if you think of AWS having started in 2016, grew up to address some of these issues. And with public cloud, you get great scale and agility. So you have the ability to very quickly light up 100, 1,000 new virtual machines or applications. But there are disadvantages to public cloud as well. The cost can be unpredictable, especially if you're doing a lift and shift where you take a traditional IT application and move it into public cloud, you get charged for everything in public cloud, including some things that in traditional IT you don't think about, like network bandwidth between or within your data center. Applications may need to be rewritten to behave well in public cloud because it's a very different type of environment that doesn't necessarily guarantee 5 or 6 nines of availability like the expectation is on the traditional side. You have the potential of lock-in. Once you move things into cloud, it's very difficult to move them back again. And as we've seen over the last few months with outages in AWS, Azure, and Google, public cloud is not immune to outages. So ultimately, what you want is the best of both worlds. And this is what we call enterprise cloud. Traditionally, it's on premises, but it can also be with a cloud service provider. And it promises to give you the on-premises control that you like from your traditional IT with the scale, agility, and economics of public cloud with that significant cost reduction. Now, just as these are sort of goals of going to enterprise cloud, these can also be obstacles. So we're going to look at these 3 things that organizations are trying to get from their enterprise cloud and really talk about the impediments and how you can address those specifically with Tintri. So the first obstacle is control. How do you get that level of control in your organization that you have with a traditional core IT governed traditional infrastructure, but do it in a more user-friendly cloud environment? So one of the keys is to be able to have most of the, say, day-to-day administration and management happen more or less autonomously. The fewer things you have to worry about, the more simple and straightforward it is to control by policy and by automation the things that are very important that you need to have control over. So one of the benefits that Tintri offers to virtualized and cloud environments is that we reduce 90% or more of the day-to-day storage administration or the storage headaches that are typically experienced by the storage team in a traditional IT environment. We do that because we do things at the right level of abstraction. Our storage, instead of thinking about things like LUNs and volumes and other things that'll make your head hurt, we do everything at the VM level, at the container level, natively and without any manual intervention required. So we can guarantee performance of every single virtualization and cloud workload in your environment without you having to think about it or to staff it or to have policies and procedures and manual tasks to keep everything humming and going very well. We do that because we can have automatic and policy-based quality of service. So quality of service, or QoS, is a huge thing in the storage world. And it's very tricky to do because, again, the dials you can turn in storage have everything to do with LUNs and volumes when what you care about is the applications. So having a system that takes care of a whole bunch of things so you don't have to control them, you don't have to think about them, is one big part of it. So think about 90% of the tasks eliminated so you can concentrate on controlling a much smaller set of things. And how do you do that? You do that through automation and through tools that you build or you get from folks like VMware or from OpenStack. But having the automation at the right level of abstraction is another key. So think about a simple application and you want to make sure that it's protected. So you want to replicate it to a second data center. Now, on the right-hand side here, this is almost too simple flowchart of what you would traditionally have to do in a storage environment to protect a single virtual machine. There's a lot of things to think about because you're translating between the application that you care about and what LUN or volume it's in. And all of this is very fragile, it's difficult to maintain and to scale. So with Tintri, everything that we do, again, is at that VM or container level, so that if you want to protect a single application or VM, it's very simple. Set the policy is implemented, and you're done. So again, it's not enough to just be able to control. It's to reduce the number of things you have to think about so that control and maintaining that kind of governance that you have on premises becomes very easy and straightforward. So that's obstacle number one, and I think we crushed it. Obstacle number two is scale. So think about the scale of Amazon or the scale of Azure or Google. They're huge. They have multiple data centers around the country. And so you can be very assured that when you swipe your credit card and order 100, or 1,000 new databases, that you'll get them instantaneously. But you are trying to build a cloud on premises in your enterprise. So how do you manage or maintain that ability to scale when you only have a single data center or a rack, and it takes you a couple of weeks to order something and get it installed and online? So part of it is having a storage platform that can scale. Now, compute scales really well today with folks like VMware and Hyper-V from Microsoft, OpenStack with KVM. Compute largely scales very well. And we took from compute the way that they scale, which is to simply add a new node of resources, add it to a pool, and then let the pool and the software balance itself. And that's how our storage scale out works. So if you're getting to the end of the space that's available in your existing Tintries, you can simply buy a new one. It doesn't have to match what's already there. It could be an all-flash when you're moving from hybrid. It could be a new model that you're adding to a pool of existing. Simply slide it in, add it to the pool, and now your users have more capacity, more performance, and you haven't had to re-architect your entire data center. The second thing is to be able to predict the future. So obviously you're limited to what you can fit in your data center. If today somebody swiped into your self-service portal and wanted to order 10,000 databases, you might be hard-pressed to deliver that today. But you're getting a lot of data from Tintry because we're looking at all of your VMs. We can look at what's happening organically in your environment. So simply being able to look 18 months into the future based on your current usage, that's a great way to get ahead of demand and to purchase and architect well in advance of when you'll need it. So organic storage predictions, part of our analytics platform, that's a way you can effectively scale, and your users will never know that you're producing it just in time or 3 months ahead of demand. It looks to them like they can always depend on your cloud to deliver the resources that they need. We can also help you profile your applications so that you know what a typical VDI looks like, or a typical developer workstation looks like, or a typical continuous integration environment looks like. So you fully understand not just how much space they take up, but how much performance they need, so that you can actually do some what-if simulations. So organic growth is great, but maybe you know that you have a big project coming up, or you're trying to add a new office where you're going to have 400 more developers. We'll allow you to add that onto your organic storage predictions and to do a simulation. Can you do that with the existing storage you have today? And if not, what else do you need to install in order to meet those demands? And then finally, you can look at all of these things over time so that you can get a real good sense of what you're using from a storage point of view. And Tintry also connects to your compute environments. So we're working on ways to not only tell you how much storage you may need, but how many more blade servers you'll need to add to your compute environment to maintain service and to meet your organic and your project-based solutions. So being able to scale to meet the needs of your environment and your users, that's another obstacle that you can crush with the Tintry storage platform. And even as you're going at this scale, it's really important to maintain that control, that governance, to guarantee all that performance that we talked about in the first obstacle. So across hundreds of thousands of virtual machines, some of which are very long-lived, some of which may be very ephemeral, you can maintain a visibility that's unmatched in the industry with our real-time analytics. So if a particular virtual machine is not meeting its SLA, you'll get notified. You can immediately see where the latency is coming from. Is it coming from the hypervisor or from the storage network or from the storage itself? Maybe it's you've set a more aggressive SLA on that particular virtual machine or application, and you need to dial it down a bit. But you get to root cause very, very quickly across tens, hundreds of thousands of virtual machines. And being able to do that all with policies at the VM level or group of VM level means, again, you can guarantee performance for all of the teams that are using your cloud. You can allow them to select the level of service that they want as simply as setting a policy and forgetting it. So it's important that as you scale, that you have these services that scale with you. So obstacle number 2, crushed. And finally, we have the obstacle of cost. And cost is a dual-edged sword. It's both the cost of the hardware and the cost of running and maintaining it. And when we've talked to our enterprise-sized organizations that are customers, for certain workloads, public cloud can be less costly. And at certain scales, if you're paying Amazon or Microsoft's marginal cost for one more virtual machine, plus a little bit of profit for them, and if you have a small environment or a small project, public cloud can be a great place to start. But we hear from a lot of customers who say, well, we started pretty small and then it got big and the bill got big and it's cheaper to build it on premises. But we're concerned about this overall, bringing this back on premises. We have to keep control of cost, both the hardware and the operational expense. So if we look back at the 2 obstacles that we previously crushed, you can see a couple of things coming into play. First, that autonomous operation, the fact that we take care of 90% or more of the management burden of storage, means that you can slim down the operational expense. You don't need to add more headcount to your admins just because you've added more storage. And what we find is that typically when Tintri comes into a cloud environment, the storage specialists can become cloud generalists, and they don't need to add one full-time headcount for every 100 terabytes of storage like they had to in the past. They can continue to grow their environment and do it with practically the same team, spending a lot less time on the storage piece. Analytics, helping you get to root cause. We've heard a lot from our customers about how this reduces the finger pointing and those big meetings where everybody says it's not me, but nobody knows where the problem is, and it takes days or weeks to solve the problem. Having the analytics end-to-end helps reduce that burden as well, especially important in a cloud environment where you may not have the time to have a problem go on for hours or days. And then that automation that really helps you to take repeatable tasks and make them into a service. So again, your admins don't have to spend all of that time doing things manually. And that enables you to make your users happy. So give them direct access to your cloud. They have full control, but you have the governance, the analytics, the automation in place so that that's not a scary thought, as many people in a traditional IT environment would think about giving their end users direct access to vSphere's vCenter. When you've architected an enterprise cloud built on Tintri, you can be assured that no matter how many VMs or applications are spun up, your users will be happy. And we validated this with real Tintri customers in real environments. So we engaged the services of ESG, which is an analyst firm, to talk to folks who have built their clouds based on Tintri. And yes, our hardware is next generation all flash and hybrid flash. You'll see the same kinds of CapEx benefits you do compared to one of the big names that are out there. But more importantly is the savings on the operational side. And those savings really help you to justify the move to an enterprise cloud based on Tintri because you can guarantee performance and lower the operational burden of the cost. And there's plenty of information about this on our website. But you can see here, maybe the average terabytes per full-time administrator industry-wide is about 300 terabytes. In this example, Tintri's coming out at about twice that. So having the ability to run a lot more storage for a lot more applications without having to add a lot more administrators. And again, as I mentioned before, they don't have to be storage experts. They can be cloud generalists to do other things in your organization as well. So a big economic benefit, I think we can call that obstacle crushed there as well. So Tintri Enterprise Cloud, based on an architecture that we call Tintri Connect. It's really designed at the right level of abstraction for enterprise cloud, the level of the virtual machine or the container. And we have robust APIs. We have our own toolkit, but we also plug into things like vRealize Orchestrator into OpenStack, into Microsoft's System Center to provide you with tools that are native to your users, to your administrators, so they don't have to learn anything special. With our platform, you get that autonomous operation with guaranteed performance. You get those analytics, real-time and predictive, to help you make better decisions. We automate through autonomous operation a huge amount of stuff, so you don't have to. And what remains is very simple to create powerful, repeatable, standard automation, which really helps you to build powerful self-service and feel comfortable giving your users the reins, knowing that the cloud infrastructure that you've built is resilient and will keep running. And we deliver this value through storage, which is kind of weird. You know, we are a storage company. We are not providing you with cloud orchestration software, but we provide the storage foundation that enables all of this. And you have your choice of all flash and hybrid flash, starting off from 17 terabytes, but you can scale all the way up to 10 petabytes or more using our scale-out software, using our APIs so that you can manage hundreds of thousands of VMs and containers from one place. And that really is the scale that we want our customers to be able to get to with their enterprise cloud. So with that, I want to thank you all for attending, and I'll turn it back to the Actual Tech Media gurus for the giveaway.
Excellent presentation. Thanks so much, Chuck. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Awesome, awesome. So we have quite a few questions here from the audience for you. So let's just kick it off. First one here, they're asking about what tools does Tintri integrate with for automation and orchestration?
Yeah, so we have our own native REST APIs, which you can access through directly through REST or through PowerShell, PowerCLI for use in Microsoft and vSphere environments, Python SDK for use with OpenStack and others. And then we have prepackaged integrations with vRealize Orchestrator, so you can drag and drop to create automations that can be consumed into tools like vRealize Automation or vCloud Director. We also have plugins to a lot of the native management tools like vSphere Web Client, Microsoft SCVMM, and SCOM. So a wide range of integrations across multiple hypervisor environments.
Okay, cool. And then this person's asking, how, since Tintri sells both all-flash and hybrid arrays, how do you help people select? Like, is it based on use case, or how does that work?
Yeah, I mean, the short answer is it's by use case, and also, we give you a lot of information to once you have a Tintri array in place to help you to track not just your capacity requirements, which are pretty easy to figure out on all platforms, but specifically whether your workloads are using a lot of flash or just a lot of cold capacity. So as you start with a fairly moderate use case, we might recommend that you start with a hybrid array, but certain workloads in your environment will consume lots of flash, and we'll be able to show you that instantaneously on the platform, as well as in our predictive analytics tools. If you start consuming a lot of database workloads that are highly flash users, then we would recommend, expanding your all-flash footprint. But for things that are a little bit more low flash and performance based, but higher capacity, like a lot of VDI for office workers, those would be really good solutions where you would want to use a hybrid array.
Okay, excellent. Next question here is about, they're saying, the Tintri UI seems like a big selling point for Tintri. Basically, is there some way to demo the user interface?
Yes, we do have a website, explore.tintri.com, where we've actually we have a simulation of our interface that you can go live to, and we provide sort of a guided tour of how to do simple things like hooking up your vSphere or Hyper-V environment, getting ready to set up virtual machines, to more complex things like changing the QoS on a particular application on demand and immediately seeing the result of that in the real-time analytics.
Okay. And what type of security features are available on Tintri?
Yeah, so Tintri has self-encrypting drives on all of our standard platforms, and inbuilt is a key that's locked to your particular array, so that if somebody removes disks from, say, a colo location, they're not going to be able to get any data off of it. We do also integrate with third-party key management tools for protection of data at rest. Otherwise, we integrate with a lot of the same third-party tools that are agnostic for things like over-the-wire data encryption. We found that in a lot of environments, our customers are using hardware gateways between their data centers to do the encryption. We're agnostic to that, so we work with all of the standard tools that you might use to encrypt the data over the wire. We also, I think, work with a lot of the tools that provide logical security from the high level down to where the storage can consume it. So, there's a lot of caveats in terms of with any all flash or next generation storage. We do encryption and compression and dedupe on our platform, and so we provide a lot of advice to customers too, to make sure that whatever they're doing is meeting their security requirements as well as meeting their requirements for data reduction.
Excellent. Well, Chuck, I think that's all the time we have for questions, but thanks so much for being on the Enterprise Summit with us today.
All right, thank you. Our pleasure.
And there are some more questions for you, Chuck, there in the queue if you want to check those out from the audience. For more information about Tintri, in your resources section there, check out the Tintri Enterprise Cloud one-page cheat sheet. Looks like a very cool resource for you. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and share the results of this poll and then announce our next prize winner. The third Amazon $500 gift card winner is going out to Brian Lambert from Minnesota. Congratulations, Brian. And now we're going to do a grand prize giveaway, and that's the first MakerBot printer. It's a 3D printer. Looks really cool. Wish I had one myself. That's going to Chirag Dombraya from Virginia. Forgive me if I mispronounced your name. Congratulations, Chirag, and congratulations, Brian. You can see the results on the screen there. Many companies out there, 49% have not had any security breaches in the last year, but many other companies have. So I'm thankful we do have security solutions on the event today, and we're talking about security. And with that, let's go ahead and move on to our next presenter.
Joe Noonan, Vice President of Product Marketing at Unitrends.
Joe, are you there?
Hi, folks.
Thanks for being.
I'm here. I see the slide, so I was jumping in there. Thank you. Couldn't hear the video though, so hopefully the folks on the phone did.
Yeah, thanks for being on. Take it away.
All right, great. Thank you, David. So appreciate everyone joining here in the summit. Happy to be here representing Unitrends. And our topic here is going to be around ransomware and just some of the solutions, the kind of unique ways of thinking about this problem, and how basically from a backup and continuity perspective, from a DR perspective, just some ideas to think around best practices, things to look for, all that. So hopefully you walk away learning something. One thing I certainly imagine by this point is that you know what this is, right? This is not going to be one of those presentations where we talk about what ransomware is and how you get it and all that kind of stuff. The reality is I think there's enough content out there on those topics that will leave those. We know it's a big deal, right? There's lots of stats out there that show that it's an impact. And I think that, with it being a big deal, there's this sadistic thing that I put up here, why I like ransomware. And you're probably thinking, well, the obvious reason is this guy works for a backup vendor and it helps him sell more. But putting that self-serving aspect aside, from an IT perspective, I think that there is a silver lining when it comes to a problem like ransomware and what it does for the industry and for folks in their roles. And for me, what I see is I spend time talking with customers every day in some fashion, customers, prospects, and partners. And one of the benefits that is happening now as a result of this problem is that I see IT being able to justify being more proactive. I talk all the time with customers that say, listen, I'm really worried about our ability to stay running if an issue were to occur. They know they need a better solution. And they know it's hard to understand always the impact of an outage or what that would be, but they know that it could be a big deal. But they have a hard time getting budget. Budget tends to be one of those things where you don't always want to provide that to something around continuity because you always want to be investing in the latest and greatest things in your production environment to keep applications running faster, investing in other applications that might be cloud-based and everything else you're doing to keep your business productive. But a lot of times it gets pushed aside where keeping your business productive, it's pretty important that you can withstand outages and problems, right? That's becoming so important. And I think that ransomware, because of how real it's made from a downtime perspective for so many people, it is helping a lot of our customers that I speak with justify being able to modernize and put in better solutions. So there is a silver lining there. And that idea around being proactive, it helps in a few areas. And these are pretty obvious, right? But being proactive around what could happen in an environment does help you uncover gaps. There are typically things that change very fast in the environment, and gaps can occur as a result of that. Solutions can sometimes be implemented in ways that don't necessarily follow best practices. You can find gaps around that. You might think that some applications are insanely critical and they got to be up and running in a very, very short period of time, and you may have some gaps in being able to understand that. So uncovering those gaps helps minimize the impact of an outage. And in the end, it increases confidence, which I think is a big part of what people want to be able to walk away with. You get really excited about being able to do cool things in the environment. There's hyperconvergence, there's software-defined storage, there's a lot more mobility, there's cloud, there's all aspects of infrastructure, whether it's hardware-based or software-based, that's really exciting around technology. But when the angst of just not feeling very confident that it's going to stay up and running or that you'll be able to survive after an outage, that's a big deal, right? And ransomware, I think, has made people realize that and has allowed folks to become a lot more proactive about those issues, not even just ransomware, just in general. So when you're looking at proactively knowing things, right, that intelligence, that inside feel for continuity, there are a few things to kind of look for that I think products ought to be able to give you more information around. Now, one is actually knowing if you've been attacked by ransomware. Right, that's something that is great to understand proactively. Now, the reality is, when I say proactively here, it's a little bit of a nit, right? Knowing if you've been attacked is not necessarily proactive, right? It's a little reactive because the attacks occurred. You might have been compromised, but being able to detect and understand before it proliferates is that kind of proactive aspect of things, and it can minimize downtime. It can minimize the impact. And this next part, right, knowing the impact of an outage. I think being proactive and understanding what an outage can mean for your organization from a data loss perspective and from a downtime perspective well in advance, And knowing that and obviously the IT environment is not all equal, right? Some aspects of the infrastructure, some applications are going to be able to withstand more impacts than others. So being able to have that insight in advance, even at an application level, or even if it's just a site-wide level, just having that visibility, I think, is a huge part of where folks are really looking to gain from that proactive nature. Knowing that recovery is going to work, right? Ransomware, the horror stories around this, when you think about a problem like ransomware or any type of issue that's out there, is when you need to recover, when you have a problem, man, it can be pretty difficult, especially with ransomware, because you can recover to an older point in time. And ransomware is getting tricky, right? It can live sort of dormant in the environment and in the system, and then kind of spawn later. So you can recover to earlier points in time that still are infected. So really being able to understand what kind of recovery issues that might occur in an environment, whether ransomware or not, I think are an excellent aspect of how you can be more proactive. And think about backup in general, right? You're relying on this in a lot of cases to save your butt. And there's hardware components to backup, there's software components to backup. We just talked about recovery issues and things like that, typically software-related problems. But what about, issues with backup storage and backup hardware? Being proactive around understanding those issues, leveraging solutions that have cloud-based analytics and can proactively support you before those issues impact your solution, I think are other aspects of this proactive nature and this shift towards being proactive versus reactive that I think are important to look for. So getting into a little bit of the story here around the solution, right? 5 ways, the right backup solution can help you fight ransomware. I think the ends here that you see, and the reason they're in gray, is the protect and recover side. It's pretty well understood, right? Backups are very important. You got to have them. Recovery is very important. It has to work. Backup has best practices, right? There's always the idea of having the 3-2-1 rule, right? Multiple copies in different locations on different media. You might hear other numbers get tagged on at the end of that, depending on the story someone's trying to tell you around their solution. But in the end, there are obviously clear best practices for making sure that you don't rely on a single backup, you have multiple copies. You always want to make sure there's a good copy available. But I think probably the biggest issue around this is that you can have all the copies in the world, you can have offline copies and things like that. If you can't get up and running fast enough, in a lot of cases, it ends up being just more viable to pay the ransom, which sounds crazy. But that actually is the case, right? When somebody's only asking a couple $100 of you, and you're running into all sorts of issues with recovery and it's just taking too long, you need to be up and running and access that data quickly. That could end up being the solution, and nobody wants that to be the solution, right? So that's where I think these 3 middle layers around securing your protection and making sure that you ultimately have good secure architectures and good backups, testing to make sure those backups are available and good, and not only known good from the perspective of being able to recover from normal issues, but also knowing that you're going to go back to a good backup that doesn't have ransomware involved, where it's not going to require a heavy, long process to clean up afterwards and test to make sure that after you've recovered, you have a good point in time. And then this last part around detection, that's a big part of it, right? People understanding as soon as possible that ransomware could be in the environment is pretty critical. And I view detection really as a multi-pronged approach. Obviously where I'll speak more about is really on the storage level, especially in the secondary storage level around backups and backup copies and things like that. But naturally, it's very important to have detection at the network layer, at the application layer, and of course, within that storage layer, both on the primary and in the secondary storage area. So you just want to find out where it is in all places as quickly as possible. So I think those 3 areas in the middle are where we're going to focus a lot of the rest of the time here, just understanding how those fit into the story. So on the security side, and I'm not just speaking about being able to secure your backups with encryption and all that kind of stuff. Just in general, there's a lot of discussion around the architecture and how you secure that system, because in the end, your backup has to be reliable. It can get impacted by ransomware as well, right? They run on servers just like everything else. They're on a network just like everything else. So are there architectural things that can help you be more secure when you're actually designing a backup solution? And this comes up a lot, the idea of Windows versus Linux. And what's funny is, when you think about this, both have ransomware flavors attacking them. Both require that you need to secure them. You need policies to secure these systems. They're both operating systems that have vulnerabilities, and by itself, Windows is not worse than Linux in this scenario, right? That's not the story. I think the idea here is that it's ultimately really about the effort that's involved in making sure that you can be secure. Take WannaCry, for instance. That was obviously a global epidemic and hit so many folks everywhere. And it was attacking vulnerabilities that had been fixed by Microsoft within Windows months earlier, right? The fact of the matter is there are many, many more attacks and more prevalent attacks against Windows and Linux. So there's a higher probability and higher risk there. You still have to be able to protect both. But clearly, we all know just keeping Windows up to date and secure is difficult. You have to do the same thing with Linux. I think the big takeaway here is, Windows is probably going to take more effort just because there's a little bit more risk, and sometimes it's just ultimately a little bit more painful to keep that as hardened as possible. But I use that term hardened very intentionally. No matter what you're using in your architecture, I think it's critical that you look at data protection as something that is not sort of your standard application, right? Make sure that those machines are locked down and ultimately only opening the networking ports, only running the services and processes required for what they do, which is data protection and recovery, of course. Treating them like any other application that's open on your network, that obviously does expose things a little bit more than is necessary. So that hardening, I think, is really important. Now, to go along that line, what about complexity of management, right? When things are more complex in your environment, you can find yourself being less secure because it's just more difficult, right? It goes back to that effort part that we talked about before. And what you can see in a lot of common backup architectures is this multi-role layer where you'll have media servers, proxies, deduplication repositories, more servers that help with transporting data efficiently over the WAN. And if you have a reasonably sized deployment in production, you might need centralized management servers, centralized search servers to be able to find things quickly, dedicated monitoring and reporting and analytics and all that stuff. These things can proliferate into many machines. There are definitely architectures out there that will force this, and it's not always terrible, but in the end, what we're talking about here is something that's more complex and harder to secure, right? Imagine all of these are a whole bunch of Windows servers. That's a lot that you have to do to make sure that that's hardened in the environment. So I think architecture is an important aspect of things when you start to consider the security of your data. And this is where you are seeing trends here. I think EMC finally announced for the first time ever, because they've been doing deduplication appliances, that they're going to do an integrated backup appliance. And there's a lot of data from Gartner and others out there showing that, within the backup space, you're seeing more adoption of that integrated appliance approach. And a lot of times it's because of the simplicity, right? More simple equals a little bit easier to secure. And if it's especially out of the box hardened for just that role, that's less work for you to do the hardening later. And in a lot of cases, you put it on the backup vendor to keep the security updates going with that machine. But again, you're less exposed on the network. And I think that helps in a lot of cases. But again, this is not a Linux versus Windows fight. This is really just around what's going to be simple for you to be able to avoid attacks. Now let's look at the testing aspect of things. So this is all about knowing your last good recovery point. And there are all sorts of solutions out there that are going to be, you're going to get inundated with these things. Some will just do, basically screenshot verification, where you actually see a system boot. You'll see a screenshot. You'll say, all right, this is good. Some might just do block level verification of data to say, well, I read this particular amount of data. I wrote it over there. I read it back and it looked good. And by the way, there are issues in both of those, because neither of those are necessarily understanding the underlying applications and recoverability of really what's important on those machines. But they at least provide you with something. And then with ransomware, what's interesting here, I talked before about how tricky it can get. You can have remnants of ransomware still in the environment that from a known good recovery point, and it can just constantly sort of put you in this loop where it keeps coming back. And being able to kind of automate more deeper security level testing within the backups, or even detection of ransomware within the backups, that becomes kind of an important part of that process to really know when your last good recovery point was. It is extremely taken for granted that, hey, listen, I'm doing backups, so, if I were to get hit, I just go and recover to my latest one and I'm good. In most cases, your latest one is not good in that scenario. And on the detection side, this is where I think, this is where you're seeing a number of vendors kind of move into this space, leveraging predictive analytics or some other form of analytics to really identify what's happening with the data that's coming into the environment. Specifically around, and I'm talking a little bit about Unitrend's approach, but in the end, a lot of folks are doing things in these areas, really trying to leverage sort of machine learning to understand what steady state looks like in a machine. And then naturally you have a lot of different things going on that can be presented as anomalies that are pretty similar and probabilistic of ransomware. And being able to detect those as a part of the backup process and is a big key to helping understand when you might be hitting the production environment. I think it's still good to make sure you're trying to detect that again on the network, in the production environment, even in production storage. You're seeing a lot of additional features to be able to do that. But as a part of the backup process, critical there as well. We're ingesting a lot of data when it comes to backup. I think we owe it to people to be smarter about that data and do something with it, right? It's not like having a bank account with $1 million that you can't access. We have all this data, and why don't we tell you some things about that are helpful? And ransomware detection, I think, is one of those cool features. So just kind of wrapping up here, a little bit about Unitrends and how we help specifically in this area. Because in that 5-step process, Unitrends has a heavy role, right? And just giving you an idea, so we do take this idea of an approach, a simplistic approach, very seriously. Right, a fully integrated backup appliance that allows you to rack, connect, and go, and it can connect very seamlessly into either Azure, AWS, or even the Unitrends cloud to give you, obviously, that one vendor throughout the whole solution. And I think that's pretty important, right? Not only we talked about architectural complexity when roles are scaling out to multiple servers, that aspect gets integrated into a single server, but also the stack, right? The hardware, the storage, the security, the monitoring, the analytics, the operating system, the backup software, all of that is fully integrated, pre-tuned, and optimized. You don't have to do that stuff yourself. Unitrends Cloud is an option. We also have AWS and Azure integration for folks looking at DR. And DR as a service is becoming, I think, a great avenue to obviously fight ransomware and other issues. I think in most cases with ransomware, you want to be able to recover locally. You don't want to have to do a failover, but you can have some pretty nasty outages. And it can be important to have that option to be able to fail over. And if you don't have a secondary site, you can put that onus on a provider. Unitrends can act as that provider, not only for virtual, but for physical, with a recovery SLA of 1 hour. And I think that's an important aspect of things, is you can have some machines where there's a solid SLA. You're not going to get that from AWS and Azure. In fact, the Gartner 2017 DRAS Magic Quadrant just released, and we had a very good placement there. So definitely encourage folks to take a look at that and start comparing vendors in that area, because when we talked about being proactive, the growth in VR as a service is a great example of how that's happening, because this is all about being proactive. People now basically saying, listen, I'm willing to actually put some budget towards having a modernized solution from someone that knows what they're doing and can ultimately get me back up and running very quickly. And I think that this is a key aspect of seeing that shift and ransomware being a catalyst for that, because it helps people really understand, wow, downtime is a major problem and it can happen. And when we talk about giving insight and analytics and automation, I think, are a great new set of capabilities you're seeing from backup vendors these days, because it's not just about backup and recovery, it's about what you do with that data and how much smarter you can make the people using your products. And one of the things that we've added in our V10 basically is a dashboard that tells you exactly that. What is the impact of an outage? How much data will I lose? How much downtime will I take? Am I recoverable based on all my recovery testing? And I can see that in one click very simply by looking at reports at an application level that tell me what my actual recovery point objectives, what I'm achieving, what my actual recovery times are. That tells you the impact of an outage. That tells you how much data you'll lose. That tells you how long you'll be down. You proactively understand that information. So if somebody comes and asks you, hey, ransomware hits us, how long will we be down? How much data will we lose? You can easily say I have a report. I can show you that. I can have it emailed to you on a regular basis. I'm proactive and I know these things. I don't have to guess and worry about them. And understanding those recoverability issues is a big part of the automation involved here, and being able to kind of tell you step by step as a part of that process what could be wrong within a recovery scenario, I think is huge, because it can be configuration related, it could be data related, it could be storage related. All that can be worked into the workflow here so that you're not just kind of looking at a screenshot or just kind of looking to see if checksums are working. You're actually seeing that your applications are recoverable, and those are end-tier applications. So that's a quick spiel from me, just to let folks kind of understand a little bit of a story around ransomware, 5 steps to really think about, including 3 really different, I think, areas that go beyond just protection and recovery, making sure your data is secure, how you do that with the right architecture, and of course making sure you have a known good backup, and how, verification that it's not all equal from different products. So there's just different things you want to look out for, especially with ransomware involved. And being able to detect is very critical to understanding, shoot, I got an alert that says I've detected ransomware at this time. I know exactly which backups are now impacted by that, and I can go back to my last good one that did not have any, any ransomware in there. So that's a critical key to keeping downtime low, is knowing what you're going to recover to.
Well, excellent presentation, Joe. I really love the conversational style, just talking about ransomware. We do have quite a few questions here from the audience, if you have time for a few questions.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So first one is, and actually before I ask that, let me just pop up our next poll question and leave that on the screen there. First question here is Unitrends, is it a agent or agentless product?
Both. So Unitrends is highly integrated with VMware, Hyper-V, as well as Citrix. Nutanix is coming soon for Acropolis. So all of the API integration to do things efficiently at the virtualization layer is available. And of course, there are some tough virtual machines to back up through the hypervisor. We all know that there can be some issues there. Plus, obviously, for physical machines, or if you just want to get really granular and only back up a specific application, a specific database, or just a few files, we can use agent capabilities for that.
Okay, excellent. And then for disaster recovery, when someone needs to spin up the virtual machines, if they've had a disaster, does the Unitrends cloud actually provide the compute for that to run your workloads?
Yes, so it's a complete purpose-built cloud for not only long-term retention and off-site compliance of storage, which you can, of course, grab whatever you want back directly from your own self-service user interface. But if you need to fail over completely into the cloud, that's where we do have capabilities to run your environments from our cloud. And we even have a 1-hour SLA. We'll do automated testing for you so you can see that we're exercising your recovery plan and showing you that it works. We're meeting the SLA, all that. So it really is a full-service scenario. And naturally, if you want to use AWS and Azure, we have the ability to fail over into those clouds as well, but that's on you to do and manage.
Excellent. Another question here is, I want to get started with Unitrends. What do you recommend? Is there a free version or trial version?
So it depends on your scenario. So we have trial versions, not only of our software, which can easily be accessed off the website. We can even ship people appliances if they want to try the full boat solution with Unitrends hardware. But virtual appliances are available to download and run in VMware, Hyper-V, and Zen Server. And you can also run them in Azure AWS if you're going to protect out there in the infrastructure as a service aspects of things. And even with cloud, that's something that you can request evaluation so you can see how that works with Unitrends as well. So the free version of the product is available. It goes up to 1 terabyte. We have some promos out there. If you go to Spiceworks and other places, you can find some ads from Unitrends where you can get more data. And that's just a free product forever. And that'll cover physical and virtual. Really has all the capabilities of our main product, and we just limit it to 1 terabyte or 2. So a couple options.
All right. Well, excellent. Great presentation on ransomware. Thanks so much for being on today, Jim.
Thank you. Take care.
I'm sorry, Joe. Thanks so much for being on today, Joe.
That's all right. I have a brother named Jim, so I'll go with it.
Okay. All right. Really good presentation. Yeah, from Joe on ransomware. And for more information about Unitrends and ransomware, they've got a resource there on your console called Beat Ransomware in 5 Easy Steps. It's something I'm going to actually make sure that I read myself. So make sure that you check that out. And there's some more questions for Joe still in the console. If you have questions about Unitrends, go ahead and ask them now still, and Joe will be hanging out for a few minutes to answer those questions. With that, I want to share the results of our poll here with you about flash storage, and also announce the winners of our next drawing. So gift card number 4, Amazon $500 gift card, is going out to Mike McAnich from Ohio. Congratulations, Mike. And the Surface laptop is going out to Tom Johnson from Pennsylvania. Congratulations, Mike, on the gift card. Congratulations, Tom, on the Surface laptop. We've got a lot more prize drawings during our event. And with that, I'm going to introduce our next presenter on the ATM Summit.
Welcoming our next presenter from Nutanix. Take it away, Nutanix.
All right, Brian, I'm not sure if you're there or not, if the video played, but thanks for being on today, and take it away.
Yeah, this is Brian Cox from Nutanix. So happy Thursday, everybody. Thank you for joining our time together, talking about here at Nutanix how we're helping to elevate IT to focus on the applications and the services that power the business. That's really the objective of Nutanix. In fact, we want to make the underlying infrastructure so seamless, so worry-free that it's actually invisible. So this is embodied in the concept, which I'll be talking about, in our enterprise cloud platform offering. So if we look at this from, if you will, the customer, who is the business decision makers, right? If you look from the customer and then work back, what is it they really want from IT? Well, businesses' purpose is to deliver on whatever products or services that they're about. If they're a donut manufacturer, they want to be able to do that more efficiently with great quality. If they're a service, maybe they want their support operations, their call centers to be fabulous, to be very responsive, to be always available. It's these kind of things that the business really wants, and so they're looking at, how do they enable those activities of the business, and they look to IT to help automate that. So they really want to bring on new applications quickly at the same time that they want to launch a new product, enter a new market, enhance their call center support. That's really what they're looking for from IT. IT is an enabler, right? So we need to run at the same pace that the business runs, and at the same time, by using automation, which is what IT is all about, by automating the manual task, we're freeing up costs so you can invest more into manufacturing or sales or customer support or the other functions. Once again, IT is an enabler for that. And then lastly, given that everything is now stored digitally, we're no longer keeping records on paper ledgers, we need to make sure that the access to that is always available, but at the same time protected. From a security standpoint, from being hacked and the private data being exposed, or even losing records, right? So all of this is what IT needs to deliver. That's what business is really looking for. Outside of that, IT really doesn't have a purpose. I mean, if you think about it, we're really here to enable the business. We're a means to an end. So given that, and you look at this, we have some challenges here in the IT group, right? So budgets are flat, and they have been for years. The business, once again, wants to invest in new products and new services rather than investing in the enablers like IT. They'll do it if it has a direct tie to enabling the outcomes of the business. But in general, IT budgets are flat. But at the same time, we're seeing that IT is not responsive enough. We're seeing the rise of shadow IT. We see it in the form of not only procurement happening outside of IT, but happening going to the public cloud. All for very good reasons, actually, because traditional infrastructure has not allowed IT to be able to meet those objectives of bringing up applications quickly, freeing up costs to get back to the business, and mitigating risk. So you can't blame the other business teams, other departments, other business units from going outside. The expectations continue to rise for IT as we look at new trends, whether they be all the digital technologies, be they mobility, cloud, of course, getting into all the different advanced analytics, all these type of things make the job of IT harder. So it's not only the traditional applications you need to keep the lights on, but it's also investing heavily in these new emerging workloads. And the expectations of the users have skyrocketed. As we see the advances in consumer technology, think about your smartphone and how delightful that experience is on a single device. You have all these services delivered seamlessly. And now it is the consumer technology that's leading the expectations of what people expect when they go into the office rather than the other way around. And so IT is needing to deal with those very high expectations. And the only way to do this, once again, is to bridge that gap, is more automation, more simplification. But how do we do that? We've been dealing with an infrastructure that has basically been the same approach for the last 15 to 20 years. And so we need to rethink that. So using this Albert Einstein quote, we need to think differently to get to different outcomes. As Einstein said, cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. So if you think about traditional infrastructure in the businesses, in the data centers, that's powering the applications, it's a very fragmented infrastructure. You'll have servers running the apps and doing the logic processing. You'll have external storage arrays separate from that, from yet a different vendor typically, and then you'll have a storage area network fabric connecting the two, coming from yet a third vendor, plus virtualization and security and backup and all these other software products in the stack, once again, all coming from different vendors. So it's not a surprise that when the business asks, hey, I need to deliver this new service, I need to launch this new product, and I need an application, either new capacity or just bring on a whole new one, and I need that next week or next month, and the answer comes back from IT is, I can't. I have to orchestrate with so many different partners to do that it's going to take me 6 months. So IT has failed in regards to keeping up with the pace that business runs. That's why we've seen adoption of public cloud. So when you look at really what we do in our personal lives, I think it provides a good analogy. Whether it's a toaster or an automobile, this happens to be an example of a Tesla, but it would be true for any automobile or most any of the products we have in our personal lives. They all come pre-assembled, right? We don't go out and if we're going to want to get transportation, buy a car, we don't go out and buy the engine from one store and then we buy tires elsewhere and then we buy the body and then we buy the seats and transmission all from different places and then assemble it all together. One, it would take us a very long time. It'd probably be pretty expensive, and we likely wouldn't do a very good job. Or we're creating skills as a consumer that we really don't highly leverage if we had to assemble a car. Well, we need to think about IT the same way. Just like with a car, you want to simply get in and drive, and you experience the value of transportation. With IT, we need to rethink about how we build the infrastructure that supports the applications that the business really cares about. So the diagram on the left is, IT's version of that Tesla that people would try to assemble all by themselves, right? You'll have, there at the bottom, you'll have the storage arrays, the external storage arrays. Then connecting up in the next layer is the storage area network fabric that then talks to the next layer, which is the servers, which then talks to the next layer, which is the virtualization, and there's other software layered on top of that with security and backup and other things. And that is a rat's nest. And this is why, once again, it takes about 6 months to bring up a new application when the business asks for it, because you have to coordinate the procurement, the bid negotiation, the actual coordination of delivery, the arrival, the coordination of the teams on site from your own staff, and then the assembly and tuning of all that, and it just takes a very, very long time. So the founders of Nutanix looked at this. One of them came from Oracle, led the engineering for Exadata, which is a turnkey database appliance. So coming to Nutanix, simplicity has always been a fundamental design criteria for us. One of the other founders came from Google and was one of the inventors of the Google file system. So then having endless scalability, like we see in a Google data center, for example, is also a lead design criteria. So those two things, simplicity, endless scalability, just like the public cloud provides, that's what we look to provide by offering Nutanix. So the first thing we did on this journey to provide this simple approach, what we call the Enterprise Cloud Platform, was to simplify the underlying infrastructure. So we consolidated all that storage, the servers, the storage area network, into a single appliance. Simple. Then what we did is made it so it is easily scalable. So the second design principle, endlessly scalable. So you connect these together just like Lego building blocks. Standard interfaces just connect one to another, and it becomes a virtually larger pool of compute storage resources, all virtualized, all easy to manage. And you don't have to overbuy. You just buy the number of blocks that you need up front, just like when you start with a Lego toy, you assemble with the pieces, and when you want to upscale that, you just simply add more blocks, and that's what we do with Nutanix. So it's not only consolidating all the different hardware pieces and making that very, very simple, we also look to the software layer. So at the end of the day, what the customers really care about are what's in those blue rectangles at the top. Once again, those are the applications. So even the software that's in between the hardware and the applications, they would like to simplify. So what we do is we consolidate the virtualization and other software like security and backup and such, into Nutanix. And so you get this one integrated appliance that is endlessly scalable, very simple to manage. And effectively, if you're a sysadmin, what we give back to you with this simplicity is we give you back your nights and weekends. You're not having to stay after hours to endlessly patch all these different pieces, coming in on weekends to forklift out infrastructure where we've run out of capacity to forklift in a bigger box. It's simple. With Nutanix, you just add another block and you go on with your day. And you can focus on things in IT that are more about delivering the application services rather than worrying about the underlying infrastructure. Once again, we're trying to make the infrastructure experience seem to be invisible. So when we consolidate, all that hardware and all that layered software, we also vastly simplify the management. And so we have different consoles, in your traditional approach, you'll have a console for your external storage, you'll have a management console for your servers, for your storage area network, for your virtualization, for security, for all the different hardware software pieces. By consolidating that all into a single appliance, we eliminate complexity. So instead of this very busy set of all these different management screens, which are very hard to master, we bring it down into one single management console that you can see at a glance. What's happening with all my capacity, whether it's compute or storage or memory, what's happening with the VMs, you can see it all at a glance. And then with a simple click, you can drill down when you see an alert. So we make the management and the provisioning very, very simple. But we don't stop there. We also want to take the guesswork out of managing the infrastructure as your business grows or as workloads change. So what we provide are advanced analytics. We look at your usage and apply what we call machine learning. We heard that term, but basically we watch what you do and predict that you probably do more of that. And so what does that look like in regards to the consumption of the resources that you have in your infrastructure? And we'll give you guidance in regards to what you should be expanding to in new nodes. And maybe some of these nodes are more storage heavy or more compute heavy. We'll give you guidance on which ones to pick as your workload expands. Also, if you want to do a what-if exercise, let's say I've been running on my infrastructure a bunch of consolidated server workloads. It could be databases, it could be virtual desktops. And now I want to add another workload. Let's say I want to add Splunk, some type of analytics workload to this. We can do a what-if, and it will also give that prediction for you, so you know exactly what you need to add as additional blocks with the right kind of configurations. So we eliminate the guesswork and make it a very safe environment, simple to manage, and simple to grow. So effectively, what we end up giving you is there's a lot of benefits to the public cloud, right? As we see here, you know, it's easy to get started with it. It's pretty flexible. The costs are perceived to be low, and really what they are, they're more predictable. You know what you're buying, and you're getting your use out of it. It's elastic. But there are things that people also like about having the computing on site. You'll get the assurance that you're going to be able to meet your service level agreements, because we do see outages. Think about a month ago, there was an outage with Azure. And a couple weeks before that, there was an outage with AWS all along the East Coast, and thousands of websites went offline. And if you're doing e-commerce, you received no revenue that day. And I'm sure the CEO of those companies was very upset. And going to the CIO can't say, well, it's not my fault, it's the fault of AWS. The CEO doesn't care. The CEO wants to ensure that services are being delivered to customers, that products are being shipped, that the company's making money, and it doesn't matter, you know, who you blame about the infrastructure. You want to make sure it's always up. So by providing the ability to also have control of this on site, you have better assurance that you will be having uptime. So you can ensure you have enough capacity, but also there's other things you need to have compliance with if you're in certain industries. It could be privacy, whether you're in retail or healthcare. It could be data governance, that your data can't go beyond national boundaries, as we see what's happening in Europe. So you actually get better control. You have effectively both hands on the wheel, using the car analogy, by having this on site. But what Nutanix provides is also the benefits of things that people like about the public cloud. And so what we end up with is what Nutanix calls the Enterprise Cloud Platform. It marries the best of both worlds, both what you see from the public cloud and the private cloud, and effectively brings the public cloud to you in your own private data center. So some of the more of those attributes in regards to what you get delivered with this enterprise cloud, it's agile. So just like in the public cloud, it's very easy to get started. And it's also very easy to expand, to grow. So it enables that scale out. It's very simple, it's a very intuitive console, and it's also secure. But one of the things that we get by consolidating all of these separate pieces from all these separate vendors is that we end up testing this as an integrated package. And in security terms, we effectively shrink the attack surface. So there's not so many vulnerabilities or gaps like you would see by buying all the separate pieces from all these separate vendors. We eliminate that and give you a much more secure foundation. Frankly, the largest industry that buys from Nutanix is the federal government, Department of Defense, different intelligence agencies, plus the civilian sector, where privacy and security are paramount. They choose Nutanix, and because it meets all of those security concerns. So when we go back to this diagram, you know, budgets are flat, complexity is up, expectations are, you know, through the roof. How do we address that? Well, you now have the building block to provide that automation, to provide that simplification with this enterprise cloud platform. That's what Nutanix provides. So this translates into, you know, not only just being able to take a breath in your workday, you know, when we see those time savings measured there on the bottom half of the slide, is that to deploy, for example, the storage aspect, it's 85% faster than doing the traditional SAN-based approach, storage area network, right? Connecting external storage and servers. It's much faster. It also takes much less time to manage, 71% less time. and you eliminate many of the points of failure. So unplanned downtime drops by 98%. We just make the whole thing simpler, and simpler is typically better, and it is, as we've proven out with thousands of customers running on Nutanix, that to be the case. And so when we did this TCO analysis, IDC went out and surveyed a dozen customers that are in production. So this is based off of their actual experience of what they achieved. And so not only did the staff see time savings, effectively sysadmins get to go home at night and stay home on weekends and not have to go into the data center, go into the office all the time, but it translates into dollar savings for the business as well. So there is a 5-year TCO savings of 58%. ROI is over 500%. The payback period is just a matter of a few months, 7.5 months. And after that, you are all way ahead as the customer. So the TCO proves this out. And then people say, so where does this really fit? And the nice thing is that it is a complete replacement for the way you've done infrastructure traditionally. And it runs all those same applications, whether that's your ERP applications, your CRM, any other kind of database. It could be email messaging. It could be virtual desktops, other kind of workloads you consolidate in a private cloud type of environment. And we also back up to the public cloud. We back up to Azure. We back up to AWS with a simple single click of a button. So we're already bridging to the public cloud, providing that hybrid cloud experience. We work not only with centralized data centers, but also with remote branch offices, as well as an offering that addresses the needs of mid-sized companies. So we brought the price point down with the right feature set with a version of Nutanix called Express. And we also do have built-in disaster recovery, whether it's synchronous, asynchronous, in a metro area or across the globe. Will provide the backup of the data. So there are many, many customers who have adopted Nutanix. In fact, the number one companies in all these different industries that you see on the slide are all running Nutanix today. So it's very well proven by the leading companies across the globe. We also get very high rankings from the industry analysts. So this is a study that was done last year by Gartner, their Magic Quadrant on what they call integrated systems. And this consolidates, multiple different approaches to try to make things simpler. It could be, let's do reference architectures, or let's do blade systems, or let's do what they call converged infrastructure, which is basically taking these separate pieces, servers, storage area, network, fabric, putting that into a single rack cabinet. That's converged. Taking it to the next stage, though, is what's called hyper-converged. This is what Nutanix pioneered. This is what Nutanix delivers, consolidating all those pieces into simple appliances. So, different vendors got good rankings for this. HPE scored well on blades. That's why you see them in the leaders quadrant. EMC does very well on their converged infrastructure, what people know as the V-block. The leader in regards to hyper-converged is Nutanix. And you can see some of the reasons why listed there under the strengths on the right. So customers have voted, the analysts have voted, the TCO demonstrates it, why this makes sense. So currently today, Nutanix started shipping product in 2011, already over 6,000 customers across 100 countries. And the thing that we're very proud about is not only the delight that people get when they deploy the product, also as they try to scale it, but when they do have a question and they call in, we do surveys of all the customers on what their support experience is like. And most companies in IT, they get the satisfaction score, known as the Net Promoter Score, ranging in about the 40 to 60 range. And the way you calculate Net Promoter Score is basically all the people who love you and would recommend you to a friend, minus all the people who despise your product and wouldn't buy from you again and tell all their friends not to buy from them. The simple math is the difference. And Nutanix gets a virtually unheard of score of 90 on that Net Promoter Score. So people just love the support that they get. So not only is the product simple, but the support is delightful. So, all that is what brings it together where, many industry watchers say this is really where infrastructure is going. We've tried to do it with the separate pieces for 15 to 20 years. We can't deliver the apps quickly enough, forcing people to go off to the public cloud. We can't keep it secure. It has many points of failure. There has to be a better way, and that's what Nutanix is delivering with the Enterprise Cloud. So we encourage you to find out more information in a couple of different ways. One is just simply go to Nutanix.com. We also have a community out. Just do Google on Nutanix community, and you'll find all the latest discussions from actual users of Nutanix. And lastly, we have our user conference next week called .next. This will be in Washington, D.C. And so if you're in D.C. and would like to join us in that general area, please come by. Or if you have some time to fly out, we'd welcome you there. But you simply go to Nutanix.com/next, and you'll find all the information about our user conference. So with that, thank you to the folks at Actual Tech Media, and I'm available for any questions that may come up, or else it's time for the next speaker.
Excellent presentation. Thanks so much, Brian. We do have a number of questions for you from the audience. I've put those there in your Q&A queue if you don't mind checking those out, but I'm afraid we're out of time for live questions. But really great presentation. Thanks for being on.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and answer the questions offline.
Excellent, excellent. If you have a question for Nutanix, go ahead and pop it in your Q&A box there, and Brian's going to be taking those questions shortly. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and announce our next prize winner. While I do that, let me pop up our next poll question. That is, which of the following is the primary driver for your interest in hyperconverged infrastructure? So it's a single answer question. So the winners of our next prize drawings are Amazon $500 gift card winner is David Hodges from Ohio. Congratulations, David. And for the next grand prize, the MakerBot 3D printer, that is going to Eric Jackson from California. Congratulations to both of you. All right, let me share the results of this poll question with you. That was, which of the following is the primary driver for your interest in hyperconvergence? So looks like 22% said cost reduction, and 5% have new applications, 12% have already adopted hyperconvergence, 13% have a hardware upgrade refresh that they need to do. So a number of different reasons. Thanks for answering that poll. And with that, let me go ahead and introduce our next presenter on the summit.
Technology evangelist at Zerto. Welcome, Zerto.
Harry, are you there?
All right, yes, thank you so much.
Thanks for being on. Take it away.
Absolutely, thanks. So I'm joined by Tony, and then he'll be speaking about some of our partnership offerings as well as we move forward. But let's kick off by just walking through a quick background on the resilience for evolving IT and what that means to your business. But really, in this context of IT evolution and maintaining physical servers, you're all very well aware that there are limitations, which is where this virtualization space came in to remove some of those barriers of flexibility and agility by abstracting that compute layer and making this hypervisor and sharing resources, saving money, saving time and operations, and slowly moving forward down the road towards software-defined data center, the SDDC. Of course, that's taking those same concepts of abstraction and applying it to the networking, security, storage, and even the hypervisor for replication. And then all this cloud mentality, and as you're planning out your future for your business, driving towards adopting clouds and gearing your business towards solutions that can accept hybrid cloud movement and the futures that are unknown maybe to you. But really considering how do you work within a private cloud, how do you work within public clouds, and how do you work with a mixture of those, managed clouds, public clouds, and whatever you might call them within your business. But really being resilient to changes and any types of disasters as well. So as we talk about disasters and disaster recovery, We'll look at what this Zerto solution is built around and how it works and what it does for you, and show you how it all works. So we now live in a world of 24/7 business. So I like to concentrate on maximizing uptime. Zerto was initially founded in the DR space for disaster recovery, and all about talking about minimizing downtime, which is critical. And I just like to flip that glass half full and say maximize uptime. IT resilience is about keeping your business up. You don't have time to be down. You don't have big outage windows anymore, maintenance windows that you can afford, because systems always need to be available. So what can we do to mitigate risk and avoid these outages, even if they're planned? So, of course, cloud always comes into that, like we mentioned. 72% of companies have experienced an outage in the last year. So obviously when people think of disaster recovery, traditionally, they're thinking of insurance policies, minimal risk, so it's last on the list with IT spending. That trend is absolutely changing since the past few years at least, but it's moving forward, which is good. People are finally understanding the categorization of what disasters truly are and what impacts their business. What brings users down and what brings customers down isn't just a flood in a natural disaster and things you plan for with an insurance policy. It's actually things that you're going through every single day, but because you're not planning for them as a disaster, you don't have the same types of operations and standards, you're not able to meet your RPOs and RTOs for certain disasters, or maybe any of your disasters. So it's extremely critical that we figure out how to plan for everything and make solutions that work for us. So who is Zerto? Zerto provides enterprise-class replication and disaster recovery automation solutions that really maximize that uptime and enable you to be hybrid cloud ready. So take on anything you have that's coming. I don't have I removed some of my slides digging into that, but I'm happy to answer any questions as we move forward. I know we're short on time, and I want to keep everybody on track. So we'll look at what Zerto has done. And we always talk about replication and replication because it's really, really cool technology. In the hypervisor, really saying, let's get out of that storage lock in between one replication. Yeah, sure, there's still a use case for it, and people might still use it, augment or replace it with ZVR, Zerto Virtual Application, but really saying, way back then, way back in 2009, we need something that's hypervisor-based so it can become agnostic to these technologies and these workloads between disparate data centers and clouds. So let's move that into the hypervisor layer and protect virtual machines. So the first enterprise class, all software, replication, and recovery automation. The second part of that often gets overlooked, but recovery automation and orchestration is built in as well. So making sure, when it's time to test or actually fail over or migrate workloads, you have a tool that can go through the steps and make the changes for you on your destination site, not just showing VMs that are there. So we'll dig into some architecture just to jump right into the meat of this. On this picture, you see the production site on the left and your BCDR site on the right. Could be the same site, could be multiple sites. You have Virtual Center or Microsoft System Center for Virtual Machines, the manager. So either of the hypervisor managers, we plug into that with Zerto Virtual Manager. It installs under an hour, configured, ready to go. This is about 10-15 minutes, .NET installation in Windows, and it's your management interface. It's the database that tracks everything you're doing, and the management interface, you can log in from either site, wherever these Zerto Virtual Managers are, and it has no downtime or impact. Even as we deploy these virtual application appliances, they're scale out and hypervisor based. So that, again, they're all software, and we put one on every single hypervisor where you want to protect VMs or recover VMs. They have built-in compression, throttling, time of day throttling, and resilience to outages. So rolling upgrades can happen without impact to your replication schedule. Replication is continuously going through these block by block. No scheduling, no snapshots, no agents. So we really, because of those reasons, we don't have any impact to those protected VMs. So those sources that we're protecting over there, we never have to worry about scale, no matter how many VMs you want to protect or how large your environment gets. We still aren't touching those at all. We're just watching the data stream go through, and we're sending it to the other side, and we're maintaining consistency between those VMs and making sure we make recoverable checkpoints on the DR site. So it gives us that ability to become storage agnostic, and also hypervisor and cloud agnostic, where you might have vCenter on one side and Hyper-V on the other, and we can replicate between the two, because really we're just booting up and recovering VMs. We build them on the fly from the data in our database of what the VM needs to be, what the resources are, what networks it needs to use, if it needs re-IPing, and we'll build it on the fly in that native hypervisor and just boot it from that storage. So that's how we easily cross hypervisors and storage layers as well. Because of that compression and a few other features that we have built in, we really save a ton of space on your storage as well. You're not maintaining this overhead of snapshots and replicas. There's only a minimal amount of that, depending on how many days you want to store it for and how much data rate of change you have. But it makes it really, really simple and scalable. And this is just a little bit extended upon the same architecture, but how it's built for the cloud as well. Looking at our one-to-many feature set, that really means just being able to protect a single VM or a group of VMs to more than one place. So you can have multiple destinations. That might be, I want to compare clouds. I want to have some go to my cloud provider and some go to the local site. So if my site fails, I recover to the cloud. But if a VM crashes or an application of many VMs crashes, I can bring that up locally or run some tests locally for patching and upgrades. But it really gives you that simultaneous replication, and you don't pay for any VMs running until you actually need to run a test or actually DR over to them. So you can connect to all of these. A Zerto Cloud appliance sits up there, which is the only difference. It includes ZVM and the replication appliances all in one instead of having the two separate pieces. But it's really, really as simple as that. Finally, another great key feature is the aspect of virtual protection groups, or VPG. That's the concept of selecting all the VMs you want to protect together and building that virtual protection group, which I can show you as we move into a demo. That allows us to be virtualization aware and VM aware. We know where these VMs are. They can storage vMotion. They can migrate around. We're just protecting the VM. I don't care what underlying run is there or what storage I'm on. If I'm between storage, I don't have to plan for that anymore. And I'm not scheduling RPOs because I'm watching these block by block. I just send the data and make valid checkpoints constantly on the other site for up to 30 days. So now I can recover that whole group of VMs, VPG1, VPG2, or 3 in this example here, from the same exact point in time down to the second. And that makes my RTOs extremely quick, not just because we're only booting VMs, but once those VMs are up, you always have that RTO of rebuilding your applications or cleaning up data or trying to input stuff that was lost that you have to track down now. Well, if all these VMs are the same and they're only from a few seconds ago, their data is consistent, their timestamps are consistent, you don't spend any of that extra time repairing anything. So moving forward, a couple of key features are monitoring. You can monitor all of your sites from this Zerto mobile app. So on your cell phone, your iPad, or in the web portal, you can log in and look at your RPO any time of day. You can look at errors. You can look at graphs and tasks that are happening and take screenshots and share anything right from there. So extremely convenient. People were a little worried about it at first and didn't think they'd be able to use it, but now the fact that they can just log into their phone without VPN and across all of their clouds know what their disaster recovery environment looks like. It's extremely powerful and extremely easy to use and gets updated frequently because it's a SaaS platform. So I'll give a quick summary before I pass it over to Tony. A couple of things we touched on, a couple of them we didn't in the interest of time, but really remember it's the enterprise class software that scales from if you have one VM or you have 20,000 VMs or more. It doesn't matter. It builds and just keeps scaling as you grow, and it's built for any workload you have, any machines that are supported by that virtualization hypervisor. Hypervisor based and aware of it, and really allows you to move between clouds. It's hybrid cloud ready. You don't need to worry about what's coming next. RPOs in seconds, RTOs of minutes, recovery time objectives. So again, bringing those VMs back up and running and proving it any time of day. So logging into that dashboard and seeing your RPO, the numbers are right there. Running failover tests or real failovers whenever you need to do DR testing, and you'll get a recovery report at the end of that shows your compliance, that you've done your testing, how long it took, what VMs you booted, what order they booted in, and all those things you need to prove compliance. You can sign and date that, and you're ready to go. So again, journal-based recovery up to 30 days you can save with thousands of checkpoints per VM. So with that, Tony, do you mind taking it over and tell us a little bit about what you guys can provide here?
Absolutely. Thank you, Harry. I appreciate your time, and thank you, folks, for allowing me to speak here. So my name is Tony DeLallo. I'm the VP of Technical Services over at EchoStore Technologies. I just want to take one moment, tell you a little bit about EchoStore, and tell you why we have chosen to partner with Zerto and the benefits that our customers are seeing. So EchoStore Technologies is a solution provider located up in the Boston area. We are focused on IT transformation, digital transformation, and hybrid cloud solutions. As a solutions provider, we have expertise across the complete solutions lifecycle, so from a pre-sales perspective, sales and post-sales, and provide hardware, software services, and with services it's consulting, design, implementation, and educational services. Essentially, we're trying to be the experts or providing expert knowledge so you guys do not have to focus on that. As you can see on the slide here, we have many different services and solutions areas. Of particular importance with our transformation conversations today are virtualization, business continuity, the data management, protection, and transformation. If you look at that, that kind of ties directly to our partnership with Zerto. Harry, you could probably push forward to the next slide, if you will. So as you can see here, we partner with industry-leading virtualization and cloud platform partners. We chose to work with Zerto. Honestly, it's a fantastic product, tremendous solution, disruptive solution. But as you heard from Harry's presentation, it's really approaching a problem, a initiative in a much different way. When you look at our partnership, we chose to partner with them, and we feel our customers are getting great value for three key reasons. One thing with Zerto, as you could hear again, keyword that Harry brought up was resiliency, right? So Zerto and EchoStore give you another level of data resiliency. So when talking to our customers, we can now talk to them about protecting across platforms, on-premises, with a cloud solutions provider, or even a public provider, and it's a different conversation that allows us to tailor our solution to a customer's needs. Also, from a Zerto perspective, it fits very well in our cloud strategy and digital transformation story because it's not only data resiliency, as Harry had mentioned, but it also does help you with data mobility, migrations, gives people the opportunity to move data, again, site to site, cloud, on-prem, wherever it may be. Lastly, really important to us and to our customers are the virtualization practice. If you look at Zerto, it gives us the ability to really give that unique solution to our customer when they either have different hypervisors with VMware or Hyper-V, for instance, or even across, again, the public clouds with Azure and AWS. Gives us that ability, flexibility, different conversation with the customers. So when I look at our Zerto partnership, it's been critical to our transformation discussions. When you can talk about data protection and replication independent of platform or landing location, it's a huge contributing factor to enabling the customers to transform their data center and their business overall. I do appreciate the time. You can look us up at echostore.com. You can also feel free to reach out to me at DeLallo, that's ADILALLO, at echostore.com with any future interests or any questions that you may have. And Harry, I thank you for the time, and audience, thank you very much for the time to speak with you today.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, and it's really a pleasure to be a part of your solution and be able to help you drive value to the customers because I know you offer a lot of solutions and, like you said, migrations, and some people, I'm glad you explained that in your last slide, everything that you offer, because people do often get confused between public cloud and cloud providers and managed services and what you get and getting, driving towards getting out of that business of running a data center if that's not actually your business. So trust the experts that do it every day and use those services to find the right tool. Hopefully Zerto is a part of that solution, but it's usually a mixture of a bunch of things. So excellent, thank you. I know we only have a few minutes left, so I'll show a quick demo. I don't have time for a whole bunch of cool demos, but we'll jump over to it. Let me share my screen real quick, and there's some contact information for as soon as we're done. I'm just waiting for it to show up on the audience view here. Okay, it looks like it's coming up. We're logged into a dashboard here of a lab that is really 4 environments, but for this simplicity, we have a VMware environment as a source and all the rest of destinations, a VMware, a Hyper-V, and an AWS in this instance. cool thing to show off is just the fact that no matter what environment you go to, whatever cloud, the interface looks the same. You don't have to learn new operations. Production vSphere environment here with a bunch of servers running. Again, no impact to those, no agents, no snapshots. But in our destinations, we just have some services running, some replication appliances. You're not paying for all those VMs to run. Like up in Amazon, there's just a cloud appliance going. So extremely simple to, for example, create a virtual protection group. I'm not going to go through every little piece. There's traffic priority and bandwidth priority there. On this screen, I can select all the application servers that I want to protect together. Database, file, web. I can go define boot ordering, make sure, drag and drop the servers in the right order. So you can get very, very detailed. It's a powerful solution that's really simple to use if you don't need all the power and advanced configurations. Pick your recovery site, and all these settings will change based on what that platform offers you. So you build this out. You set your journal history, and you can change that VM by VM. And you set RPO alerts, which, again, we don't set the schedule of RPO. We just set when we get notified if we're going above that RPO. You can pick preceding and swap file locations to ignore swap file disks to some degree. What failover and test networks do I want to run? If I run isolated failover tests, I want them to be isolated. If I need to run any scripts afterwards. Re-IPing or re-MAC addresses, DNS settings, all those things are in here. You just hit done, and it builds that protection group and starts replicating immediately. And then real quickly, we have a toggle switch at the bottom that lets you toggle between live and failover. And there's also a move option. But again, in the interest of time, I'll show you a quick example of if I want to test every single thing in this data center. I have some going to Amazon, Hyper-V, VMware. I just hit next. I've selected all my protection groups. Some have multiple VMs, 1 here, 3 here, 3 here on the third line there. You'll see all these different applications that are protected together and have the same recovery time, the same RPO where they've been captured that data. You can go back in time to thousands of checkpoints or just pick the latest at the very top there for any of these. So if you get ransomware and you want to roll back 3 seconds before ransomware hit, you just go back 3 seconds and hit recover or hit failover test or grab those files out of that. So it's building out these virtual machines and spinning them up on the fly and converting those on the fly, just building them from scratch. So attaching to the disk that's already sitting there and no impact to these protected servers right over here on production. But when we look on the destination sites, we see VMs coming up and suffixed with test and recovery. So we can start giving these end users access to these to test them out, make sure your DR test is successful. Think about how much time you can save from operations and planned maintenance windows for data center migrations, mergers and acquisitions. If you can test this all over and over again ahead of time, you don't need to worry about having a VM down for a weekend because something didn't go right during the migration process. So very, very powerful, very easy. And when you're done, you just stop the test, say successful or failure, and it starts to clean up that whole environment and delete things. And replication still happened, and it was still continuing the whole entire time. So it's never paused. You're never in a DR worry or outage window there for DR. And then you get your recovery report at the end of it that you can sign and date that proves your RTO. So again, very, very easy interface that can have extreme power and context and show you your RPO without having to look across all your systems and try to figure out RPO, which is extremely hard to prove in today's world. So I'm unsharing my screen. Let's see if we can get back to the slides. And we have Q&A. That's all I have for today. So I really, really appreciate you guys sticking around and having us today. I will keep track of questions that are offline as well and stick around for a few minutes to answer those. So definitely reach out to us, and thank you so much for having us.
Excellent, excellent. Great presentation, Harry. Thank you, Tony, as well. We do have a number of questions there in the queue for you guys. If you don't mind sticking around to answer those, I'm afraid we're out of time for the live Q&A, but I really enjoyed seeing the demo, and I'm sure the audience did as well.
Perfect. Thank you.
Excellent. For more information on Zerto, check out their resource there. What can Zerto do for you? They've got a really nice document there. Lots of good questions in the queue as well. If you have a question for Zerto now, Harry and Tony will be sticking around to answer those. I love this one here from Chris. Right away he says, Zerto, I love this product. And then he's got a question there for Harry. So thanks, everyone, for joining us on that. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and pop up our next poll question. and that is, what is your industry vertical? So just scroll down the list there and select the vertical that you work in. And while I leave that up, I'm going to announce our next group of prize winners. Our next Amazon $500 gift card is going out to Chad Qualman from Wisconsin. Congratulations, Chad. And our next grand prize, a Surface laptop, is going out to Tom Rule from Georgia. Congratulations, both of you, Tom and Chad. All right, so if you haven't answered the poll question, please do. I'm going to leave that up on our screen for just a moment, and this is going to go ahead and start our next break time. So we'll be returning in exactly 5 minutes from now. Stick with us, and we got more grand prizes to give away, more Amazon $500 gift cards, a lot more technology presentations, and a very cool keynote at the end of the event. All right, we're back. Break time is over, and it's time to resume the Actual Tech Media Enterprise Tech Summit. And with that, we're going to get started with our next presenter.
Up next, I'm excited to introduce our next presenter, Gaetan Castelline, Head of Product Marketing at Cohesity.
Good afternoon, and thank you for attending the Cohesity session at the Enterprise IT Virtual Summit. I'm Gaetan Castelline with Cohesity, and today we're going to show you how Cohesity can help you dramatically simplify and consolidate all of your secondary storage on one web-scale platform. So we'll start off with a brief introduction into the company. Cohesity was founded in 2013 with the vision to redefine secondary storage. We were founded by Mohit Aaron, and some of you may know Mohit. He's a very well-known personality. Mohit was the initial technical founder of Nutanix, and before that, he spent a number of years on the Google file system. In 2013, Mohit was still with Nutanix. The company was doing great, but Mohit saw an opportunity to take the same types of technology, hyperconvergence, web scale, distributed systems, and use that to solve the enterprise data management problems. And so Mohit founded Cohesity and was able to get funding from some of the top tier VCs, including Sequoia, Google, and Excel. In our latest round of funding, we also got some new strategic investors, Cisco and HPE. We think that having both Cisco and HPE as strategic investors is very strong backing for the depth of the technology that we have here at Cohesity. We've also been able to build a great team, very experienced team, with about 30% of our engineers coming from Google, and also having a lot of great technical talent from companies like Nutanix, VMware, and EMC. We released our 1.0 product about 18 months ago. Since then, we're now being used in production by more than 100 customers, enterprise accounts, and we have some great logos like Ultimate Software, Shutterstock, and Manhattan Associates. So now, let's take a look at what's the problem that Cohesity is setting out to solve. And we think about enterprise storage as being a little bit like an iceberg. At the tip of the iceberg, the visible piece, so to speak, you have your primary storage systems. These are the systems that are actively supporting production applications, typically things like Pure Storage, Nutanix, or VMware Virtual SAN. There's been a lot of innovation in this space, and we think that primary storage is doing a lot better today than it was just a few years ago. The problem is, as you look underneath the surface at everything which is non-production, this is what we call secondary storage. It consists of a hodgepodge of different storage devices. You have your backup systems, you may have test dev systems to manage test dev copies, You may have a data lake for analytics. You may have file shares like a scale-out Isilon system, for example. And you might have a cloud storage gateway to send data to the cloud. And the problem with secondary storage is that on the one hand, it's highly fragmented. So you're dealing with a number of point appliances. Each one has to be sized, configured, deployed, and managed. Each one has a different UI or a different set of APIs. It's very complicated and difficult to manage. The second issue is that it's very inefficient. On average, enterprises are keeping 10 to 15 copies of their production data spread out across all of these silos. So you have to move the data, you have to keep the copies, and each system is typically going to be idle most of the time. Your backup systems, for example, are going to be idle all day until you do the backups at night, and then they're going idle again the following day. So there's a lot of underutilization of assets, a lot of copies of data, a lot of inefficiency. The last issue is this notion of dark data and the fact that it's very difficult to dig in and understand how the data is being used, what must be kept, what can be deleted. It's also difficult to look inside the data to make sure that you're in compliance, that you're not keeping any sensitive information like social security numbers in plain sight. That's the set of issues that Cohesity is setting out to solve from a secondary storage standpoint. So how does Cohesity solve these issues? Well, we've built the first hyperconverged web-scale system that's been designed from the ground up to consolidate all of your secondary data. So we have a solution that can consolidate backups, files, test dev copies, cloud gateways, cloud integration, all on one distributed web-scale platform. We call this hyperconverged secondary storage. Let's dig in and take a little bit of a closer look at how Cohesity can be used to simplify secondary storage. And we'll start off by taking a look at a typical legacy data center. In this data center, you're going to have a number of VMs running on vSphere, maybe on virtual SAN. You're probably going to have a set of legacy physical systems, and you may have a number of high-end databases. This is all primary production infrastructure. Cohesity doesn't get involved with that. Underneath that is where you hit secondary storage. And the first thing that happens is you have your backup software that's running on media servers to move the data from production to secondary. The backup software has to keep the data somewhere, and that's typically going to be on dedupe appliances. These are standalone silos of dedupe capacity. In addition, you may have master servers to manage the whole process, and you may have some tape libraries for long-term data retention and to do tape rotations off-site. So you can see that just for data protection, just for backups, you're already dealing with a number of point appliances, siloed infrastructure, siloed dedupe, and a lot of inefficiency. All of this is just an insurance policy. It's only used in the event of a data loss to be able to recover your data. It's otherwise unproductive. In addition, many customers also have a cloud gateway to be able to send data to the cloud. You're typically also going to have a number of test dev systems. These could be NetApp files, for example, that are going to allow you to manage copies of data for test dev. You may want to copy a production database to be able to do QA on that database with new versions of an application. You may have a data lake or a Hadoop cluster that's dedicated to doing analytics. And then you probably have some file shares and maybe some object storage. Again, each one of these is going to be a standalone individual silo. And so you can see how this infrastructure in a legacy data center is very fragmented, very inefficient. And again, there's this notion of dark data and issues in understanding what you're actually keeping and how you're using that data. So now let's take a look at how Cohesity can simplify secondary storage. The first way, and the easiest way to use Cohesity, is as a replacement for your legacy dedupe appliances like Data Domain. Cohesity provides global dedupe between all the nodes instead of fragmented dedupe. And Cohesity also provides native integration with the public cloud, allowing you to eliminate the cloud gateway. Cohesity is also a scale-out solution that allows you to provision exactly the capacity you need on day one and just add nodes to an existing cluster as your capacity needs expand. Just by doing this, only by replacing legacy dedupe appliances with Cohesity, you can already save about 50% of the costs. But Cohesity doesn't stop there. We also provide a backup software that's going to run completely converged on the same Cohesity nodes used for your dedupe storage. That allows you to replace your legacy backup software, media servers, and master servers with a single converged solution managed through a single UI and a single set of APIs. So you can already see that Cohesity has the potential to dramatically simplify data protection. Once the data is sitting on Cohesity, we can instantaneously provision zero-cost snapshots and clones of your data. That could be a database or a set of VMs, for example, and make them available to your developers to accelerate test dev cycles. We can also do in-place analytics, custom MapReduce jobs to look inside the data and make sure, for example, that you're not keeping any sensitive data like social security numbers in plain sight. And then finally, Cohesity provides distributed NFS, SMB, and S3 object services, allowing you to provide file and objects on the same platform used for your data protection. And that allows you to eliminate your legacy file shares and standalone object storage. And so this is how, at the end of the day, Cohesity is designed to consolidate all of your secondary data on a single scale-out system and really designed to simplify secondary data management. I also want to point out that Cohesity is not a rip and replace solution. So yes, on the one hand, you can use Cohesity data protection to completely replace your end-to-end backup and recovery infrastructure. And that's great. That gives you maximum simplicity. But at the same time, we have many customers that have existing investments in things like Veritas, NetBackup, Commvault, or Veeam. And sometimes they also have teams of DBAs that want to manage their own database dumps and copies. And the nice thing about Cohesity is that you can allocate a subset of the capacity to be dedupe storage for existing backup software like Commvault or Veeam. You can allocate another subset of the capacity to be an NFS dedupe volume, for example, that you can present to your database admins to manage their own database dumps and copies. And then finally, you can use another subset of Cohesity to provide converged data protection and a really maximum simplicity. So it's all about what the customer wants to do. We want to provide maximum flexibility and give you a single platform that can meet all of your data protection needs. And then finally, many of our customers already have existing investments in tape libraries. And so we provide tape support to allow you to continue to use those tape libraries and your existing processes like tape rotations. I also want to do a little bit of a deep dive in how we do the backups, because I think that's a fundamental advantage for Cohesity and very different from the legacy backup vendors. So whenever we do a backup, just like everybody else, we'll take an initial image, backup 0 from production systems. But then when we do the next incremental backup, what we'll do is we'll first do a clone of backup 0 in our file system. Then we'll take the changes, the change blocks from production, and we're going to combine them with that clone to reconstruct a fully hydrated image in our file system. When the next incremental backup happens, we do the same. We take a clone of backup 1, we grab the changes from production, we combine the two, and reconstruct a fully hydrated image. And what this means is that every single incremental backup in Cohesity exists as a fully hydrated image, and you can instantaneously recover from any of those points in time without having to first rehydrate that image. And so that gives you near zero RTOs, instant recoveries to any point in time. These points in time are also not linked, so you can go back and delete any point in time without impacting the backup chain. Now, it's also important to point out that these backups are space efficient. They are indeed linked clones in our file system. So we're deduping all the data. We're not keeping duplicates of the blocks that don't change, but they all exist as a fully hydrated image. And we do the same with Pure Storage. We integrate to take native Pure snaps and back them up the same way. And we provide the same level of integration with NAS for file backups. I also want to take a few minutes and talk about the public cloud. Many of our customers are looking for an easy way to consume the public cloud. And Cohesity has been designed with native integration with all of the leading public clouds: Microsoft, AWS, Google Cloud, and any NFS or S3 compatible cloud. We provide customers with 3 different ways to use the cloud. The first one is what we call Cloud Archive. This is really about long-term data retention in the cloud. It's about replacing tape with the public cloud. You can set a policy to send all of your older data to the public cloud. We're going to encrypt, dedupe, and compress all of the data. We index the data, and that allows you to do a global search on the data, whether it's on-prem or in the public cloud, and do individual VM or individual file level recovery to the local cluster or to any other Cohesity cluster. The second integration point is what we call Cloud Tier. And Cloud Tier is about extending the capacity of your local cluster with the public cloud. You're going to have some amount of SSDs and HDDs locally, and you can extend that local capacity with the public cloud. And then finally, the most interesting integration point is what we call Cohesity Cloud Edition. This is about deploying a Cohesity cluster natively in the public cloud, and that allows you to replicate data from the on-prem cluster to the cluster in the public cloud, decide exactly which data has to be kept locally versus which data can be sent to the public cloud. And because we're managing the data in the public cloud, we open up a number of interesting use cases like disaster recovery, test dev, and analytics. And we'll manage things like automatically changing the format of the VM from a local VMware format to a native public cloud format. So as you can see, we provide a lot of flexibility in terms of allowing you to simply use public cloud resources. In the beginning of this presentation, I talked about how Cohesity is not a standalone appliance, but a web-scale distributed system. And that means that we provide always-on availability, we distribute the data between nodes, we provide space-efficient data resiliency with erasure coding, and we also enable a pay-as-you-grow consumption model. To illustrate that point, imagine that you have some capacity need, say 100 terabytes on day 1. With traditional appliances, you're going to over-provision capacity by about 2x to make sure that your appliance doesn't run out of space over time. With Cohesity, you don't need to do that. You can deploy just what you need on day one. As your capacity needs expand, imagine that after a few years, you need 250 terabytes of data. Your old standalone dedupe appliance cannot handle that capacity requirement, and that means that you need to proceed to a complicated, time-consuming, and expensive forklift upgrade. You need to bring in a bigger appliance, migrate the data from the old appliance to the new one, and decommission the old appliance. With Cohesity, you don't have to do a forklift upgrade. You just keep on adding nodes as your capacity needs increase. You can mix and match old nodes with new nodes. We automatically rebalance the data between all of those nodes. And so you can pay as you grow and always deploy exactly the amount of capacity that you need. We've spoken at length about the data protection capabilities of Cohesity. But another great thing about the platform is that we have a globally distributed file system, and we can expose distributed NFS volumes, SMB volumes, as well as S3 compatible object buckets. And what that allows you to do is to consolidate on the same system your home directories, application files, and object storage. All you need to do is carve out a subset of the capacity and make it available for these other use cases. So with that capability, Cohesity allows you to really consolidate all of your secondary data on one system. To summarize everything that we talked about today, Cohesity provides a web-scale, hyper-converged platform that can be used to dramatically simplify data protection and consolidate all of your secondary storage on one unified solution. We do that while enabling a cost reduction of 50% or higher on data protection and secondary storage. And so while Cohesity is often used initially for backups, our solution is definitely not just a backup and is designed to consolidate all of your secondary data. That's what we call hyper-converged secondary storage. So that concludes the presentation on our side. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen in. We're now going to take a few minutes to answer live Q&A, and I'm going to hand
Great presentation from Cohesity. Gatine, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hi.
Hi. Great presentation. We do have some questions here for you from the audience. I'm going to pop up the next poll question right now, which is what storage challenges are you facing in your company? That goes right along with secondary storage. So Rob here, he's asking, is Cohesity today only compatible with VMware, or does it support any other hypervisors?
Okay, good question. So first comment, we back up directly VMware, physical Windows, physical Linux, physical SQL, physical Oracle database. That's what we can back up directly. But at the same time, we can also expose on Cohesity a deduped NFS volume that you can use in conjunction with things like NetBackup, Commvault, Veeam, and so on. So if you need to back up things that are not in the scope of what Cohesity does today, you can also use Cohesity with those other backup products. And you can do both of those at the same time. So you can use other backup products for a subset of Cohesity capacity, like on one NFS volume, and then you can use our backup product on another subset of that capacity.
Okay. And to clarify, does Cohesity, in many cases, replace existing backup tools?
The answer to that is it depends, and again, we're giving customers options. Right? So the easiest way to use Cohesity is imagine you have some kind of dedupe appliance, say a data domain, for example. You could just use Cohesity to replace that data domain. Right? And with the global dedupe and the snapshots and the cloud integration, Cohesity is going to be a lot more efficient than a conventional data domain appliance. But then the next step in adoption is actually to use the Cohesity backup product to provide a fully converged backup on Cohesity.
So you can phase that in over time, or you can do both at the same time, right? So if you go to that second step and use our backup product, then yes, indeed, in that case, you will actually be replacing conventional backup solutions.
Okay. And then Eric is asking, do you start with just a single Cohesity appliance or a cluster, or how does that work?
Yeah, so it's a scale-out solution, which means that you have to start out with a minimum of 3 nodes. And the reason we need 3 nodes is we need to distribute the data across nodes and keep it redundant across nodes. And so we need a minimum of 3 nodes to have 2 copies of the data and then a quorum node. And then the way we make data resilient across those nodes is either with erasure coding or with replication. So you have a choice. You can do either one of those. And then you can scale out from that point on, right? You can just keep on adding nodes to that cluster as you go, and you can potentially reach to hundreds of nodes if your scale requires it.
Got it. And then what sort of internal disk does Cohesity use? Is it flash? Is it spinning disk?
Yeah, it's a combination. So we have SSDs and HDDs on the nodes, typically about 10% SSD capacity, about 90% HDD. And then we're automatically going to tier the I/O between those tiers based on the type of I/O profile, right? So if it's a lot of sequential data, we'll write that straight to disk. If it's a big random I/O stream, or if we need to do a lot of inline dedupe, then we'll have it go to SSD first.
Okay. And then let's see. Probably the last question we have time for here is they're asking. Robert's asking, can Cohesity be put on any hardware? So is it software that you install on hardware, or do you buy Cohesity as a hardware and software solution?
So that's a great question. Cohesity is a software-defined solution, so there's no IP, we don't require any kind of proprietary hardware underneath. Now, that being said, we qualify our software on a very specific set of underlying systems, right? These are going to be industry standard x86 nodes, and there's 3 ways to deploy today. You can buy a turnkey appliance from Cohesity, where we provide the full end-to-end solution on one appliance. Or you can buy nodes from HPE. These are the DL360 nodes. They're pre-qualified for Cohesity specifically. Or you can buy nodes from Cisco. And those would be the Cisco UCS C-Series. So those are the 3 options today. Over time, we're going to look at expanding those sets of options. But yeah, good question.
Okay, great. Well, I think that's all the time we have for live questions. There's a number of questions there still for you in the Q&A. Thanks so much for being on the summit today.
Yeah, that's great. Well, thanks so much. And I'm going to stay on for a few minutes just to answer those questions.
Excellent. Make sure you check out the resource from Cohesity called Simple Data Protection for the Cloud Era there in your console. And with that, I'll share the results of this poll question. And it looks like 34% say they have need for more storage capacity. 38% are not experiencing any storage challenges. That's cool. 22% say storage is the end of life. So a number of different challenges there. And with that, I'm going to start our next presentation from Tejal. Make sure you stay tuned for the bloopers at the end of the presentation. Good stuff.
On the Enterprise IT Virtual Summit is Rob Commons, Vice President of Corporate Marketing and super awesome guy at Tejal. Take it away, Rob.
Thanks for joining us today at Actual Tech Media's Summit, talking about enterprise technology. I'm Rob Cummins with Tejal Systems.
And I'm Narayan Venkat, also from Tejal Systems.
And we've spent the last several years talking with customers in enterprises about IT and some of the changes that have been going on that have dramatically changed how we approach enterprise storage specifically.
Yeah, and during the course of this summit, we will be discussing a number of topics as it pertains to storage and the impact that storage has had on IT in general.
For those of you watching live, feel free to use the chat window off to the side, and we'll be managing those in real time. For those of you watching after the fact on a recording, feel free to drop us a line at our Twitter handle, Tagile. Over the last several decades, we've seen massive shifts in how IT is approached and managed. Way back in the day when I was driving a big wheel, people were using mainframes a lot, and that was the mainstream IT platform people were using. Then we saw a shift over to client server, and then services, and now of course everyone's all about cloud, and what does that mean? From both a private and a public standpoint, and how do we build a platform that we can deliver services to the enterprise that's having a massive impact on technology and how IT is managed.
So taking it down a notch, what we have seen is some tremendous innovation in the storage technology area. We've seen CPUs that have had a relentless gain in performance. We've seen CPUs keeping up with Moore's law. We've seen networks, infrastructures that have also, had substantial innovation, and storage has played a little bit of catch up over perhaps the last 15, 20 years. And now what we're seeing is tremendous innovation in storage that has driven down costs substantially, raised performance several orders of magnitude, along with the manageability associated with managing large volumes of data.
In addition to changes in storage technology, we've seen compute and management change quite a bit. For some instances, for example, remote office in retail, we've seen hyperconvergence have a great impact on how the stack of server, network, and storage is managed, and putting that all in one piece. So it's a very simple, repeatable model in those, what I'll call, fringe environments. Closer in towards the data center, the commoditization of the hardware, and moving to a software-defined storage on commodity components has become very, very popular and helped drive cost down and manageability a lot easier.
So this move to the cloud is actually being driven by applications. If you've seen, we've started to see a number of different applications come to the forefront, and people are starting to use the cloud for new applications or new types of applications. We've seen Salesforce.com has had a tremendous amount of success in and across a variety of different enterprises. And this move to the cloud, which is being driven by applications, is also starting to pull infrastructure technology and infrastructure into the cloud.
So now we take a look at what Flash has done, what hyperconvergent, software-defined, and what I like to call cloudification of enterprise applications. Not only is the technology changing, but the way it's managed changes. So IT from a company culture has to change. There's a huge skill gap. How not many people know how to manage applications in the cloud, as well as they've learned over the past 20, 30 years on premises. So this is creating not only a technology challenge, but a personnel and team building challenge for enterprise leaders.
The cloudification of IT is also causing a lot of changes in the way infrastructure is purchased and managed. If you go back a few years, storage purchasing decisions were primarily focused on performance, capacity, in other words, IOPS and dollar per gigabyte. But now with much more focus on infrastructure agility, the impact that storage and information can have on the business's ability to excel, purchasing decisions are starting to change. And there is more emphasis put today on things like the ability to accelerate applications, what impact does it have on business application performance, and the cloudification of IT is causing even storage and IT infrastructure folks to think in terms of business acceleration, economic management of infrastructure, and how can IT infrastructure be looked upon as the engine for acceleration of the business.
If we take a good look at current storage technology, there's actually a lot of what I like to call feature compression going on. It's actually pretty hard to differentiate some of these systems on that older class, older school, if you will, decision criteria. For example, performance. With flash and other advancements happening, there's really hard to tell what the difference is, because the garden variety flash system is 8 to 10 times faster than legacy technology. All these systems are pretty much fast enough. Availability, the same way. Very high availability is common. It's table stakes, not a point of differentiation, except for the extremely high end of the market. And other things like ease of use. We all used to brag about how many clicks it took to provision a LUN. We're all pretty much at the same level. So we have to take a different look at how storage is differentiated in these new architectures.
That's right, Rob. If you start to look at how IT leaders have to look at storage into the future, they really have to have a different set of lenses through which you should look at storage, i.e., storage in the future needs to be self-managed. Storage in the future should be transparent. Storage in the future should be agile. What do I mean by all of this? Which is, as Rob said earlier about cloudification, the whole purpose of bringing cloud technology either within your enterprise or in the public cloud is to gain the level of agility. And you're going to have a plethora of different applications in your environment. Does the storage infrastructure that you have, can it adapt to the changing needs of your applications? So for example, you want to perhaps be able to provision a whole set of applications rapidly, perhaps for business critical workloads. At the same time, you need storage that can house and manage and persist data that are less critical. So how does the storage infrastructure react to these changing needs, and how do they deliver the appropriate level of performance at the best economics available for a plethora of applications in your environment? So IT leaders have to look at storage purchasing decisions through those lenses as opposed to the more traditional lenses of dollar per terabyte or performance.
So two main reasons people like to move their applications and parts of their business to the cloud is they get out of the business of technology refresh, and they get out of the business of writing checks, huge capital expense checks, to acquire new infrastructure. So we at Tagile, we introduced IntelliFlash. And IntelliFlash embodies a whole platform of product, as well as programs we'll tell you about that actually emulate the cloudification from an economic standpoint as well.
Yeah, as Rob mentioned, IntelliFlash is the platform that allows you to essentially deliver storage services across a broad range of applications. So on the one extreme, you want high performance, and the other extreme, you want economics, and perhaps a range of the two, right, across your different application types.
Every system in the IntelliFlash platform has a full complement of data management services, be it deduplication and compression to get that footprint down and cost down, as well as real-time caching across different persistent media for performance and capacity. Long gone are the days of information lifecycle management and manually moving data across tiers, as well as encryption, and again, a whole plethora of software that's available on every IntelliFlash platform.
We talked about storage being transparent for your application infrastructure. So to that end, IntelliFlash platform provides a whole host of predictive analytics capabilities. These predictive analytics capabilities ensure that you can manage your storage infrastructure by looking at how your infrastructure needs are changing. Perhaps use these predictive analytics also to understand where might a problem surface so that you can get proactive about addressing changes in the infrastructure to avoid those problems. So all of these things contribute to making the storage completely transparent and enable it to scale and bob and weave, as we call it, to the changing needs of the business and the applications.
Tagile's IntelliFlash platform is backed up by our Flash 5 guarantee that covers data reduction rates, performance, availability, cost, and endurance. So we've got you covered really well.
In addition, Tejal offers lifetime storage, a program that enables you to buy once and refresh for life. So this allows you to essentially transform a CapEx into an OpEx model so that as part of your effort towards cloudification, you can get the benefit of pay-as-you-go methodology.
Now that Narayan showed us how we can take technology refresh off the table in cloudifying our infrastructure, let's take a look at how public cloud providers bill. From a storage standpoint, they typically bill on what I like to call a gigabyte month basis. So we at Tejal, what we do is we put what I like to call a smart meter on the side of your array, and we on a monthly basis measure capacity consumption, and we send out a bill on gigabyte months just like we would on kilowatt hours off of the power meter on the side of our house. So now this on-premises infrastructure is actually billed on a monthly rate just like a cloud provider would in the storage services. I hope you've enjoyed this little quick discussion we've had here in talking about how technology and infrastructure and some of the big shifts we see in the market are changing the way storage infrastructure is procured.
Tejal gives you a platform that enables you to bring cloud-like technologies and cloud-like business models to your IT infrastructure, enabling you to accelerate applications, getting better economics, and being able to respond to the changes that your business needs.
And again, if you've got any questions, feel free to drop us a line at our Twitter handle, Tejal.
Thank you very much.
Have a great one.
All right, ready?
Mm-hmm. So now that Narayan's taught, if we take a look at, is that enough?
All right, great presentation from Tejal. I really love the unique format, and I really love the bloopers at the end as well. So, Rob, are you there?
I sure am. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks for being on. So we do have some questions for you here from the audience. The first one here, Andy is asking about the predictive analytics. He's asking, how are those implemented? Can you say a little bit more about the case study you talked about?
Sure. The IntelliCare Analytics platform actually sits up in a public cloud infrastructure and is connected to our thousands of systems out in our installed base in measuring all sorts of things from a performance standpoint, an availability standpoint, capacity consumption, and we can slice and dice it down to a VM. One of my favorite predictive pieces is if you're familiar with, let's say, a TD Ameritrade stock heat map where you've got these little rectangles and the size of the rectangle is the volume, the color is the change in the stock price. We do the same thing with either logical volumes or VMs that reside on the array, and you can have a single heat map dashboard of the system, and the size of the rectangles represents how many IOPS that volume is consuming, and the color of it is where is it relative to the latency threshold you set. It also can predict, for example, when you can expect to hit a performance ceiling, when you're going to run out of capacity, and if it's looking at endurance. If for some reason drives are getting hit exceptionally hard, flash drives are a lot easier to manage than spinning disk because their endurance is a finite number, and we can watch that odometer on all of our systems, and actually we can dispatch replacement drives well before anything becomes a problem. So it's really taking that support model up a notch and giving that visibility, the transparency that Narayan talked about through IntelliCare.
Excellent, excellent. And you talked about IntelliPay, essentially the utility meter on the side of the array, and then Tegile bills based on the usage. Is that true? Is that how it works?
That's exactly correct. So we look at how much capacity is consumed, and it could be higher or lower than the previous month. And what we do is we take the raw acquisition cost of that system, and we derive a gigabyte month price. So if you've got a higher flash proportion system, that gigabyte month will probably be higher than something that's more biased towards high capacity spinning disk. So it's a variable rate, and then based on how much of that capacity is consumed, we send out that bill on a monthly basis.
Very cool, very innovative. And then someone here is asking, can you tell us a little bit more about the lifetime storage? How does that work?
Yeah, good one. So as Narayan mentioned, the flash guys now are catching up with CPU and networking ASIC developers from a technology roadmap standpoint. And we're able to work with them and actually forward price a replacement system either 3 years or 5 years in the future, depending on your finance team's depreciation curve. And we'll actually take that forward priced technology refresh and bury it inside of a maintenance contract that's amortized over 3 to 5 years, And essentially, after that 3 to 5 years comes up, we'll come out with a brand new system and flip technology to the latest and greatest. Now, if you need more performance, more capacity during that, we can add that in and then re-amortize it another 3 to 5 years if you'd like. So it's a nice way to get out of that lumpy capital expense that people are used to with infrastructure such as storage.
Yeah. Being a former IT manager, I know the SAN was the single biggest, most expensive thing in the data center, and that big CapEx was always a stressful time. So I really like what you guys are doing with lifetime storage. And then I wanted to ask you about use cases or sort of entry points for Tegile. Is Tegile just kind of popular across all different sorts of applications and use cases, or have there been some that are more popular than others?
Oh, great question. So because the fact that we have very low cost, high density systems all the way up to 100% flash, that gives us a wide range of applications we can address from a price performance standpoint, and we can concurrently support block, fiber channel iSCSI, as well as file on NFS SMB3, all running concurrently on the same system. That allows us to hit a bunch of different network infrastructure, and of course some applications like block versus file. So the field is huge. Now, what we see within our customers is, I'd say 99% of them are virtualized, usually with VMware or Hyper-V, and underneath that, 66 to 80% of them are running SQL databases or Oracle databases, and then behind that we get quite a bit of VDI as well. That's kind of a quick shot where we're at. Yep.
Okay, nice. Well, been a really great presentation. You got tons of feedback from the audience on how much they enjoyed the blooper round. So thanks so much for being on the Enterprise Summit today.
All right, thanks everybody. Have a great day.
All right, for more information on Tegile, check out their resource there called the 2017 State of Storage Virtualization report by our own Scott Delo from Actual Tech Media, a great resource that talks about what's going on in 2017 related to storage. And if you haven't answered the poll question on the screen, now's the time to do so. I'm going to announce the prize winners while you do that. The prize winners that I forgot to announce before Tegile's presentation were gift card number 7, Amazon $500 gift card going out to Alexander Romanascus from New Hampshire, and a MakerBot 3D printer going to Douglas Novizger from Ohio. So congratulations to both of you. And then the new prize winners for this round here are a Surface laptop going to Kirk Becker from Idaho, and an Amazon $500 gift card going to Jay Moore from Arizona. Lots of great prize winners today. Congratulations to everyone. All right, so let me share the results of this poll with you. And the question was, what characteristic of cloud is most important to you? 23% said TCO, 21% said elasticity and scalability. So thanks for participating in that. And now I'd like to introduce our next presenter.
Director of Technology and Alliance Strategy at Clear Sky Data. Take it away, Mark.
All right, Mark, thanks for being on the Enterprise Summit today. Take it away.
Thanks, David. How's everyone doing today? My name is Mark Keating, and I am the Director of Technology and Alliance Strategy here at Clear Sky Data. So I'd like to thank everyone for taking the time to sit here with me, as I think I have the cleanup round here, so we'll see how this goes. And one of the things I wanted to chat with you guys today is about, let's see if I can advance this forward here, make sure this actually works. Not sure what you guys are seeing out there. Hopefully this is coming across. So in any case, what I wanted to talk to you a bit about today was a little bit different way of thinking about managing all of your data. That's really one of the things that we do here at Clear Sky. So while we come from a bunch of storage backgrounds, that's primarily where all of us come from. Dave, are you seeing the slides advancing here? I'm not sure if it's heading forward or what's going on there.
Yes, I do, Mark. I see you advancing. You're on the second slide right now.
Which slide would that be, the 110?
Correct, yes.
Okay, all right. I'm not sure why I can't see it, but I know the slide, so that'll work. So one of the things that, when you take a look at, when you create data, right, and you look at what you're doing around data, a lot of folks, when you historically have kind of gone back to how you're creating and protecting data, they've taken a view of, I'm going to have my primary data, then I'm going to back it up, then I'm going to have DR. And when you do that, the main reason that you're doing all of those things is you're basically buying an insurance policy. It's kind of like, when you buy car insurance or life insurance or auto insurance, you're making a whole bunch of copies of data because you're protecting against something going wrong. And that's the entire point of, having lots of different copies of data. So when you do that, you take your primary storage and you create that, and you buy that from, pick your vendor out there, you buy a bunch of licenses, you buy some network lines, and then you go off and you buy your backup products. And so you're doing that to make your second copy of data, and that's your insurance policy against something going wrong on your first copy of data. And then usually when you continue that conversation, the next thing that you're going to do is you have a discussion around, okay, so do I then go off and make another disaster recovery copy at a different physical location? Because now I'm trying to protect against site failures. So things like power outages and things going wrong, and what you do with that is you make another copy, so buy another primary storage array, get some replication software, maybe that's optional, maybe it's included. You get the network lines between the two sites, and then you might make another copy of your backup data as well. So you kind of start off with at least making 3 or 4 copies of your data, and then you may make historical recovery points. So if you want to go beyond that, start taking snapshots, start taking historical or incremental backups, right? And now you end up with 5, 6, 7, 8, however many copies you have there, and all of those copies exist for the single sole reason of insurance. And what you're really doing there is buying that insurance policy on the off chance that something goes wrong with your first copy of data. So it's a little bit expensive, but it works, and it's very well known to do that in the industry. And when we started Clear Sky Data a few years ago, we were taking a look at the holistic approach to data and what you can do around it. And so, what you tend to end up with, in the traditional model is this, a picture that looks like, you get your primary storage on your first site, you've got another copy of your data locally, you've got your backup environment, you're taking another copy for DR, and you connect all of them together through this giant network. And that's really the traditional approach for managing your whole environment. So what we've done is we've created a completely different way to look at this. And with Clear Sky, you take your data, you store it once inside of our managed service environment. So we're a storage manufacturer that's also a managed service provider. And so what we deliver to our end user customers is a managed service where you pay for your data once. So you store your data one time inside of what we call our global storage network. We connect to your data center and plug in a little device we call our Edge Cache, which then plugs into your Fibre Channel or iSCSI SAN. We also have NAS as well. So you can support fiber channel, iSCSI, NAS, doesn't matter what protocol you want to go ahead and run on us. Now when we do that, we're actually storing all of your data off-site. So it's not physically being stored on-premise with you. We're connecting you into our network using private Ethernet lines, and that's all done at our expense. We maintain that, we run that, we handle all the contracts, so no data is running over the public internet. But this is all managed on your behalf. All you're paying for is a single per gig per month charge to store your data with ClearSky. Now where this gets really interesting is when we talked about insurance policies earlier, you have insurance policies to protect against things going wrong. So for example, the first one would be you buy a backup insurance policy by having backup software, tape libraries, cloud, whatever it is you're backing up to, right? With us, you simply have to choose. In fact, you don't even have to choose. We do this automatically. We create historical recovery points. Once again, they're all stored off-site, securely, automatically, inside of our network. And that could either be back-ending into a public cloud or a private cloud. It doesn't really matter. Right? But with us, this all happens automatically. So what you don't have to do is pay for a separate copy of backup. We're just handling that for you as part of the managed service. And then to extrapolate that out a little bit further, we also, if you choose, right, and you have a second physical location, we can connect your second location into our network as well, and then give you access to that data at no additional charge. And we have a number of customers who really like this feature with us so that they get primary, backup, and DR all for a single cost. They're only paying for a single copy of your data. So really what we're delivering, if I kind of summarize what we've done here and what we've built, is we have built a managed service that operates like on-premise primary storage. Doesn't matter if it's fiber channel or iSCSI, once again, or it could be NAS if you're using NFS, right? But you're only paying to store one copy of your data. What you then do is you then choose where and how you want to access that data. So rather than have to manage all of the infrastructure, buying backup software, backup tape libraries, secondary DR, replication arrays, or any of those things, including the network lines, software, and all the rest of it that it takes to manage all of that, with us, you simply tell us where and how you want to access the data, and we just make it available for you, and that all comes as part of our managed service. So that's what we built from scratch. And when you get this, there's a lot of benefits that come along with that. There's been a lot of discussion today around cloud and cloud technologies, and I saw the poll earlier where people really like the elasticity of the cloud, meaning the on-demand nature of things that I want to be able to have as one of the most important things. And so from the ClearSky perspective, when you plug into the ClearSky network, you're actually able to provision storage on demand. There's no pre-provisioning, I don't have to worry about waiting for an array to ship, I don't have to worry about equipment to go through or a purchase order. With ClearSky, you're paying for exactly what you use when you use it, right? So if you choose to scale up or scale down, your bill will reflect that. We can bill monthly or quarterly or yearly, it just depends on what your operational model is from a finance perspective. We also encrypt all of the data inside of the service automatically. That's not an option with ClearSky, that just happens from scratch. And all of our customers have the encryption keys under their control. Right, so that's something that's not optional or extra. That's something that's built in to the service from day one. So when you turn the service on, when we instantiate the service for a customer, the customer, before they're ever able to use the storage, is able to create the data from scratch with encryption keys that are under their control. Right? We have no access to our customers' data, and we're audited by third-party companies on a regular basis around this. In fact, we're actually undergoing a SOC 2 audit right now, so for anybody out there who's ever done that, I can tell you about the joy of going through a SOC 2 audit with your CISO, but that's what we're doing because we have to. And so what you'll see here is that, the reason we're doing that is we're making sure that all of our network components, all of our data centers, all of the places where we're storing data is all fully secure, and we audit that regularly, and we have attestation reports for our customers. We also, the other big thing that comes along with this is from a financial model, right? There is no discussion around lease schemes or when you want to buy the storage or a CapEx purchase. With ClearSky, you're paying for what you use. So it's truly an operational model from an OpEx perspective that you're only paying for the pieces and components of what you use when you use it. So I don't have to worry about guaranteeing hardware refreshes or any of that. This is a managed service. We do all of that under the covers and just take care of it for you automatically. And as long as you're under contract with ClearSky, you'll always have access from a performance perspective to what you need, and all of your data is stored securely off-premise inside our network. Now, I talked a bit about replacing backup and DR software here, so I wanted to give an example of how we're doing that. This is the VMware example we have of some of our tools that integrate inside VMware and will simply and automatically, once again, this just happens from default. You don't have to change anything to make this happen. We will automatically start protecting any virtual machines that are on data stores that are stored with ClearSky. If you want to make it happen more frequently, you can simply change how the schedule happens, and when you want to restore things, or if you want to expose a data store, we have buttons to do that. But really the concept here is that it's an all-inclusive service that will store your data, will protect your data, and make it available in the event of a disaster wherever you want to do that. And so just as a quick financial overview, right, when you add up all of the cost of doing primary storage and backup and DR, right, we replace all of that with a single price, and that is what is one of the most attractive things on the financial side to our customers. On the business side and the technical side, it's really the fact that we're doing all these things for you. You don't have to operationally manage them. And we have a simple way to try it out. You simply come up on clearskydata.com. You can simply register for a trial, click a couple of buttons, and you'll be given an account, and you can log in and go ahead and try it. And that's really the quick, short introduction to who we are and what we do. And so I thank you guys for taking the time from there. So hopefully you guys are able to see the slides. I got a couple of questions around slides advancing, so I'm not sure what was being seen there. David, were the slides advancing when I was doing that?
They were not. I did advance some slides for you as best I could, but
okay.
But great presentation. Let's do some Q&A around ClearSky because I think it's a really unique solution from, say, just purchasing a traditional storage array and using it on premises. So with ClearSky Data, is this true that the storage is in the cloud, in ClearSky Data's cloud? And if so, what's on premises at the local site?
Well, that's a great question. So what we end up doing is we leverage an object store on the back end as the location for where we actually physically place the data. So that could be either, if we're fully managing the service, that could be one of the public cloud providers, or we work with managed service provider partners or end user customers who want to run their own private cloud. So it doesn't matter to us what the object store is. If you want to run it inside your own data centers, we can certainly accommodate that. If you want us to manage the service, or one of our partners to manage the service, we certainly operate in that mode as well. So we have the choice for our end user customers as to what the actual location of the data is that's stored. And from an on-premise perspective, I'm sorry, I just want to answer the second part of your question there. We actually place a small 2U all-flash device, so we call that our edge cache. It's 100% flash, everything's fully encrypted, and that scales. So as a managed service provider, we actually provide the metrics to our customers that show them how well we're servicing read requests from flash. There's actually multiple tiers of flash in the service. In every metro area where we operate, we actually have multiple tiers of flash that are located on-premise, basically with the customer, and then off-premise, 1 to 2 milliseconds away, inside of points of presence that we operate. So from a performance perspective, we actually scale ahead of demand inside of our data centers and on the customer premise as necessary. And then we show them, every customer has a gauge as soon as they log in that shows them how many, what percentage, more specifically, of all of their reads that are coming from the local flash. And we aim to keep that between 95 and 99% of reads. And across the board today, we're seeing an average of about 97.5%, 98% effectiveness for read technology. So from a performance perspective, you're actually getting what looks like on-premise local flash, but because we're making multiple copies and storing them out inside of an object store, from a durability perspective, you have lots of off-site copies that just come along with it at no extra charge.
Okay, very cool. So it kind of sounds like a fully managed offering. I mean, can I get rid of my backup licenses and secondary data center if I used ClearSky Data?
You can, absolutely. And we have a few customers who have gone that route with us. Most customers start off with a single site, one application, two applications, and as they start to grow, right, one of two things happens. Either they want to keep their two physical data centers for redundancy because they've got investments in compute nodes and VMware and whatever their applications are, but they don't want to have to manage paying for multiple copies of the data. That's the backup and the DR components. That's really where we can come in and help out. The second option that happens is they may or may not want to keep that second physical data center at all. In that case, we have the ability to connect to cloud compute so that you can access your data and your applications from compute within the cloud and use that for on-demand capabilities. So from a DR perspective, you can go ahead and access your data whenever you want to and only pay for that compute when you need to. So we operate in both modes. Just depends on which path our customers choose to go down. So the answer to your question, David, is yes, you can, and we have customers that choose to do so. We have some other customers that like the two physical data center approach and want to keep that, and we support our customers in either way.
Very nice, very nice. So how would someone go about trying out Clear Sky Data? Is that an option?
Absolutely. So all they have to do is simply come up on our website, clearskydata.com. They can click on the free trial buttons right on the main page, sign up for a trial. In a few minutes, you're given an account, and you're up and running, and you can go ahead and try us out.
Very cool. Very cool. All right. Well, thanks so much for being on the event today, Mark. Great presentation.
Thank you, David.
All right. For more information about Clear Sky Data, check out the resource there in your console called Built-in Data Protection with Clear Sky. I've popped up the next poll question on the event, and that is, what top data protection challenge are you facing in your company? So this is just a select one, your top data protection challenge as your answer. And while that's up on the screen, I'm going to go ahead and announce our next group of prize winners, and that is an Amazon $500 gift card going out to Suresh Krishnan from Illinois. Congratulations, Suresh. And another MakerBot 3D printer. That thing is really cool. Going out to Sean Robles from California. Congratulations, Suresh. And congratulations, Sean. So I'm going to share the results of this poll question now. And you can see 25% of you said disaster recovery planning is your top data protection challenge. 22% said data sprawl. And 17% said, hey, we're not having any problems at all. So very cool. A lot of different answers there. 18% said cost control, 6% said RPO, RTO, 7% said getting data off-site. And speaking of data protection, just so happens we have the next presenter on the event today is going to talk about that right now.
To introduce our next presenter, that is Mr. Rick Vanover, Director of Technical Product Marketing and Evangelism at Veeam.
Please welcome Mr. Rick Vanover, Director of Technical Product Marketing and Evangelism at Veeam Software. Rick, are you there?
Hey, David, I'm here. Nice to be with you again.
Great to have you on. Take it away, my friend.
Awesome, and big shout out to Actual Tech Media. Thanks for hosting this today, guys. And David's a great guy, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here. So we're going to jump into it. We got a lot to cover. I'm going to move at what I call Veeam speed today. I'm going to explain how we communicate to these modern technologies to keep them available in regards to hyperconvergence. But I want to start with a high-level vision here. These are things that everybody wants. Everybody wants to have nonstop business continuity. They want to have analytics and visibility. But in the middle, everyone is to an extent somewhat digitally transformed. And if you don't think you are, you are. Try turning off the data center. If you can't go on and do what you do as an organization, you have some level of digital transformation. And with that, we need to keep it available. We need these continuity and analytics and visibility aspects of our data center today. So maybe I got you interested here, but this notion of having things available is really complicated today because each of us have different types of infrastructure. I know that in my practice today, I have built a lot of my practice up on the top left here in the on-premises infrastructure. But today we're thinking about new things into the cloud and the software as a service space or, other types of workloads. Veeam can help you here. And when we talk about hyperconvergence, we have a great story and we really can anchor what you're doing on premises, but also be a gateway to what you want to do into the cloud. So I'll kind of stop for a moment and, make us think a little bit about the hyperconverged space today. I've been watching this space quite a bit over the years and seen it change. A lot of new things have come, not new approaches, new technologies. But what I really think needs to, the way we need to take a look at it is it's an opportunity. And, there's a lot of benefits. everybody wants simplified administration. Everybody wants a way to get your storage to work better. And I like to use this term non-rotational. Whether it's flash, whether it's SSDs, whether it's tiering or memories, magic, whatever. It's better than just rotational disk. Everybody wants to get benefits from modern storage. And then the management, we have to have that easy, and scale. That's one of the probably most compelling aspects of hyperconvergence is true scale out. That is really a problem for organizations of all sizes. You can be the smallest of environments and having that one more node is a big deal, or you can be that larger environment where, will we do 10? Will we do 20 more nodes? Who knows? This is a big deal today, and these are why this really presents an opportunity. Now, there's a lot of products out there today. I just threw out 6 that I can think of, but there's probably more. There's, of course, the Microsoft approach to build your own as well. So there's a lot of opportunities in there. And Veeam has a relationship with a lot of these players as well. So it's also important to note that when you think about how you deploy a hyperconverged system, there's also a notion of Veeam can help you keep it available. Because again, that analogy of pulling the power to the data center is not such a good idea because we need to keep these workloads available. So I'll really start with this availability notion. I think it's really important to note that there is absolutely an investment, but you want to get the most out of it, meaning you want to keep it available. And availability is, in the most primitive sense, it's data protection, it's backup, it's DR, it's everything on the survey that David, sorry. But it's also about knowing what's going on, where you have data, where you need to keep data, what new data has arrived. Actually, that's an important one. These great benefits of scale out and, if you get into any self-service, self-provisioning, you need to know what is where and does it need to be protected. And that's important, and that's an area where we can help. And what Veeam has done is actually made the ability to get into a hyperconvergence infrastructure pretty easy. We can do that actually, believe it or not. I had one organization move over to a hyperconvergence platform. I can't remember which one. It's one of the big ones. I'll leave it at that for their primary workloads. And they kept it on VMware, so I know that much. But basically, they were like, how do I move all these VMs? And I'm like, well, have you thought about Veeam replication? And I'm like, what do you mean? Or they were like, what do you mean? And I explained, you could take everything you have there, replicate it over there, and flip it over. And then they're like, well, that's going to take hours. And I'm like, no, it'll probably take about 20 minutes. And the logic was they built their new clean hyperconverged infrastructure, replicated all the VMs over there in the background, by the way, and then flipped the switch, and they're ready to go. How cool is that? You can also get there through something called Veeam Quick Migration, which is a great way to back things up and then migrate to a new platform. But then once you're there, Veeam has a great story as well, and that's things like direct NFS access and more that can help you. Now that's just one example, but there's also this notion of having this hybrid storage opportunity. There's a number of approaches to getting that good storage performance, everything from adaptive, VM-aware, hybrid. There's so many of them out there, and I don't have a recommendation on what's best or fastest. In fact, some of the other presenters here today probably have a better opinion there. My perspective is whatever you're doing, we need to keep it available. I love that word, available. And when we look at this, we have many mechanisms in play, and there's basically an opportunity today to leverage storage snapshots, and I'll get to that in a second. But there's also a mechanism for everything else, is using this Veeam Direct NFS access. Now I talk about this, and you might not have ever heard of it, and that's okay if you haven't, but basically I'll give you a little bit of history. It doesn't start as a hyperconvergence story, but 2015, when Veeam released support for NetApp arrays to move data from storage snapshots, we actually learned a lot about NFS in that process. So we took that knowledge and we kind of tooled it a little bit, and we released this capability called Veeam Direct NFS Access. And for VMware environments, we actually have a data mover that in some situations, we were able to get 3 times the performance compared to the native vSphere APIs for data protection. So if it's NFS, and most, if not all, of the VMware hyperconvergence plays are NFS, we're able to move data very, very effectively with this NFS mechanism. So keep that in mind. If you also have some hyperconverged or traditional infrastructure mixed, this notion of direct NFS access or storage snapshots can help you get a better availability experience as well. Now, if you're also using vSAN, a couple of new features really help you get a little bit more refined storage practices. And some people are looking at a lot of vSAN as an option of kind of the DIY hyperconvergence play. I hear you. I feel you. I don't have a recommendation, but these are really good capabilities that come from this platform as well with vSAN, but I have a little trick for you. When it comes to keeping it available, I don't know if everybody knew this, but Veeam is actually vSAN aware. Did you know that vSAN exposes APIs that tell you where the data is for a VM in regard to its node locality? Pretty cool, eh? So what I mean by that is if we have a Veeam proxy on every node of a vSAN cluster, so those four little circle icons on this diagram here, if that's a Veeam proxy on each host, when we'll go and do a backup of one or more of these VMs, we'll determine where the vSAN data locality is to determine where the host node that has the most data locally readily accessible rather than having to traverse the vSAN cluster. So it's actually very, very intelligent in how we move data. And last I checked, we're the only backup product that's doing that for vSAN environments. So pretty cool stuff. But I realize that, you know, backing data up is one thing, but I would really issue kind of a very broad form kind of, I don't want to say warning, but recommendation. And if you're using any of the advanced VMware features with storage, whether it be vVols, vSAN, or anything that's using storage policy-based management, you want to make sure that your backup is policy aware. So I actually have highlighted what you don't want to do, which is have a storage policy compliance of not being applicable. This is a vVol example, but it would apply to vSAN as well. But basically, if you have any of these two newer storage policies, and the same goes for regular storage as well, you really don't want to have VMs that restore without a policy. Basically, that becomes a problem if you had to do a large amount of restores from one system to another and one storage system to another. And if storage policy-based management applies on both, and if you restore something without a policy, you run the risk of running these workloads without any policy enforcement. And if you're doing the math, that means that it really invalidates the whole design because some have policy and some don't. Kind of a fundamental thing there. The short answer is when you do a restore with policies with Veeam, you can actually get the policy assignment upon the restore. Okay, I'm getting a little excited here. This is when it gets a little bit more interesting, though. Some of the more, the newer types of hyperconvergence plays, we've got a pretty interesting new technology that we announced earlier in the year. And that's integration with Cisco HyperFlex snapshots. So that's the one beautiful thing about hyperconvergence is there's so many different ways that you can deploy hyperconvergence. You know, we talked about some of the mainstay players. A couple other ones have presented here today. This is an example where we've got an integration with one in the HyperFlex snapshots. So this particular capability really allows an advanced data mover from these HyperFlex snapshots. So it's a pretty good way to, you know, push the edge of the backup window so that you don't have too many things in motion. And what I mean by that is you can actually take backups more frequently. So back to that availability bit, having storage snapshots help you out allows you to have a better recovery point objective. Therefore, you can actually keep your business more available. Now that being said, it's actually a very interesting data flow. And this one kind of shows like a very broad Cisco and Veeam example with HyperFlex and other types of data center technologies, but it includes replication to the top right to a secondary site. That's an important play. DR, in fact, on David's survey, it was the very first example, or most popular response. This is just one way a Veeam can do it. I love drawing diagrams like this, and those green lines that indicate where Veeam can move data are very versatile. This is a specific hyper-converged approach which has integration both with VMware and with the Cisco HyperFlex snapshots here, but this can be any different way you can draw it up. So it's really important to have options. And then where you keep that backup data, where you have your DR options, that is what's important. And this particular design is a really good Cisco and Veeam story. I'll admit that, but the benefits are pretty clear. Take away the pieces and parts here, and the top left would be the run state of a data center. Top right is where we replicate and fail over off-site. We've got our DR, or we could go the other direction and have our remote branch office send their data to the HQ, that type of thing. Then on the bottom left, that's a more typical site-to-site replication, hot site, cold site, or hot, whatever you want to do. And then on the bottom right, then we're sending all of this data at the end of the line, the backup data, to the cloud. And the cloud could be a service provider using something like Veeam Cloud Connect, could be your own option with off-site infrastructure as a service. A lot of different ways you can do that. And I think that this is actually an outstanding example, because this is taking my broad form recommendation here of mastering the 3-2-1-1 rule pretty seriously. And I've talked about this 3-2-1 rule forever, and I've changed it. I've made it the 3-2-1-1 rule, or even the 3-2-1-1-0 rule. It is almost starting to look like a phone number, but this is a really important winning tip for your environment today. And I love new technologies, don't get me wrong. I love new storage, love hyperconvergence. I love the cloud, the capabilities that are exposed there. But what doesn't change are the responsibilities we have with our data and our systems that we provide as IT professionals. We actually need to have a very broad form approach to keep them available regardless of what we're doing, whether it's hyperconverged, whether it's not. Heck, even if we're just starting to virtualize. The rules don't change in regards to keeping them available. In fact, if anything, the rules and the expectations go up. So let me explain this 3-2-1 rule. I'll start with the base 3-2-1 rule. The base 3-2-1 rule says that you should have 3 different copies of your data on 2 different media, one of which is off-site. Okay, now that's the pure definition of that. Now, a couple of good things come into play here. One is that you can address nearly any failure situation with that rule. The second is that it doesn't require any specific technology. Okay, we could be talking about replication. We could be talking about backups on tape. We could be talking about stuff stored in the cloud. Now, I'm going to throw you a twist and call it the 3-2-1-1-0 rule, which says you should have also one of those copies offline and then have 0 errors after recovery with those backups. So let's explain both of those. In regards to offline, this is critically important today in the ransomware era. We did a survey of a mix of Veeam and non-Veeam customers, and we found that I think it was 47% of the respondents admitted that they've had some form of a ransomware situation in their organization. I can also confirm that Veeam Tech Support deals with ransomware every day. This tells me it's not just a PC problem. This is absolutely a data center problem. So you couple those types of risks with, what the dependency we have on our data is today. We really need to have availability and the design important. So that beautiful, flow that we had just a second ago is really resilient here, and the cloud is one of those critical aspects to it. The critical aspect is that the cloud can be that offline bit, meaning it's a completely different authentication network. It's a completely different file system, and it's resilient for us if we had a situation like that. Now, the errors, 0 errors after backup recovery verification, this is a technology that Veeam actually pioneered 6 or 7 years ago, believe it or not. And that's basically the premise here, is taking a backup and ensuring that it's indeed recoverable. It's a beautiful idea, and it can be automated. And that's the type of confidence we need today, that we know what we're going to have. We're not going to have any surprises, even in the threat of the ransomware era. Didn't want to make everybody sad with all the ransomware talk, but I can't hit it enough. It's a real problem today. I mentioned offline storage, and tape is the most pure specimen of that, because it's completely offline unless it's being read from or written to. But you also have some additional options here. Replicated virtual machines, put some controls like different authentication, different usernames, maybe take it, if it's Hyper-V, take it off the domain, different username for administrator and local access. Primary storage snapshots, those are great, and hyperconvergence has a lot of options there. Also, what about storage snapshots where you keep your backups? That's a great idea, especially if you need it. Additionally, we can talk about Cloud Connect backups as a way to hold backups into a service provider cloud that will, again, use that semi-offline in a sense, because it's a completely different authentication mechanism, and then also keeping backups on rotating hard drives or media, which is a good way to be resilient because those are offline as well. Now I'm watching my stopwatch here, and we have Natasha. Natasha is watching me, so I'm going to move swiftly through the last bit of my presentation here, and that's really just a call to introduce you to Veeam. You know, we have capabilities here to keep you available, whether you are virtualized completely, hyperconverged, thinking about both, or even running workloads in the cloud, running workloads on premises as a physical server, devices on the go. It all starts at Veeam.com. And I'll give you two things to think about. The first is Veeam 1, which is the second icon in the top row, monitoring and alerting. I guarantee you that'll tell you something about your VMware or Hyper-V environment that you didn't know, but you may need to address. And the second is the new Veeam Agent for Linux and Veeam Agent for Windows products. Free additions, which include backups for your PCs, laptops, also works for systems in the cloud, physical servers, anything running Windows and Linux. Really good place to start is Veeam.com. Basically, one of every of our products have a free edition, and I'll finally mention the diagrams here, the Visio stencils, if you like to draw your environment, not just your backup environment, but your whole environment. Pretty cool set of stencils there that we can use to diagram our environment. And with that, I actually have 17 seconds left, and I'm going to turn it back over to you, David.
Great job, Rick, and thanks for staying on time. Really cool presentation. You know, I want to applaud Veeam on the last thing you mentioned there. A lot of different free tools. Veeam's always been great, all the way from Fast SCP, the first free tool that Veeam ever introduced, with putting out all sorts of free resources for virtualization admins and IT professionals. So one of the first questions that came in here is about encryption. What level of encryption or types of security does Veeam offer today?
So the encryption that we have for our backups that are at rest on disk, on tape, or in transit are using the WinCrypto API, which I believe is AES 256. And when you send it to something like a cloud target, that's going to be your own credentials. So if it were a BYOE, bring your own encryption, that's how it is.
Okay, cool. Lori says that she really loves the 3211 rule. And Justin wanted to clarify on the rule. When you say two different types of media, are you referring to two separate types of media, such as two separate disks per se, he's asking?
Yeah, it's as much abstraction as possible. Let me give you an example of what not to do. Two different types of media. I have one backup repository. I have 3 virtual machines running, and I have one replicated virtual machine. The worst thing you could do is have all of those on your giant single SAN, because if the SAN fails, you've lost your backup, your replica, and your primary workload. So if one is on the primary SAN, then maybe put the other on local storage. If 2 of them are on the primary SAN, then put something on tape. Maybe look at a NAS device. As much abstraction on the equipment as possible is my recommendation.
Okay, cool. Mike here is asking, how is Veeam licensed?
Oh, good question. The VMware and Hyper-V backup is licensed per CPU socket, and agents, so Windows and Linux, are based per instance.
Okay. And there's a number of different editions, as I understand it. Is that right?
Yes, free for the backup of the data center for VMware and Hyper-V, a free edition, then standard, Enterprise, Enterprise Plus, and more features as you go left to right. And on the agents, it would be free edition, then a workstation, and a server license.
Okay, cool. Daryl is asking, does Veeam have any plans to integrate with Nutanix AHV?
No, we are only currently integrated with Cisco HyperFlex.
Okay, cool. Norman is asking, how do you verify the recovery?
We actually virtualize the components of the backup and basically expose the contents of what we backed up to the production hypervisor and power it up in an isolated environment. So from a compute, memory, and network perspective, it's on the production cluster, but isolated. And then from a storage perspective, it's running from the backups. And we throw all of that away when we're done, and we make sure it comes up correctly, and then we dismiss it when we're done.
Very cool. And when you bring those up, or can you use those backups in like a lab environment for testing or training?
Absolutely. In fact, a lot of people will test upgrades to critical apps because it's running from the backup, so it's exactly on par with what production is when we backed up, but it is it's a great test bed because it's, if you need the let's say if you need the domain controller, the database server, the app server, the web server, in a PC to do user acceptance testing, you can put them all in this lab, test it end to end, and then throw away the changes when you're done, because when you go into a real change, you'll be confident that all the surprises will have been addressed.
Very nice, very nice. Another question here is, can you back up AWS and Office 365 with Veeam?
Office 365, yes. We have a new product, Veeam Backup for Office 365. AWS, we can run our agents in AWS, and we've announced a new product called Veeam Availability for AWS that will be out later this year that will actually do agentless backups of EC2 instances.
Very cool. So you could run this, so agentless in EC2, so you don't install anything inside the VMs running in the cloud.
Correct. We've got a new technology coming that we have a partner company involved, but basically it'll take an agentless backup of the cloud VMs, EC2, and then we have a separate module that will put them into a Veeam backup repository, and we have a really good to from within cloud story at that point.
Okay. And what is Veeam Cloud Connect? Is that something an end user uses or like a service provider uses, or both?
So a service provider would host Veeam Cloud Connect, and an end user would write their backups to the Cloud Connect service provider. And it is also available to replicate. So a DR function, if you only have one data center, you can have DR from a Cloud Connect service provider as well. But the important thing to note is it's very Veeam-centric, meaning your on-premises Veeam installation is basically extended to that service provider cloud. You drop in a username and a password from that service provider when you engage with them, and then boom, you have a cloud repository, which is a place to put your backups over there. Or boom, you have a cloud host, which is a place to replicate your VMs over there.
Got it, got it. Okay. Well, it's been an awesome presentation. Thanks so much for being on the summit today, Rick.
Yeah, no problem.
Excellent, excellent. Always cool to have Veeam on the event. For more information about Veeam, make sure you check out the resource there in your console, Building a Hyper-Converged Infrastructure That Just Won't Quit. Have a great day, Rick. There are some questions there still remaining for you to answer, so maybe you can stick around for those.
Will do. I'll filter through the relevant ones just now. Thanks, everyone.
Awesome. Thanks a lot. All right, so we've got the next poll question up on the screen there. Which of the following is your primary concern with using public cloud services in the near term? And while I leave that up, while you answer that, I'm going to announce our next prize winner, and that is another Amazon $500 gift card going out to Yuri Mendoza from California. Congratulations to Yuri. So let me share the results with you on this. And you can see 36% immediately said security is their number one concern with using public cloud. And at this point, we've reached our 5-minute break time. We're going to take a quiet 5-minute coffee break, and we will be back 5 minutes from now. That should be about 3:54 Eastern Time. I hope you'll come back and join us. We've got one more great presentation. From Nimble, we've got a keynote, a CTO keynote from Keith, and we've got more prizes to give away. All right, we're back. It's time to continue with the Enterprise Summit. With that, I'm excited to introduce you to our next presenter, actually our final solution presenter on the event today before we do our keynote event from Keith Townsend at the end of the summit. So here we go.
Next presenter from Nimble. Take it away, Nimble.
Hey there. My name is David Wang, and I'm a Director of Product Marketing at Nimble Storage. Thanks so much for joining and sticking with us until the end. My only hope today is to show you how the best was saved for last. If you're not familiar with Nimble Storage, we are the leader in predictive flash storage, and we were recently acquired by Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. So what makes us so special? Aside from having a fantastic storage platform and awesome people who really care about our customers, the secret to our growth has been our unique approach to predictive analytics that fundamentally changes how storage is both managed and supported. And if you look at the title for our session, it's about getting your time back with infrastructure that learns. And let's unpack that for a second. If you think about it, too much time is wasted dealing with the unexpected when you're managing infrastructure. Unexpected problems, unexpected downtime, and unexpected issues that have to be acted upon. But what if infrastructure was self-managing? What if problems could be predicted and prevented before you even realized you had an issue? While that seems like a pipe dream and far from reality, it's what Nimble Storage delivers for over 10,000 customers across the globe today. And the key to this has been InfoSight Predictive Analytics. And so our time together, I'll share with you how InfoSight uniquely addresses the challenges that are brought on by the complexity of infrastructure, how it gets your time back, and how it delivers consistent performance and reliability with the highest measured availability across an installed base in the storage industry. And so let's talk about what's the problem that we're addressing. And what you're seeing here represents application disruptions and slowdowns. And this can't happen for companies in today's competitive market, but it does time and time again. Flash is fast, obviously, and it fixes part of the problem. But it's the complexity of infrastructure, the many layers, systems, configurations, and OSs that means problems come up that have to be dealt with, and they're impactful for your business. So what ends up happening is that you're constantly having to react to the unexpected, which means endless firefighting and lost nights and weekends. The typical approach is to look at monitoring tools for answers, but with all of the complexity in the stack, you end up having to collect, stitch, and interpret dozens of performance logs and graphs just hoping to understand what happened. And when you end up calling vendor support for help, it actually ends up just adding to your frustration as you're asked the mundane questions, you go through rounds and rounds of escalations until you finally get some help, or you're even asked to recreate a problem where every second is impacting your business. And all of this leads to more stress, more wasted time, and more impact to your business. But just because this is the way it's been, doesn't mean it's how it has to be. Just take a look at what's happening in transportation as a comparison example. Transportation's complex, just like infrastructure. But with transportation, we also live with traffic, we live with accidents, we live with headaches, tons and tons of pain that we have to deal with every day. But with technology, specifically 3 key enablers: more data coming from the cars, cloud-based analytics to be able to process all the information, and global learning where cars are learning from each other. With these three factors at work, we can easily imagine a future where there are no accidents, there are no headaches, and you have self-driving cars. We see the same future for infrastructure as well. Infrastructure is complex, creating many failure points. And so IT has always had to deal with these issues and deal with the stress as well. But these three key enablers at work will enable us to envision a future where there's self-driving infrastructure. The key for us at Nimble Storage is that we've been at this for over 7 years already. Let me show you how. To transform how infrastructure is managed, you got to start off with data, but you need the right kind of data. Data from storage vendors has always been limited to log files and graphs on obvious metrics, or it's collected after an event has occurred. And the data has always been just analyzed and looked at one array at a time. And so for us at Nimble, we take a much more comprehensive view in terms of data collection and analysis. Every second, InfoSight is analyzing thousands of sensors from every array across our install base. And we're not just looking at the data from our arrays, but we're collecting data from across the entire infrastructure stack for cross-stack telemetry. And we're also not analyzing these arrays in isolation, but we're using cloud-based predictive analytics and machine learning to be able to gather insights across the install base, which we then issue out to each individual array and environment. And we have a global learning component as well, where we're learning from the insights and experiences from the install base to be able to issue that out to our customers. And so what do customers get out of all this data and analytics? For us, we're able to fundamentally overcome the complexity and eliminate the anxiety that's brought on by infrastructure. We're able to predict and prevent problems. Our goal with InfoSight is not just to show customers that they have a problem and how to resolve it, but it's really about leveraging the power of our globally connected install base to prevent customers from having problems to begin with. So as InfoSight is analyzing all of this data across your environment, if it sees a problem, it proactively resolves it or issues a resolution and recommendation to get it resolved. And these are problems that exist outside of storage even. We've helped thousands of systems and customers across the world solve problems across their hypervisor, across the network, across the host as well. The second factor is we're providing our customers global visibility and learning. InfoSight simply sees what others can't. It sees clear insights up and down the infrastructure stack. It sees into the past and well into the future. Traditional monitoring tools, they cause more trouble for customers, requires more interpretation, it creates more questions than answers, and if you're trying to figure out the root cause of a performance hit, you have to try to be your own data scientist and interpret this data using many different tools. Instead, InfoSight embeds machine learning and data science techniques to give customers just the answers they're looking for when they need them. And with all the systems connected in the cloud, infrastructure gets smarter, learning from each other. I recently asked a customer, how much time does InfoSight actually save you from solving complex issues? The customer simply said 10 to 1. And lastly, because of InfoSight, we're delivering a transformed support experience, one that you actually like. InfoSight automates the traditional tasks handled by level 1 and level 2 support staff, and this has allowed us to build a support center that's staffed only with level 3 experts. And in the rare case that you actually need to talk to someone from support, in less than a minute you're speaking to a level 3 expert who will help you quickly resolve the issues even if they're outside of storage. And so forget the mundane questions, the escalations, or being ever asked again to recreate a problem. And the proof is really what you look at here. The proof is in the numbers. We're delivering over 6 nines of measured availability across the entire install base. We're predicting and preventing 86% of problems before you even realize you had an issue. And we're solving 54% of the cases that we look at are actually not even related to storage. We're solving problems across the entire stack, helping our customers really root cause those issues and get them resolved. And so now I'd like to share with you some of the platform capabilities. InfoSight picks up where traditional monitoring falls short, and we deliver prescriptive insights. One of the big limitations with traditional monitoring is that it creates more questions than answers, right? You look at a graph like this with a latency chart, and the questions that come to mind are, Should you worry about them? Are they actually problematic? If so, how do you solve it? What do you do next? Whereas for InfoSight, we apply machine learning algorithms to just give customers the answers they need. So instead of just looking at typical latency curves, we'll provide customers predictive insights in terms of what the potential impact for latency could be, as noted in red. So you look at what's in red and you ignore the rest. And if a problem impacts the I/O path, then we're solving it, even if it's not related to storage. A key aspect of performance diagnostics is having a complete view of your infrastructure environment to be able to diagnose problems quickly. Take, for instance, latency. It's easy to see that you have latency in the system. Heck, you'll probably get called by your end users or your customers before you actually see it in a monitoring tool. But diagnosing the root cause, is it coming from the host, the VM, the network, storage, etc.? That's the real challenge. And so we've built in cross-stack correlations that take data from across the entire infrastructure stack, providing these on demand to give our customers a single source of truth so they can rapidly root cause complex issues, they can pinpoint noisy neighbors, they can repurpose underutilized hosts, and they can avoid unnecessary upgrades because they weren't able to figure out what was causing the performance problem. So take, for instance, this example here with VM latency. Traditional monitoring tools will clearly tell you that there's latency within your system on a time series graph. But how does it actually help you solve the problem? With VM Vision, which is our cross-stack analysis tool built into the InfoSight web platform, we're easily able to show customers whether the latency is coming from the host, the network, or the storage. And we'll even go a step further than that. We'll actually show you which application is driving the latency as well. Now, InfoSight is also not just helping problem solve, but it's about taking the guesswork out of planning infrastructure altogether. It accurately predicts future capacity, performance, and bandwidth needs, and right-sizes new infrastructure using application-centric modeling. Our forecasting models are statistically highly confident using autoregressive and Monte Carlo simulations that take into account data that would look unpredictable to the untrained eye. And planning for new infrastructure is essential because InfoSight lets you model different scenarios based on your users, your applications, your performance requirements. And as new infrastructure gets deployed, the application performance is monitored, and then the models keep refining and keep getting better. And because we've been at this for years, we're constantly learning from our installed base. We're learning the underlying I/O signatures for different workloads and applications and performance patterns, and we learn from past support cases as well as from any problem experienced in the installed base, which we apply to prevent other customers from experiencing the same problems. It's the power of having the most connected systems and predictive insights across the largest installed base, and it's an advantage that keeps getting better. We have this saying at Nimble, it's called see once and prevent for all, which means that if we ever see a problem in any customer's environment, we make sure no other customer sees the same problem. So we've developed over 800 predictive signatures that can automatically detect leading indication of issues ranging from interoperability issues with the hypervisor or host to even more obscure problems across the entire infrastructure stack. And one of the ways that we prevent problems is by preventing customers from updating to specific versions of our operating system, Nimble OS, that's associated with problems seen in other environments. InfoSight understands the unique configurations and workloads of every array and uses pattern matching algorithms to determine if any system is susceptible to a known issue. Every array has its own customized update path, so customers have confidence knowing that every update they see in InfoSight is safe and free of known problems. So we're talking a lot about predicting and preventing. Let me share with you a couple of use cases. In the first example, InfoSight sent us an alert that one of our customers' controllers had gone down unexpectedly. Of course, there's built-in redundancy into the architecture, so the customer didn't actually feel an impact. But because we care about our products and our customers, we wanted to figure out what was causing the issue to prevent it from happening ever again. We looked within InfoSight and we were able to see for a specific profile, there was a certain line of code that was causing this issue from occurring. So we created a patch for the customer, fixed the problem for them. But then we didn't just stop there. We looked across the entire installed base and saw who else could be susceptible to the same problem. And we were able to identify and proactively resolve this issue from impacting 40 other customers. Now, if you think about how this would be with any other storage vendor, more than likely, they would not have known about the problem until they were notified by the customer, or unfortunately, maybe there was an outage that would have occurred. And then to actually go about resolving it would take a long time to figure out where within the operating system was an issue actually occurring. And then after that aspect, trying to figure out what other customer in the install base could be susceptible to the issue will be extraordinarily difficult as well. In the second case that we have here, we had a customer that updated to a new version of Nimble OS. When they did so, they recognized and saw a significant drop in performance across all of their applications. Obviously, we were concerned when they had notified us of this issue, so we immediately looked into InfoSight to see what was going on. When we looked into InfoSight, we actually saw that the problem wasn't caused by anything within the array, but that VMware was sending our array an illegal iSCSI response that was causing excessive retries and subsequently the performance to drop. And so we quickly developed a workaround for the customer, but we looked across the entire install base and said, what other customer matched the same profile, the same version of VMware, the same version of Nimble OS, and we were able to find 600 other systems who would have been susceptible to that same problem. And we went ahead and blacklisted that version of Nimble OS from those 600 customers, preventing them from seeing that problem altogether. And of course, we contacted VMware and we had the issue solved together with them. So if we go back to the beginning, we created InfoSight to eliminate the pain of dealing with infrastructure. Today, the complexity across the stack means that customers and IT professionals are constantly having to deal with the unexpected. From unexpected and unplanned downtime to inconsistent and unreliable performance. But now, with InfoSight, customers can see their problems predicted and prevented and have the visibility they need to be able to rapidly resolve complex issues thanks to InfoSight. But we're not done yet. We're continuing to invest in artificial intelligence and machine learning so that one day we can really envision a future that's completely self-managing and self-healing infrastructure. So thanks so much for joining us today. I hope you enjoyed the session, and we look forward to talking with you later. Thank you.
All right, great presentation from Nimble. Let's go ahead and do some Q&A now. If you have a question for Nimble, it's time to ask it. We have Mr. David Wang, Director of Product Marketing, on the line to help us answer those. David, are you there?
Yeah, good afternoon, guys.
Awesome. Thanks for being on. So first question here I have, they're asking, is InfoSight, is it an add-on to an array or is it included with every array? How does that work?
Yeah, InfoSight is included with every array. Absolutely. And there's no extra charge for it. So it's just part of the Nimble storage model, software updates, and InfoSight is all included. No cost for it.
And that proactiveness is just part of the maintenance and support, that proactiveness that you're monitoring what's going on and you contact the customer proactively. That's all included with the support services.
Absolutely. It's one of the unique aspects for Nimble is through our support model, we don't have your traditional level 1 or level 2. It's just level 3 engineers that support all of our customers globally. And we can do that because the analytics and the automation that are built in just keeps it easy and proactive.
Okay. And Angelo is asking an interesting question here about InfoSight, and that is, can InfoSight read our data?
Nope, absolutely not. So if you think about the data that we're collecting, this is all telemetry that's built into the operating system. So we don't actually see or read any of the data that's actually residing on customer's premise. So if you think about connectivity from that perspective, there's no PII, there's no personal information that's actually being transmitted to our cloud.
Okay, cool. And then a question here from James. He's asking, with VM Vision, is there an agent that you need to tell it like which application is causing issues and inspect the packets, or is it all agentless?
No, everything is agentless. Agentless from the array standpoint as well as agentless from VMware standpoint. The way we actually do that is we've built a collector. So we've obviously hard-coded sensors within the operating system, and we have a collector on board that collects the data and sends it back home. But we also have a collector that's built into every array that's collecting data from vCenter. So all you have to do is register the vCenter API, and within the click of a few buttons, you link it together, and the packets and data get sent over to InfoSight.
Okay, cool. And let's see. Another question here is, can InfoSight access or collect data on the server and can InfoSight collect data on the server and application information on the server? So I think they're asking, can it see inside the VM data essentially?
Yeah, it sees everything that you can see within vCenter. So we don't have any other additional collectors today outside of vCenter. So it's the array telemetry and vCenter APIs. And that's what's allowing us to build inference in terms of what's happening at the network, what's happening at the host, what's happening at the server, et cetera.
And then Robert's asking, is InfoSight, is it all built into the array, or are you running like a separate virtual machine that does this analysis?
Yeah, so all of this data is being collected in the array, but it's all being sent out to the cloud. So there's nothing that's actually being collected and analyzed on the actual array itself. So no data is being stored.
Got it, got it. And then another question here, they're asking, will Nimble actually apply a proactive fix via InfoSight without input from the customer, or is the customer just notified that, hey, there's this patch, and then the customer actually implements the changes?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there's a couple of different approaches. And so if you look at the example with the blacklisting, and I'll give you a different example that wasn't in the webinar, but there was a situation at one time where a customer had an all paths down, loss of communication between the array and the host. And when we used InfoSight, we actually were able to tell that there was a bug within the UCS environment that was causing a problem to occur that was being impacted on the array. And so what we did for the customers was we were able to blacklist a specific version of the operating system from being updated across other customers. And so in the ways that's being proactive is that when you go to actually update your Nimble OS, the versions you actually see have already been free of those known issues. And so that's proactively preventing you from, let's say the bug that was going to be experienced was on 3.5, you don't see 3.5 within your environment because your profile was susceptible to the same bug that was experienced somewhere else.
Got it, got it. And then Alan's asking, are there any available interactions with SCOM, or I guess I can throw into that, any other, what sort of integrations do people typically use with InfoSight and Nimble Storage?
What do you mean by integrations?
I mean, for automation, for orchestration, I mean, it's talking to vCenter. Is that kind of the primary management?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yep. So today, there's APIs that are a part of the array. So if you wanted to use a third-party tool like Splunk or something else to be able to collect data from your array, you can do that. But if you're looking for the deep diagnostics, the proactive support, the predictive analytics, that's all using the analytics from our cloud. So there's an integration point with the array. You can get the APIs for that. But there's also an integration point with InfoSight. And so today, InfoSight is the platform that's collecting data. Because we're part of HPE, very soon we're going to be having integrations with like HPE OneView, which will allow for orchestration automation across your whole stack. So more integrations with the InfoSight to the end kind of application layer that are going to come very shortly.
Excellent, excellent. Well, I think that's all the time we have for live questions. There are some questions remaining there for you in the queue. David, I really appreciate your presentation today.
Hey, thanks, guys. Really appreciate it, too.
All right. Thank you, Nimble, for being on today. And make sure you check out their resource there, Unlocking Enterprise Business Value with Nimble Storage InfoSight. And with that, let me share the results of this poll question with you. And it says, are you currently using or do you plan to use public cloud data protection or storage solutions other than Dropbox? And 45% said no, but 27% said they're already using, and 26% said plan to be using in the next 1 to 2 years. All right, so with that, it's time to announce some more prize, or another prize winner, I should say. That is another Amazon $500 gift card going out to Kath Kissinger from Pennsylvania. Congratulations to Kath. You are another big winner. We'll contact you via email to deliver your prize. And so now it's time for our closing keynote from Keith Townsend, the CTO advisor. And then after that, we'll be doing one final grand prize drawing for a Microsoft Surface laptop. So make sure you stay around for that as well. And with that, here's Keith.
And with that, it's time for our technical keynote from the CTO advisor, Mr. Keith Townsend. Keith is going to talk to us about considerations for managing hybrid IT infrastructure. Take it away, Keith.
Hi, it's Keith Townsend from the CTOadvisor.com with a special out-of-bound Actual Tech Media keynote. I hope you guys have enjoyed the summit so far. The Actual Tech Media guys do an incredible job. I'm honored to come and talk to you today about hybrid IT. So this is the keynote, and it's not the unkeynote. So this is a little bit more formal. I have on the collared shirt, and we'll be discussing the drivers for hybrid IT and then the impact on people, process, and technology within your organization. Whether you're a practitioner, an engineer with their boots on the ground, or a decision maker, or CIO, director of IT, you should get something out of this 20-minute or so keynote. So first off, let's start off by defining hybrid IT. I think this is a term that, similar to cloud, many people are not sure if they have a hybrid IT environment or even if they need a hybrid IT environment. So let's dispel something right off the bat. Chances are, if you're watching this video, you have a hybrid IT environment. Let's define hybrid IT. Basically, if you're dealing with any type of situation where you're supporting Salesforce.com in your traditional data center, Concur, Workforce, AWS workloads, Google Compute workloads, or even any third-party SaaS that's really not on that kind of top tier, you have a hybrid IT environment. If you basically have to support two modes of IT, where you're doing traditional data center operations, and then you have to combine that with any type of cloud service, you're in hybrid IT. So let's think through some of the practical challenges with that, just to reinforce this idea that you already have a hybrid IT environment. First off, AWS a few months ago had a big outage over on the S3 side on Virginia East. Chances are maybe about 20-30% of you guys got a call, guys or gals, got a call and said, hey, this mission critical app that you had no idea was out in AWS is down and they need help supporting it. Or you're one of the many people that Michael Dell, Meg Whitman have talked to over the past month and a half as we've had some really big enterprise IT conferences, and the drumbeat has been consistently about hybrid IT. Michael Dell wanted to drive home the point that their VxRail and HCI solution is cheaper than hosting workloads in the cloud. Even at VMworld 2016, VMware made a big deal about saying how most IT environments have 8 different cloud providers that they are aware of. So again, you're in a hybrid IT environment. So let's talk about the impact of hybrid IT. You're trying to get your arms around the situation, be able to offer the business the support that they need in order to drive value from the IT assets. The whole driver of hybrid IT is to better offer agility and capability to the business and support the workloads that's either running in your data center or in the cloud. This will impact the people, process, and technology within your organization. Just a high level, quick business discussion. Why are we having the hybrid IT discussion? Mainly, same reason why we're having the iPhone discussion. Why did business users kind of force upon IT the iPhone? It's all about functionality and the ability to get what the business needs to drive the business forward. iPhones offered additional flexibility from the ability to record video, surf the web, show business users presentations or potential customers products from a beautiful screen. AWS, Google Compute, all the other IaaS providers and some of the PaaS providers and SaaS providers, same business value. Cut out the bureaucracy of IT and drive straight to that project deliverable. So with that, technology. This is one of the things that we always see these stickers that says the cloud is just someone else's computer. While that's partially true, Windows, Linux, servers, the technology is nothing new. When a user gets provisioned a Windows 2012 server in AWS, that server looks very much and acts very much like the server that's in your data center. The major difference is, at least from the IT practitioner's perspective, is management of that system. So from the physical infrastructure down, the cloud provider handles the maintenance, upkeep of that environment. But as an IT practitioner, you're tasked with still providing patch management, change control, and service management. And I want to make sure out of the technology phase of this, service management and monitoring is something that I want to really highlight, something that you should pay attention to. In the traditional data center, we could use tools such as basic up and down monitors, pings, to find out if the OS or the underlying hardware was still available. If a customer builds an application on AWS Lambda, a serverless application, or a container-based application that sits in the cloud, there is no persistent OS to be monitored. There is no hypervisor to tell you whether or not there's noisy neighbors. That you lose some visibility, at least into the physical infrastructure, when it comes to the public cloud. And then you still have your private data center to deal with, where you do have the visibility, and you need to correlate performance from applications that sit inside your data center. Let's say that you have an ERP application, which I like to call a heavy app, that's still inside of your private data center. You have some type of customer enablement application sitting in the cloud provider. You need to pull or ETL from your extraction, data extraction from your ERP into the cloud unit, and performance is slow. How do you troubleshoot that performance? From a network connect, is it a network connectivity issue? Is it a noisy neighbor issue in the cloud? Is it an issue with the database server inside of your private data center? All these questions have to be answered, and you need the technical tools in order to answer those questions. So as you're looking into and you're talking through some of the sponsors within this very event, and they talk about hybrid IT, these are some of the questions you want to ask them. Basically, how do you solve troubleshooting issues that you traditionally have the tools and the insight of the underlying infrastructure inside your data center, and you've abstracted that away to include cloud services in addition to these traditional tools? Service management. We can't forget service management. One of my favorite stories is from a few years ago when AWS had an outage, or rather, Netflix had an outage due to a change in load balancers that AWS made on their back end. And that Netflix also made a application level changes. The two conflicted, and there was a problem. Really no one's fault. AWS followed their policies. Netflix followed theirs. But as you start to partner with cloud providers, you start to create administrative domains when it comes to service management that the cloud provider is responsible for and you're responsible for. You need to understand the strategy in which you're going to use to do things such as ticket management, configuration management, and change control in general, inventory management. What systems are you going to use to speak to your hybrid IT environment? So what tools are going to inventory your on-premises solutions, and what tools are going to inventory your cloud management or your cloud running workloads, which may be ephemeral, meaning they may not exist from day to day, let alone minute to minute. Service management and monitoring is something you want to most definitely take time to spend and research. The next topic that I want to talk about is process. So people and process are really tied together. And this is the harder part of hybrid IT, is getting together processes. So in the traditional data center, we've built all of these processes to ensure that we run a stable environment. IT is really good at running technology. It's one of the primary reasons why we're having this conversation. The business has kind of blown it. They were able to do day one deployment of AWS call center, but day two, all the ecosystem around that needs to be audited for compliance. You need to ensure that security policies are being applied. Just because an environment is hardened, just because the physical underlay is hardened in AWS or a cloud provider, doesn't mean that the logical controls are there to ensure that the security that your organization needs is implemented in the cloud, as well as other ancillary services, such as, believe it or not, money. Yeah, the cloud costs money, and spending can be one of the most frustrating parts of understanding cloud and getting your arms around this environment. Being able to control who spends what, and then if you can control it, what systems are spending money. Because in the cloud, we depend heavily on automation. So application might elastically create additional instances to accommodate the load. While this may be good on one end, you're able to meet customer demand. On the back end, are we spending money wisely in these environments? So processes, there are tools. So as we bleed over from that service management into processes, a lot of our vendor friends help out to help you understand the different processes that you have to account for in the hybrid IT environment. Lastly, I want to talk about people. Probably the most important part of a hybrid IT environment. 80% of our IT budgets are spent on keeping the lights on. 20% is innovation. Hybrid IT, I would like to call, is part of that innovation phase. I'm going to just lay it out. This is a really big challenge. Probably the biggest challenge that when I talk to Fortune 500s or even small environments alike, they struggle with how do they reposition their people for the cloud. So the people part has several different elements. Let's talk about first just governance, the org structure of your environment. How do you ensure that the right people have administrative rights or dominion over the right portions of the public cloud and private cloud? Just from a practical perspective, the cloud provides a single pane of glass into an IT infrastructure. When you go to the AWS console, there isn't an AWS networking login and console and an AWS storage login and console and the AWS compute and AWS service management. There's kind of the AWS API and control panel that allows a single entity or person to manage the whole VPC, virtual private cloud, within AWS. That really doesn't match your organization, at least most organizations. Unless you're a small shop, one group isn't responsible for all of the infrastructure. So how do you position your group to run in kind of this bimodal IT mode? I'm not a big fan of actually creating two groups where you have a cloud group and then you have a private data center group, and the two kind of have a connection in between, and there's some overlay that manages the two. You run into some real practical challenges, one of which is that works, I think, on a small scale within IT. But when you expand that out to groups such as compliance, audit, security, service management, those teams can't really be bimodal, not at scale. Those teams have to integrate. So a practical challenge is, how do you spend time or dedicate time to allow your people to cross-train on public cloud technologies, as well as maintain their skill needed to run the data center, keep the lights on. I like to tell you that I got a silver bullet for that one, but it's not. It's different for every organization. I'm from a management consulting firm, and there's no playbook for configuring organizations to deal with hybrid cloud. It's kind of one of those things that we're still at the point that we're kind of immature in structuring these organizations. So let's wrap this all together. People, process, technology. People, you need to understand how hybrid IT impacts your people and have a plan to train your people. And people are not just the technology folks sitting in IT. It includes the compliance, security, finance, the whole operations. This is a business change. Processes, again, you're extending your organization beyond the four walls of your data center. You need to understand the impact of extending your walls beyond your operations, or beyond your four walls. And then lastly, the technology. Technology, pretty much the same under the hood. We have servers in the data center. You have servers in the cloud. You have Patch Tuesday in the data center. You have Patch Tuesday in the cloud. You just need to understand how to stitch those things together, such as networking, storage, backup, etc. Really nothing new, just giving this some concentrated thought. So, quick thoughts. I just wanted to get out this keynote for you to think about people, process, technologies around hybrid IT. You can find out more about me at thectoadvisor.com. If you have questions or you want to engage me in conversation, you can find me on Twitter at CTOadvisor, and I post an awful lot to LinkedIn. So look me up on LinkedIn, KL Townsend. Talk to you guys, hopefully somewhere in social media. Thanks a lot.
And with that, we've reached the end of our summit. Thank you so much for joining us today. We hope that you enjoyed the Actual Tech Media Enterprise IT Virtual Summit. We hope that you'll watch your email for future invitations to our upcoming MegaCast and EcoCast events, as well as our next summit coming up on November 2nd. Thanks very much, and have a great day.
All right, great presentation from the CTO advisor, Keith Townsend. And with that, I just need to announce our final prize winner, and that is the Surface laptop, and it's going out to Xiaomei Yu from Arizona. That's Xiaomei Yu from Arizona. Thanks so much, everyone who stuck with us throughout this ATM Enterprise IT Virtual Summit. I know it's been a long event, but hopefully it's been a very educational, very interesting event as well. I hope you'll catch us on the next summit. I hope you'll catch us on our next event, which is actually on Wednesday, the Software Defined Data Center Megacast. You can register for that at events.actualtechmedia.com, as well as any of our other events. Again, hope you enjoyed the event and have a great day. Bye-bye.